to the August edition, monthly edition of the Tennessee Real Estate Commission. At this time, we'll ask Malcolm Young, our Executive Director, to call the roll. Mr. Young.
Good morning. And I will go with the roll call right now. John Grease.
Here.
Rick Douglas. Here. Gary Bloom. Diane Hills.
Here.
Austin McMullen.
Here.
Marsha Franks.
Here.
Bobby Wood.
Here.
Fontaine Taylor.
Here.
Johnny Horn.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Young. At this time, I'm going to ask Commissioner Johnny Horn to lead us in an invocation and the pledge to the flag. And then I'll tell you a little bit more about Commissioner Horn following the pledge to the flag. If you all will bow your heads, please. Mr. Horn.
Father, we do thank you for this opportunity that we may come together today to do the King's business. Lord, we pray that you would be with us as we make decisions. We ask for your guidance. We pray, Father, that you would be with those, Lord, who are waiting for our decisions, that you would protect them and help us, Lord, to do the business of the people, that they be protected in all that they do. Father, we thank you for this meeting, and we ask for a good meeting. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Now, if you'll please stand.
Let's pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Young.
in your case, I think we probably need to back up and go to the public disclosure.
We will. I don't know if I want what I'm about to say about Commissioner Horn to be on the record or not. So, Commissioner Horn is a Baptist preacher, a veteran, and in the spirit of the season is a former Olympian. In 1964, he was participated in Tokyo, in jiu-jitsu. Judo. I see, like I said, I don't know if this is on the record or not. So,
USA.
and I'm pretty sure he would have never told you that. I'm pretty sure I didn't get it quite right, but we're happy to have Commissioner Horn on the panel with us. And now, Mr. Young, before we get to Mr. Douglas, if you'll read this, the public disclaimer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Sir Chairman. The meeting date and time and location have been noticed on the TN Real Estate Commission's website, included as a part of this year's meeting calendar since July 1st, 2015. Additionally, the agenda for this month's meeting has been posted on the TN Real Estate Commission's website since Friday, August the 5th. Also, this meeting has been noticed on the TN.gov website since Friday, August the 5th, 2016. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, for the first time ever, we have a new commissioner by the name of Rick Douglas on the panel with us. He showed up last night. This is his first meeting. He had orientation this morning, and nobody told him that the chair would ask him to say just a few words about himself and how excited he is to be here. So, Mr. Douglas?
Oh, you're right. Nobody told me. I am excited to be here. I've been in the real estate business for 18 years in Tennessee, and I'll just say that I'm very humbled and feel very privileged to be a part of this commission. And just the people that I've met on the commission thus far have shown me that they are very professional and thoughtful, and in the decisions that they make. And I think you couldn't be here before a better commission. So,
Well, we're glad to have you as well.
thank you, sir.
And I hope you understand that if you don't understand something, which is very likely, that you'll ask. Okay?
I will.
We all have gone through that same learning curve, I promise you,
And still do.
and still do. There's something new every month. I'm almost always positive about that. All right, next up on the agenda is the approval of the agenda for today's meeting.
Move to approve.
Second.
Got a motion by Ms. Frank, seconded by Mr. McMullen. Is there discussion on the agenda? All right, then let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. let me, for the audience's sake, many of you came or thought you might be here for a two-day meeting. The item we had for tomorrow has been settled, so we will not meet tomorrow. Don't applaud yet. We may go all night tonight, but we won't meet tomorrow. Okay. So just for planning purposes, we expect we'll take about an hour and a half lunch break somewhere starting between 11 and 11:45 Central Standard Time. And then we'll go till we are done, and we will make that as efficient as possible, but sometimes we're till 6 or 7 o'clock, and sometimes we leave at 3. So we'll just have to see. Don't make any commitments, and don't expect to walk out of here at 4:30 if we're still meeting, okay? All right, next up is the approval of the minutes of last board meeting.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
move that we adopt the minutes as submitted.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. McMullen, seconded by Ms. Hills, that last month's minutes be approved as submitted. Discussion. Ms.
Chairman,
Franks.
I noticed on page 3 that the education report, it says motion made by commissioner and seconded by commissioner, but it doesn't say which commissioners. I don't know if that matters or not, but I did see
We'd
that.
like to, we'll get that.
We'll correct that.
Yep.
Okay.
Other comments? With that correction, are you ready to vote? Then all those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Ms.
And I
Hills.
abstain from the vote since I wasn't here.
Mr. Wood abstains from the vote. Ms. Hills,
My mic's dead.
can you talk?
I got 2 down here.
My mic's dead.
Okay.
If there's something that I'm not.
We have an IT person in the building.
I know.
There's 2 here. Can this one go down there?
Let's see if that'll slide. Yeah, that'll work, thank you. I'll just slide this one.
Aren't you?
That's what she's paid to be. Principal broker.
Yes.
Thank you.
you.
All right, next up on the agenda are a couple of informal appearances. For the audience's sake, there are reasons why people who want to have a license in Tennessee need to come before us. There are other reasons why people want to come before us to get dispensation or permission to go forward with what they're considering. With that said, the first informal appearance we have today involves a 50-mile rule. Is Ms. Cronk and Mr. Lippman, are you here? If you two would come forward, please. Mallory, you don't swear these people in? Do we care if they tell the truth or not?
I don't think we need to swear them in for this, but
Okay, just checking. All right, guys, have a seat. If you get close to a microphone, wherever you've got, if you can share that, that'll be great. Malcolm, do you have any background on this, or do we just want to start?
Actually, Mallory, I defer to you in the background.
okay. Well, it looks like they've provided what I presented as part of the legal report last month. As the crow flies calculation from the firm to Miss Cronk's residence is 72 miles. And so they're requesting a waiver of the 50-mile rule. And I guess we'll just let them tell you why.
Let's just to be clear, would you tell us what the 50-mile rule is?
Sure. So the 50-mile rule requires that any person other than a principal broker must live within 50 miles from the firm that they're affiliated with, and that is an as the crow flies calculation, not a highway calculation. And then there's also an exception that the commission can grant if they think that that's appropriate.
All right, so, Ms. Cronk, are you the principal broker, or who's the principal broker? Mr. Lippman.
Yes, sir.
All right, why don't you give us your take on the situation here? So where do you operate out of?
Out of Nashville and Green Hills.
You're going to have to speak in the microphone. We're recording
Out of
this.
Nashville and Green Hills.
Okay, and Ms. Cronk lives,
Fayetteville, Tennessee.
and how far apart? By the crow flies, it's 70, is that what you said?
72 is what my calculation said.
All right, let's go with you, Mr. Lippman. Why should we grant this exception?
First say, that when I met Ms. Cronk, I felt like that she was very qualified, if not overqualified. She had a lot of experience. She had worked in other states. She'd been in
You have to speak louder, please.
She had been in Tennessee some, and because of her experience, because of the way she presented herself, I just didn't think about the 50-mile rule. I was impressed with her, and so that's why I hired her.
All right, Ms. Cronk, surely you have to drive by a lot of different real estate offices before you get to Mr. Lippman's office. Why do you think you need to affiliate there?
Yes, actually, I started my license in Tennessee with Red Door Real Estate, which is in Fayetteville. And I actually mentored her since I had owned 3 offices in Alabama, with 60 agents. She was aware of that. And so when I got her office started, I then transferred to the Lippman Group Sotheby International Real Estate because of my education and training background. I really wanted an international company with the impact of globalization with the real estate market. In fact, my master's degree last year was on the impact of diversity in the real estate market. And I'm getting a doctorate now and will be working with Sotheby's other offices internationally to work with my dissertation to get it completed in the next 3 years, I hope.
Commissioners?
How long does it take you to drive from your home to the office?
An hour and a half.
An hour and a half? Okay.
Other questions? Ms. Taylor?
Where do you mainly show property?
Actually, Lincoln County is where Fayetteville's located, and I have some historic properties in Frank Lloyd Wright, pretty much high-end properties that the people want a brand like the Sotheby International Realty, and that's been my focus in Lincoln County.
Do you attend office meetings, or how often do you go to the office?
We have our sales meeting, and we also have training. And we have a staff of marketing people that actually, any of my marketing material and my website is managed by our marketing department in the office. So I always email any marketing flyers, brochures, printed media to them. And then we have high tech, which my background's technology, for our transactions. So everything is monitored by our staff and by Mr. Lippman as well.
I'd like to just, to the commissioners, we're bound by the Sunshine Law, so we can't talk about these things unless we're here in front of you all. This has come up several times. I've been on the commission almost 2 years, and it always, in the past, we kind of had an unspoken, if it was up to 75 miles, okay. If we're going to do that, I think the rule needs to be changed. If it's not 50 miles, is it 75 miles? But I think we need to be consistent as we do this. So I'd like some input from the commissioners about what do you think about that?
Mr. Taylor?
Well, I would think if we increased it to 75, then we'd probably say it would be all right to be 100. I was on the committee that worked on this years ago to get to 50 miles because our thinking at the time was we need close broker supervision. And to drive an hour and a half to get broker supervision, even with all your credentials, is not in the best interest of the public. And that is my feeling, that we need to stick with the 50 miles. There are exceptions to every rule. I know that certain people that farm land, for instance, or things of that sort would be an exception. But for showing residential property, an hour and a half to the office, to me, is not in the best interest of the public.
Ms. Cronk, are you qualified to open up a Sotheby's office in Fayette County?
Actually, I'm waiting for my 3-year license, which will be June of 2017, to actually take the broker's. I was a broker in Huntsville, Alabama. Like I said, I managed 3 offices there, and also was a CE certified instructor for 10 years in Alabama. So I plan to get my CE certification in Tennessee as well as get my broker's license as soon as I'm able to.
Mr. Horn?
I'm quite impressed with your credentials, but I still haven't decided or got it concluded in my mind. How often do you make that trip? Per day, per week?
I'm usually in Nashville at least once a week.
Flies from Fayetteville to Nashville once a week.
I love it. With my iPhone connection, so I can actually do business on the road too. It's great.
Other questions? Yes, Mr. Wood?
I think the rationale for the 50-mile rule was, I guess, supervision and control. And if you were a brand-new agent, I would feel very strong that 72 is just too far away. You have more experience and more credentials than about 95% of us with our license. So I'm not concerned about. And if your broker really wants to see you, there's technology now that he could see you. Okay, and so that part it doesn't bother me. Is the reason we're here though is because somebody filed a complaint? Is that's my concern? Is that it was the complaint that got us to this point? Am I right, Mel or Em? Is that why we're here? Or?
That's correct. There was a
Okay.
complaint. I believe that it was filed by another agent.
Well, this is a little different twist than what we're used to. So let's say we either do or don't grant the request. Does that solve the complaint at that point, or do we still hear the complaint?
You still have to hear the complaint, because I presented the complaint last month, and you all decided to wait and make a decision after you heard from them. So the complaint still has to come to a resolution, and that resolution can be whatever you decide it is, but it still needs to be addressed when we get to the legal report.
That's a separate topic.
Correct, yes.
Now, can we handle that complaint now that we know who we're dealing with?
Well, so that's something I was going to mention when we talked about the complaint. Yes, so obviously the anonymity of the complaint is now gone. So the result would be that if you were to issue some kind of disciplinary action, like a civil penalty or something like that, and it was to go to a formal hearing, then it would have to be heard by the ALJ judge alone, since now you all know what, already know the details. So that would be how that would have to work.
Because we have two separate issues today, the request for the waiver of the 50-mile and a complaint to hear later on.
Correct.
Okay.
How long have you been in Mr. Lippman's office?
2 years. Yeah, it'll be 2 years.
2 years.
Going on 2 years.
So like if there was a motion that.
Which a chair is happy to entertain.
Okay, good. And if there was a motion of maybe that there would be a $250 fine, and also in return we would grant the waiver. Is that something we could roll into all one, or?
Well, the motion for if there was going to be a civil penalty would need to be when we do the legal report, because we'll have to get the complaint number and all of that on the record, and as taken care of as a separate issue.
Okay.
So, Mr. Wood, you feel motivated to make a motion?
I am motivated to make that motion.
To waive?
But do we have to wait to make that motion?
No, there's two
we do
separate
it.
issues, two
Okay.
agenda
Okay.
items.
Okay. So then my motion should be to grant the waiver right now?
To waive the.
Okay.
Second the motion.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Wood, seconded by Commissioner McMullen, that the request of the licensees be granted and the 50-mile limitation be waived in this particular case. Is there discussion on the motion? Mr. Horn?
Yes, I'm wondering, how big is the elephant gonna get? We're dealing with 72 miles, 100 miles, 200 miles. Do we have any absolute where we can say you won't go over this, or? Well, I guess the absolute was 50 miles, and that's not working.
Absolute's probably state line.
I would, in my mind, the consideration is not just the miles. I don't know that I would vote in favor of a motion for 72 miles if the facts were different than this. But under the rule, it says that we can grant an exception if the distance involved is not unreasonable and adequate supervision can be provided. And I think that as Commissioner Wood said earlier, we're dealing with a situation of an extremely experienced affiliate broker, and I believe that she is getting adequate supervision from this broker, and so that's why I support the motion. But I would have to judge every request on its facts, and I think that's what the rule says, and so based on these facts, that's why I think we should grant the request.
Other discussion? Are you ready to vote? All right, let's try a voice vote. If you're in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye. If you're opposed, vote no. That motion passes unanimously. You're okay. You're good to go on that, and we're going to talk about you all again this afternoon.
If you
Okay.
wanted to go ahead and address it now, we could. It just needs to be a separate vote. I mean, I think it's number 1 and 2 on the legal
Well,
report. so-
typically, we don't have the respondent present in our discussion,
Correct.
but this is not.
Typically, we don't know who it is when we make our vote
Yeah,
either.
typically, you don't wait and make a decision until you've heard from them either. So.
I know, this is a totally unusual situation.
Let's just wait then.
All right, you guys don't need to stay around for it, you're welcome to, but it'll be later in the agenda, whenever that one. All right, guys, good luck.
Good luck.
Ms. Hills.
Mr. Chairman, to follow up with Commissioner Franks, I would like to, I support the 50-mile rule and appreciate it. Again, I wish it would go both ways. I wish we had brokers who lived within 50 miles. This rule does not say brokers have to live within 50 miles, and I think it's a disservice to licensees that don't have a broker within 50 miles.
So is that statute or a rule, the 50-mile? It's a rule.
It's a rule.
So
Mhm.
if, at some point, if you'd like to.
Oh, yeah, we'd like to change that.
No.
I
do it.
did.
Just
I
get-
did look
No,
back
but I mean,
at
it's
the.
caused us so much problems in
Yeah.
the last year. And I think we all just thought it was a law and we couldn't change it.
It's not. I know that when I've looked back in the minutes from a couple of years ago, I can't remember exactly what year it was. I think it was included at one point, and the commission intentionally removed that requirement.
We have one in Chancery Court right now. So, how long would it take us to change that rule, and what do we need to do?
I mean, it will take as long as just as any of the other ones would. I mean, we'd have to do a draft. You'd have to look at a draft of rules, and then we'd have to get all the documentation together, and then it would have to go through the Attorney General's office and the Governor's office and the Secretary of State's office and all of
If
that.
you'd like counsel to prepare a draft rule just for you to look at, I'm sure we could.
We would. I mean, do we want the principal broker to live within 50, I would think within 50 miles of the office also?
And I can make a guess that a rule like that would probably have to go through a rulemaking hearing instead of just the proposed rules as we've done, because I think they're going to get a lot of pushback for that probably. So it's probably going to
That's
have to go
fine.
through a hearing.
Especially out-of-state brokers.
And that rule's been here before. A lot of us, does anybody know why brokers were exempt from that?
Because I thought it used to be everyone.
I think it did, and that's what I recall reading in the minutes from a couple years ago or several years ago, that it was removed from the requirement.
Well, John and Austin have been here the longest. Do y'all recall that?
No.
So, before them.
But I do recall, just generally speaking, that we've had one particular company come before us 3 times, and it took the 3rd time before we allowed them to waive that rule.
That was the lumber
The
company.
land guys,
Yeah.
the lumber people. So I think this process of individually coming before us and making their case makes sense to me.
Yeah. But on the other hand, there are licensees who, for example, would like to move to another company, and their broker lives in Florida, and not taking the calls, not signing the TREC form to release them, and they can't just go knocking on their door and say, here's the TREC form.
That's what's kind of the bad part of the rule, is you're making the affiliate be within 50 miles of the office, but they're not within 50 miles of the broker.
Who
So
is
it's just
supposed
a
to be
building that they're
supervised.
within
Yeah.
50 miles of, not the broker.
Right.
Oh, here comes Carrie.
I think some of the considerations too, I mean, now you can do a lot of, with TREC, you can do a lot of those transactions with changing firms and things like that online. And also, there's a lot of technology now, as most of the people that come up and ask for these waivers have told us that they can, as you know, from in their opinion, supervise via all these different ways of technology that you have. So I think that needs to be consideration too, and I think that's going to be a lot of the pushback if you were to propose something like this, is that a lot of people are going to say, well, it's 2016, we don't need to see each other in person in order to supervise. So just something to keep in mind.
Some of us are principal brokers, and we disagree with that, too, so.
If the licensee needs to speak to the broker, and they can't get to them, there's a problem. That they avoid them electronically or any other way, and that's a problem.
Yeah, well, I mean, that to me is a separate issue, if they're not being available. I mean, they can do that in person too and not ever come to the office or.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
If I could address the issue as well.
Please.
I agree in theory and in principle with making the rule be equally applicable to affiliate brokers and to principal brokers. Now, you could make an argument that it could be equally applicable by getting rid of the rule, and there may be pushback on that, or to expand it to 75 miles or 100 miles or whatever. But I think that we have to be mindful also of the current legislative environment in which we operate. And I think in this legislative environment, a rule that is more restrictive than what we currently have is not going to be very favorably viewed by legislators who ultimately oversee what we do. So I just think that's something to keep in mind.
And that's especially true now with the right to earn a living bill that just passed. The legislator is going to be scrutinizing any rules that are coming that are new, well, even ones that already exist, but any rules that any of the programs in our department have,
But
they're going to
that's
be
for
looking at closely.
the citizens of the state of Tennessee, not for the citizens of the state of Oregon, right? Who
do you
are we
mean?
infringing if they live in Kansas? You know?
Well, right, but I mean, anybody has a right to do business here in our state. You don't have to be a citizen. But you know, you also have licensees that live more than 50 miles that are still within the state. So
Is it possible that you could look at a draft or be considering what it might look like?
Sure, yeah, I can definitely draft something for you. Is that, we probably want to take a vote just to make sure everybody's wanting that to proceed?
So what would you like the law department to do?
Okay, I make a motion that the law department come back to us in our September meeting with verbiage on changing the rule for brokers to also be bound by the 50-mile law.
So basically the same rule, just to apply to brokers and, okay.
For all licensees.
All right, that motion is properly made and seconded by Commissioner Horn. Discussion on the motion. No discussion, let's vote. If you're in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, vote no. I'll vote no too. So we have 7 ayes.
Oh, it's abstain.
Okay, I've got 6 ayes, 2 noes, and 1 abstention. Mr. Bloom abstains, Mr. McMillan and the chair vote no. Now, before we go any further, I'd like to recognize that Commissioner Gary Bloom, the legendary Commissioner Gary Bloom, has arrived. When I talked to him 36 hours ago, he was sick. And I said, whatever you do, Gary, don't drive from Memphis up here on Wednesday morning. And what did he do? Listen to me. Not again. How are you feeling?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good. We're glad you're here.
Thank you.
Also, for the edification of the audience, on this side of the table over here, you've heard Ms. Kirby. She's from the Office of Legal Counsel. She gives us as much direction as she can, and we take as much as we want to. Ross White, who's Director of Education for the state of Tennessee, and Brooke Wagner, who's administrative assistant to anybody that needs help. And she does a great job for us. So if you have any questions during breaks, feel free to approach any of us or staff, and they'll try to help you out, or we'll try to help you out. All right, next up on the agenda is an informal appearance. Martin Mora and Phyllis Sissom. Are you two in the building? Pardon me?
She's not on the agenda we got this morning. The Harrington.
All right, if
That's
Ms.
correct, right?
If Ms. Mora or Ms. Sissom show up, we'll handle it. Let's move to the next item. Education Director's Report, Mr. White.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission.
Okay.
Speaking that microphone a little bit more, please.
For the education agenda today, I would submit to you the courses and providers A through 19 have been dutifully reviewed and submitted for your approval this morning.
All right, Commissioners, you have previously been provided with this information. Are there questions? If not, is there a motion? All right. Now, is your motion, Mr. McMullen, a second by Mr. Wood, for the courses and the instructors?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we have a combined motion to include the entire report of the Education Department to this point. Discussion, all those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. What else do you have, Mr. White?
Chairman, one other thing, while on our mission to do the TREC seminars in Memphis and Jackson, I heard from the Jenner folks, Greater Nashville Association of Realtors, and they asked if we could add a course which would be for their convention in October for their advertising purposes to prepare for it. It's not on your agenda, but it would be an add-on, and it would be for a 1-hour course, and actually they're asking for, I believe, our director to be the instructor for that course, but that would be in October, and they would appreciate if we could add that on this morning.
What's the name of it?
A20, is that what we're going to call this? Course A20, is that what you want to refer to?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Now, Mr. Franks.
What's the name of the course?
Well, it's a TREC seminar, actually, we're putting on now, and it's the 1 hour. And so for purposes of Jenner, the Greater Nashville Association of Realtors, they need to begin to advertise this course, and fairly soon, so it would not come about until October.
So
But
this is for TAR or GNAR?
It's for GNAR, but they're asking that the TREC seminar be provided a 1 hour at their convention.
At the GNAR convention?
GNAR.
Okay.
That's it.
That's
Ms.
I have a
Hills.
question. So, so we would approve Mr. Young to...
Perhaps.
I mean, this is what they're asking. We would approve, it would be 1 hour to teach about advertising with the state, and then who would then it would be open that anyone across the state could request him and schedule it, correct?
Yes, ma'am. What they're asking is the TREC seminar that we're currently performing has a certain number, that's 8059. They would like that same course be conducted at their convention in October. And we're currently on the road with our TREC seminars, putting on a 1 hour, 2 hour, and 3 hour, those 3 courses. So the folks are we're going to be going on the road to Jenner in the next couple of weeks and perform that TREC seminar. However, that 8059 and the brokers that are there couldn't obtain credit in October if that course is put on at that time for their convention. So they're asking, the question was, could they put that on for their convention, because they want to they want that information presented to a larger audience. But there'll be some in that audience that are principal brokers that will have already attended the class that we're about to put on in 2 weeks.
But someone across the state could have the same request.
Yes.
So then they would negotiate who pays. I mean, so I know Nashville's just right here, but if you came to my part of the state, you'd have so the association would reimburse the
It would
mileage.
actually come out of my outreach budget as far as
Okay.
going to a locality.
Okay.
So what I don't understand is, why do they need to have it at GNAR and then have it at their convention? Why don't they just not have it at GNAR and do the whole 3 hours at their convention? If they're wanting to reach more people. I just don't understand why they're coming before us to ask that, and why it wasn't just handled with Mr. Young. Is it just on the schedule, and so we can't change the schedule of?
The one in August
Uh-huh.
is one of our official outreaches. But, they could obviously request to change the date if they wanted to.
Seems like that'd be more effective and efficient on on Malcolm's time, and get. Now we want it to go to more people, and so, and you don't want double dippers either. I mean, you don't want someone going to GNAR and then going to the convention too.
I think that's why they want the
only
different number.
concern that I
That's what
have
they're doing.
is, I know that they've already promoted the one in August. I believe they've already started the promotion.
Yes, the one in August, and we've got 8 different locations that we're going throughout the state. They've begun that promotion, so they have a group of folks that are coming for that TREC seminar outreach. This is in October for their convention.
Yeah.
And they're simply asking for that 1 hour. Well, we can't give them the same 1 hour because some of those brokers would have attended, and they can't get a double dipper, as you said. So this is merely a request, and it came to me as an add-on. I didn't have time to put it on today's agenda.
It seems to me, speaking of double dipping, if some of the same brokers had been to the August meeting and then wanted to go to the October meeting, there's a rule, like if you take a CAR course or anything like that, you can go sit in, you're not gonna get extra credit, but you can sort of audit it.
Right.
So it seems like that would apply. Instead of double dipping, you've already taken the course. As you well know, you can't take the same courses to get double credit. That's a rule. So it solves itself, as far as I see.
Mr. Young, is the information you're going to give at their convention going to be different than what you're going to give to the brokers at the board?
Well, due to the fact this is the first I'm hearing about it.
Okay. Okay.
What I would probably do is go to them for the October offering and suggest that I revise the content, that it more than likely not be the same, where it would be fresh material.
I mean, it sounds like to me they're wanting to hear about advertising, they're wanting to hear about signage, what's legal. I mean, that's what they're really specifically wanting to zero in on at the convention. So to me, that's a different class. And I don't want to do anything. I mean, I think this is going to be controlled by Malcolm's calendar. So he's not going to be gone every day. So he will control how many times this thing will be presented. But I don't want to do anything to discourage anybody from wanting to hear from the Real Estate Commission.
Right.
So, I mean, I'm for it as long as the material, and if it's an advertising class, as long as it's a different class, I'm fine for them. Let them go to both of them and get credit for both of them as long as it's different.
Right. To be clear, what the information was that it's not necessarily advertising. They just want a general, as the TREC 1 hour course is now for their convention. They want to go ahead and get it approved so they can begin advertising it. Not necessarily is it going to be about it. It'll contain some advertising information as our TREC 1 seminar does. But anyway, for that purpose, they're asking.
There's enough information in this right here that Malcolm can find something to talk
Absolutely.
about for an hour. It's not the same.
So, is this unusual, though, that we'd approve a class before you've reviewed the content?
Well, only, not really, Mr. Chairman, because what they were asking was, could they use that 1 hour again in October? And my response was, well, I need the paperwork and so on. However, it's our class. It's the TREC 1. We have the paperwork. They don't really have the content, that we put on. So They're
Or would we
simply
want them to
asking-
dictate what that content would be, probably?
They're simply asking that if it could be approved so that for their advertising purposes, that they could get the word out for their convention.
So I can vote for this if what Mr. Wood says is correct, is the content will be different. I don't want to just change the number on the same content and say you get two hours of credit. Well, they've got one on the travel and show, and they get another one at the convention. If it's the same content, that's double dipping, no question about it. But Malcolm, you think you can,
I could definitely change the content.
okay, that's all I wanted to hear. Other questions?
Do we need a motion?
We want to approve the course A20. Is there a motion to approve that course?
Move to approve.
And instructor.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Frank, seconded by Mr. Wood, that course A20, at the course we've been discussing, and Malcolm Young as instructor be approved for continuing education credit, 1 hour. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission.
Anything else, Mr. White?
Actually, I think while Ross is here, one of the things under the commission discussions is the education instructor training verification. And he has, at y'all's direction, he has done a study. It does have recommendations to make back to the commission under that topic.
Perfect. Let's do it now.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was a survey that was conducted. The director helped, and we put together just a short 4-question survey, and I sent it out directly to several colleagues throughout the United States and through the Arello listserv. I know a lot of folks are busy and so forth, but the responses I received are listed there in your report. And the several responses I got, I believe they're numbered there. I didn't get all 50 states for sure, but at least I got a sampling. And in going through those, I think the responses show across the board of how their state determines instructor approval requirements and certification. And this came about from last month when we were discussing, when the board was discussing, what should we do about improving instructor certification and the delivery of that instructor service to improve and upgrade education in Tennessee. So it would appear to me that there's not a consensus on how the certification is determined, but however, for the most part, I think all the boards and commissions of these several states, they're ultimately the decision makers to the various process requirements or lack thereof. I just present these to you today for your consideration, and I think it puts Tennessee and our agency as a progressive agency in going forward with trying to adopt, I think, an upgrade at least to our instructor certification process that we have now. So secondly, you'd have to look at any proposal in terms of the law which is on the books now at TCA 62-13-324, and if you would, you can look through that's included in the report. And then I simply made and sat down and we talked about from last time to the meeting today some ideas that I thought would improve the quality of actually an established certification program for instructors in Tennessee. So those proposed improvements I have in front of you. If you would, you might want to take a minute and look at those.
Ross, I have a question on the law now as it stands, 62-13-324, number 4. It says that if you teach principles of real estate, mathematics, or sales techniques, you need to be a licensed broker or, with the approval of the commission, an affiliate broker with at least 5 years of experience in the subject of the course. So is that something, when you're looking at instructors, that you're looking to see, number one, are they a broker, or number two, are you bringing them to get approval from the commission?
Yes, all the law that we currently have, I have to review that and go by that as I review the instructors' submittals.
Okay.
I think what's been lax in the last several years is a resume. That needs to be, and I included that in my proposals, there needs to be a resume provided for each instructor.
Yes.
And then secondly, members of the commission, I feel that, you know, we have a lot of professional instructors that are coming from out of state. And it would, rather than turn them away, and a lot, I would say many are attorneys and or professionals with years and years of real estate experience that have the, perhaps in their own state, passed a train the trainer course or whatever. And I didn't want to chill that as far as going forward. I wanted to allow those folks to come in because more than likely they'd be coming in at a seminar. They're not coming in for a long stretch of time where a classroom course would be presented. So for them, I would simply say that I would have to review their materials along with their resume to ensure that they are quality and that they have the experience and the education background to teach. And then thirdly, and it was presented at the last commission meeting very appropriately, that a person can't just get up and teach a course. They need some background. They need to be able to know, to teach, to talk, to be able to impart that knowledge and not just read, you know, out of a manual. So that I'm trying to include here as well, that they have some actual teaching experience, or they could show us that, or at least show to me so that I can submit to you that they should be approved to teach.
And you have proposed improvements, and I would say to the commissioners that we need to all look at this and study this enough that we feel okay with what his proposals are for improvements. And if we're not ready today to vote on those improvements, that we take another month to look at these things and really, because there are some changes that he's proposing.
Ms. Hills.
Mr. White, so when you, and I'll just use a name, he's no longer with us, so when Oliver would come, and most of us remember Oliver, he was one, I'll use as an example, that did a great job in adjusting things for our state. So even though he went to many states and taught different topics, and he was so very good, but he really went the extra step to be sure what was coming out of his mouth was adjusted and worked with our state. So you would be the one to review that material for this state, correct? And
Yes, ma'am.
okay.
Chairman?
Yes. Mr.
I also wanted to remind all of you, the genesis of this last month was recognizing that on our current website, we have a education trainer manual, and basically the instructors could actually go to the site. They could basically scroll down to the bottom and check and be a certified instructor. And that's why we had Mr. White do the study and come back with recommendations to you as far as stronger, criteria as far as being a trained instructor for teaching purposes.
That is correct.
Ms. Kirby.
Is one of those proposals, and I'm looking at them here, but I haven't read through all of them, does one of them include completing an approved course in instructor training? Because that's required by rule.
It's actually saying to make a policy to require 10 to 16 hours, not just the trainer. And I believe, is that 8-hour class, Ross?
I believe
No,
that's
that's 2
right,
days,
Commissioner, but the only, that I'm aware of now, the only provider is TAR. So we need to enlarge that, so to submit to the commission and for your approval, to then, after you approve, if you do, then we'll get the word out to all providers that they have an opportunity to put together a train-the-trainer course, because it's going to be difficult for just that one provider to take on this, I think, for the numbers that would be.
So here's my concern, at least it's a concern right now. Most of my continuing education I take out of state. Let's say for a CCIM class in Raleigh, North Carolina, or down in Texas. And those instructors, typically those classes have been approved for continued education in Tennessee. Would this proposal, if it's implemented fully, require those out-of-state instructors that I go to take classes from to have to go through this process before I can get credit for it?
That was my second point. We don't want to chill the spirit, if you will, for folks that are out of state. We just want them to have the credentials to be able to teach and to show us, so that I can review it and submit it for your approval, because I'm sure that those folks have the educational experience. It's just, we need a process.
So like you'd like a resume from these instructors?
Actually,
I also noticed when I used to go to NAR conferences that there were education classes, but Tennessee was never included as a state that granted continuing education. And I would like to figure out, if we're going to change policy or amend policy, that we figure out how that can happen as well. Those are my thoughts for the day.
But I agree with Ms. Hills that, as you said, a lot of the instructors are lawyers coming from out of state, and they do need to know the Tennessee laws that they're teaching, not the law as it is in California, for
Absolutely.
instance.
So is the commission comfortable with Ms. Frank's suggestion that we take this home, read it, study it, come back and put it on the agenda for next month to discuss? All right. Thank you, Mr. White.
thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission.
Ms. Kirby had a question.
Ms. Kirby.
Well, if we're talking about it again next month, I can talk to Ross about it
Okay.
outside the meeting. So that's
And I would like to compliment Ross on getting this information from all these states, because it really gives us something to look at and know what everybody else is doing.
Thank you. Thank
Thanks,
you,
Mr.
Commissioner.
White. All right. Martin Mora, have you made it to the building? Phyllis Sissom. All right, next item of business is election of officers. This is an item we put off from last month. It's an annual affair. And the chair will entertain motions for chairman.
I have a motion.
Mr. Bloom.
John Grease retain his position as chairman.
Second.
Second that.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Are there other nominees?
Oh,
Mr. Horn. All right, there's a motion on the floor that nominations be
Second the motion.
closed. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Second.
All right, seconded by Commissioner McMullen. Let's vote on the motion. If you're in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, vote no. Thank you. Appreciate your confidence, and
Do a
we'll
great
continue to
job.
try to keep
Do a
this thing
great
going
job.
efficiently.
Keep up the good work.
All right, next we have to elect a vice chair, Ms. Franks.
I'd like to make a motion that we nominate Austin McMillan as our vice chairman.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Franks, seconded by Mr. Bloom. He's properly placed into nomination. Are there other nominations? Mr. Horn. I have a motion by Mr. Horn that nominations cease. Is there a second to that motion?
second.
Second by Ms. Hills. All in favor of Mr. Horn's motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. It appears that Mr. McMullen has been elected by acclamation. Congratulations, Vice Chairman McMullen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Austin. You do a great job, too. We appreciate you.
All right, next up is a discussion of Arello at the Region 2 Conference. Ms. Franks, you're up.
Okay, June 2nd, former Commissioner Janet DeChara and I traveled to Oklahoma City for the District 2 and 3 Conference of Arello. Our opening, their senator was there to welcome us to Oklahoma City. We had a keynote speaker, Patrick Malone, PhD from American University. He talked to us about Arello values, be good at self, others, and relationships, and to be very impatient with inefficiency. He talked to us.
Did you say patient or impatient?
Impatient with inefficiency.
Thank you. Just want to make sure.
Sorry. He talked to us about self-management. and how to be a good commissioner, to keep our anger and emotions in check. And yes, I heard him. I heard him.
Did you listen?
I heard
Did
him.
you absorb it?
And because it, and,
But
and
what
I
about
wrote
when
it
your
down,
anger is righteous?
and
Is
it,
okay
and it
then?
makes you have bad responses when you let emotions get involved. And for us to be willing to be vulnerable and show empathy. Some of the things that I got from it, also, we had a class, not a class, but a seminar on team names and advertising. And this was led by the chief investigator from Oklahoma. She has 17 years of experience. And they had a meeting of all the investigators come together. And some of the things that they came up with is when, especially like when Malcolm, when you're doing the rotations in the different counties and telling them about TREC, the number one thing that comes up also at Arello is advertising in teams. So they suggested that at those meetings to invite people to bring their signs and have them hold the signs up, and so you can say this is correct or this is not correct. They put up pictures for us to see the signs, and you don't like that idea, Mark?
They're trying to get you to do that right now and won't do it.
Okay. Okay, and also, they also said that they would suggest that written on the signs be the broker's name, or that there be some way of identifying what company that they're with, that broker at that company, the principal broker's name. And they said to do an average person on the street survey. So you would hold up the sign and say, okay, if it says the Marsha Franks team, and it says Franklin Realtors real little down here, for the average person on the street, who do they think's in charge? Marsha Franks, probably. In Texas, they now have to put their license numbers on the signs, and they also have to put on their licensed by whoever their broker is. And in their Texas Real Estate Commission, when you go to anyone's name, their name has all the brokerage information. And that seems like that has been very helpful to them, that the brokers' names. There's been a lot of confusion with Keller Williams because it may just say Keller Williams and people don't know which Keller Williams, or it could be Century 21 and people not know which Century 21. And then Texas also has a forms committee. There's 6 lawyers, 6 brokers, and a public member appointed by the governor that comes up with all of their forms. Just an idea. But the key was to make sure that the public understands who the broker is. The one problem that they have seen is millennials, especially, and most any classes you have on advertising or being a better agent, teaches you self-promotion. And so people are wanting to promote themselves because they know tomorrow they could go to another company, so they want to take their brand with them to another company. So that's caused a little bit of a problem. And in Arkansas, they now have principal broker education, and they increased it. They first had 6 hours principal broker education, and now they have 9 hours of education. I could go on and on and on. I took notes on every word just about, but I would say it was a very beneficial trip and had a lot to do with the same things that we're having problems with here in Tennessee. And the main 2 things are dealing with teams and advertising.
Okay, so for the record, and this is on YouTube for you people out there, if you want to watch this again someday, those were comments by Ms. Franks from a meeting she attended in Oklahoma and are not necessarily relevant or appropriate to Tennessee license law rules. Correct, Ms. Kirby? Especially this notion that, and this happens to all of us, people say, is this sign or is this advertisement legal? That is not our job to ever answer. we'll know it, if somebody files a complaint, we'll know it then, but we can't, and I don't think staff, this idea of taking signs to a meeting and for Malcolm to say, that one's good and that one's not,
I think if you gave them, though, I think if you gave them a proper sign, I mean, sometimes I'm asked to speak at offices too, and that's the main thing is like, what do you want the sign to look like? What do you want the sign to be? And it's not up to me to tell them that. I just have to say, you have to follow the rules of the
Right.
commission and the law of the state. So, you know, to me, it's pretty black and white, and I'd have to tell people I think you're making a big deal out of something that really is really pretty simple. But that's my report from Morello.
that's a great report, Ms. Franks, thank you. Ms. Kirby, anything you want to say about her report? Are we,
I mean, not particularly. I mean, the whole thing about the advertising and approving things, I think the problem is that by saying something is a correct advertisement, it kind of leads people to believe that this is the only way you can have a correct advertisement. I mean, we just have certain elements you have to have in your advertisement, but beyond that, there can be many different ways you can advertise that are all correct. And so I think by saying, yes, this is good, then people are going to think, well, this is the only way it's okay. And we don't want to put those kind of restrictions on people, because it's really just, you have to have these elements. Beyond that, you know, you can use your creativity and your own style to advertise however you choose. And also, just logistically, if we had people, opened it up for people to bring in their advertising to be approved, like we do that all day at every meeting. And I don't think you all want to do that.
I didn't mean our meeting, I meant you and Malcolm's meeting.
Yeah, so that wouldn't work either.
Commissioner
So that's all we do every day too.
Yes, sir.
They work with the business.
I would just like to know who's Amarillo.
What?
Whatever, I'm not even
It's-
sure
it's
of the
a-
rustics.
it's an acronym for Association of Real Estate Licensed Law Officials. We all are licensed law officials.
I believe that, but what I'm saying, there may be someone like myself who do not know, and sometimes we take acrostics as just everybody knows.
Yep, that's a good point.
And like the pilot was here, was talking about making an ETLS land, and I knew what he was talking about, and he knew what he was talking about, and nobody else knows, so we all laughed.
Well, and I had honestly never heard of Arello before I came on the commission. And I will say, one of the things that's great about it is that when you go to these meetings, you see things that are happening that, you know, typically they happen in California and Washington, D.C. first. And then 2 years ago, they were talking about transgendered bathrooms. And we were like, what? And now, you know, that's something that's national. So there's all kinds of issues that are like that, and that we can sit down with them and say, what are you doing about it? And, you know, so we can share information and best practices.
I believe in the information, there's no problem with that, I just want to know where we're getting it from.
Surprisingly, I think in DC last fall, the figure we were given was, and we're all members that are here, there are only 359 members of Arello.
There's like 20 states that are not a part of it.
Now, how did we become members? By being appointed to the commission? Well, see,
The
that's
commission
something I
itself
learned
is a
today.
member. The commission itself is a member, so if
I
you're
see.
on the commission, then.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
that's something I did not know.
You can go around Memphis saying you're a licensed law official. You'd be right. All right, let's take a 10-minute break.
It's turning the air.
All right, is Martin Moore here? Please come forward and bring Phyllis Sissom with you. You guys will come right over to these two seats right here. The law department, the law director was going to ask you to raise your right hand.
Can I ask a question of her before we start
You
this?
just stand by. Yes. Y'all can have a seat. Go ahead and sit.
I'm sorry, I wanted to ask a legal question. I
Okay.
was going to ask it.
All right, Ms. Kirby, would you like to swear these two in?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Very good.
All right, you got some background for us, Mr. Young?
Yes. Before us is
Microphone.
Martin Mora, principal broker. The principal broker is Phyllis Sysom. Mr. Mora has taken and passed the Tennessee real estate exam for timeshare salesperson. The principal broker, Phyllis Sysom, was licensed as a broker in November 21st, 2006, became principal broker of the firm effective November the 29th, 2006. Ms. Sysom is responsible for supervising 100-plus timeshare salespersons. There have been no disciplinary sanctions. The firm is Blue Green Corporation, and the summary of disciplinary sanctions for Mr. Mora is burglary of habitation. A conviction was entered on 4/03/2006, and court documents show that a sentence of 1 day with credit for time served. In addition, a fine in the amount of $225 was remitted. Martin Moore's statements and letters of recommendation can be found on the iPads.
All right, thank you. Ms. Kirby, since we have a new commissioner and we have people who've never been here before, why is this in front of us today?
So there is a statute within the Broker Act that states that the commission has to be presented with sufficient evidence that an applicant has the competency, trustworthiness, integrity, and honesty that's required to practice real estate. So the way that the commission has decided to make these determinations is that if certain criminal indications come back on somebody's FBI reports, and the FBI reports are mandated by statute that each applicant has to go through that process, if certain indications come back on those reports, the commission has asked those individuals to come here and explain to the commission why they should be able to go forward with licensure.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Moore, this is typically how it works. At this point, you've got the floor, and you can tell us what happened, as much or as little as you want to. You can tell us what you've been doing since the event, anything you'd like to tell us that you think might influence us to grant the license. So give us some details.
Okay.
You got to speak real close to that microphone.
Thank you. I thank you all for joining me here this morning. And thank you, Phyllis, for driving this hall this way. Back in '06, I was 18, I believe, and we would basically just go skating in this back pool that was empty of an abandoned house. So initially, that charge was lowered to a criminal trespass which is a misdemeanor. Every job that I do apply for, though, it does show up as a burglary of habitation. But through the report that I have, it clearly states that it was lowered to a misdemeanor. The final judgment was a criminal trespass.
Does that make a difference, Ms. Kirby?
I would say that it does, and I was not asked to review this before today, so I would say that that does make a difference, and criminal trespass is not really a crime of theft, so, and it's a misdemeanor, so it would make a difference.
So you would have to review this, or we can go ahead.
You can go ahead and make a decision. I will bring up that it appears that there may be a child support violation that's included in this documentation, and that does prohibit somebody from being able to get or to being able to have a license that's not suspended. Generally, when this happens, the license is suspended. So if you have that outstanding, you're going to want to get that resolved before you.
I have talked to my child support office, and
Okay.
But I'm not sure why it still would show that. It should not.
Okay. So that doesn't really necessarily affect your decision here, but just so you know that
Right.
maybe something you want to make sure that's been resolved.
I understand.
Okay.
No, completely.
So, Mr. Moore, you were skating in somebody's empty swimming pool.
It was my friend's sister's house, and she was out of town in Florida at the time. We would actually go with him. That one time, I actually did take my car without my friend at that time, and I guess the neighbors thought that we were stealing stuff when we were tell you the truth, I've never skated again since that event, so, yeah.
Oh, the police showed up and arrested you guys for skating?
Oh, they actually went to my house. They took my license plate number, and that's how they were able to find where I lived and all that. And I explained to the police what happened. They, of course, had to still take me in. And we, through courts and paying lawyers and getting everything handled, even with the owner of the home, she was okay, knowing that there was nothing to steal in the house. But she wanted restitution, so we paid her up in I believe it was like $300 each one of us, and she was able to sign. Get that charge dropped down to a misdemeanor because I really wanted to go to school. I was only 18 at the time, I believe 18, 19 years old, and I knew that was going to affect my future forever. So I really, buckled down and tried to get that lowered down, and eventually I did.
So anything you want to tell us that's happened to you since 2006? What have you been doing?
What have I been doing? I was in El Paso. I've been here in Tennessee for 5 years. I've been working as a server / bartender for restaurants in my local town. I haven't really gotten into trouble other than back in 2009. I did have a DWI, which was taken care of. Other than that, though, I haven't had any issues with the authorities whatsoever or anything like that.
All right, commissioners, any questions?
I
Yes,
have a
right.
question. I noticed in your packet of stuff that was turned into us that your Tennessee driver's license says for identification only. So are you a U.S. citizen or?
Definitely. I was born in Dallas, Texas.
Okay, great. And so then why do you have a identification only driver's license?
I had that DWI withheld me from getting a driver's license when I was coming over here. I have to pay Texas so that I can get a renewal here in Tennessee.
Okay, and as far as the child support goes, I noticed in it was the sheet that you wrote yourself. It says, I've been separated for years now and agreed to money under the table until she became a full citizen. Once her paperwork was finalized, she put me on child support and requested payback for all the years we've been separated. I'm currently on child support with knowledge that the state would garnish my wages until my back pay was paid.
As far as I did take care of my son for the first 2 years, so she's not really charging me in child support for those years. She's actually just charging me for the past 3 years. I've been in Tennessee for 5 though, and right now I'm just still trying to catch up on my back pay for that.
Okay, so you're not actually current then on your child support, is that correct?
Not fully, but they're aware of my situation, and they have 2 sources of income because I have 2 jobs right now, and they're deducting. And as soon as I get, hopefully, this license today, I would be able to take care of all that within a year's tops, year time.
It says I'm currently on child support with the knowledge that the state would garnish my wages until my back pay was paid. So I guess it's a question for Ms. Kirby, does that meet the requirement?
So I don't know the specific amount at which the state requires suspension of a license for the amount of that they're in default before it gets suspended, because that's not part of our act. That's part of a different state law. So I'm not exactly sure what that amount is. But if he is over that threshold, then that's going to be a problem that, he won't want to get a license and have it suspended right away. So, and I don't even know that we could issue the license until that's resolved.
Regardless of what we do today,
But, yeah.
that law will take precedent over what we do today.
Correct, right. So this is just for the criminal background. The rest of it will be addressed separately. It's a Department of now I can't recall which.
Family Services.
Yeah, I think it's DCS that lets us know when those need to be
I will say this one thing, though. I read all of your paperwork, and I was impressed that you have worked at restaurants and that he's been in charge of the daily drawers as a restaurant owner. I know what that means, and I would only let someone do that was very trustworthy. So I will say that on his behalf, that I found that was a good factor for him.
Ms. Taylor?
I just have the question, since you cannot drive, right?
No, well, not without a license, no. That's why I have my fiance with me here today.
All right, so how are you going to be in real estate?
I live like literally down the road from my job. For the time being, at least, until I get everything straightened out and I can get my own car.
So the timeshare that you work for is right down the road from you, so everything is in one place, is that what you're saying?
I live in a small town, yes.
All right.
Mr. Horn?
Yes, sir, I'm kind of confused here. You was I guess, born around the Dallas area, then you went to Florida, is that right? And then to El Paso?
Yeah, I was born in Dallas, Texas, and
Born in Dallas.
Born in Dallas and raised in El Paso, Texas.
Raised in El Paso. Okay, and then but the trouble brewed in Florida, is that right?
No. I've only been through Florida. I've never. No, the charges were in El Paso.
Where were you arrested?
El Paso, Texas.
In El Paso.
Mm-hmm.
And you said the woman, you needed to pay her.
Oh, she was in Florida. She was in Florida at the time.
She was in Florida.
Yeah, she was the owner of the house.
Uh-huh.
And the house was completely vacant, though. There was nothing in it. But she was. I guess she moved to Florida, and she was still owner of that property.
In other words, what I heard at first, you had her permission, but you did not have her permission. Is that right?
From her brother, yeah. Her brother would take us there to skate, and he didn't go that one time that cops or the authorities were called.
But otherwise, when they called her, she didn't verify that.
We were never really in talks with his sister. We just talked to him, and we assumed that he, let her sister know, or that the sister or the owner of the house knew that we were going there every now and then to skate. But she was under the that they saw a bunch of kids walking around with skateboards into my car, throwing all their skateboards in the car, thinking that we were stealing things in the house. But there was nothing in the house. That's what we fought in court and were able to prove. And that's why it got lowered to just a criminal trespass, which at the time, I was very okay with, rather than a burglary of habitation.
Have you looked into expungement?
I would love to. I just thought it might require, funds, and I don't necessarily have funds at the time.
Have you checked into the possibility?
I have not, no.
When will you do that?
As soon as I get funds. As soon as I get this license, I plan on actually organizing and straightening out my whole entire life. The child support and my license, and of course, that would be embarrassing to have it on your record.
Well, it seems like you hinging a lot on licenses, is that right?
Yes, sir, yes, that's correct.
Okay, Ms. Franks?
One last question. I read in here somewhere, and we have lots of documents, that some things were taken from that house, and that you took a shirt. It was just a shirt, is that correct?
They were saying that I took a shirt or something like that, but when you were getting harassed by the detectives at that time, they just wanted some sort of statement so that they can release me. At the time, I guess at that time did agree that there was a shirt taken or something like that.
But you pled guilty to, and that's why you're here, I think, because if there's a theft of any amount, we had somebody that came in here one time, the same place as you had, was the lookout for a person who shoplifted a thing of eyeshadow that was $5. And so I think that's why you're here, is because you pled guilty to stealing a shirt.
time, but I did fight it in court to
And then
get
later
that
you had it
over.
reduced?
Yes, I had to.
So if it was reduced, then I'm wondering why was he here?
Oh, that's-
The conviction document where he pled guilty says trespass. It doesn't say theft or burglary. I think that you may have originally been charged with burglary, but if the actual guilty, it says judgment on plea of guilty before the court, waiver of jury trial, and it says offense, criminal trespass, habitation / superfund / infrastruction, and I don't know what that means, but I guess criminal trespass on a habitation, and that's what you pled guilty to. Now, in the police report, I believe it says that it was a house that no one was actively living in. Yeah, and that I think they said there may have been some things missing, but since no one lived there, they didn't know who had gone in and who had taken them, or something like that. Yeah, it says, the police report says the residence was used as temporary storage as no person was living at the house at the time. Electricity and water were not on, but property was being stored there. Someone had entered through the rear door. And then it said several young subjects were seen on the grounds. And then it says a vehicle was seen and the license plate was recorded. And that's your license plate. And that's how they came to you. Yeah. So I don't know if it was ever actually proven that Mr. Mora had stolen something. No, it's really hard to tell since no one was actively living there, so who knows?
So, is it Ms. Sison? Is that how you say that?
Sissom.
Sissom, okay, that's what I thought. Mr. Young, it's Sissom, not Sison.
That's okay.
So why are you interested in this young man affiliating with Blue Green?
Well, he just as a teenager, sometimes they don't make the smartest choices, and he's really wanting to work with Blue Green. He wants to get his license, and I figured everybody needs a second chance. Needs a second chance. He's a good kid, and he will be monitored through Blue Green as well as the community.
Other questions for Ms. Sissom?
I have one for Mr. Mora.
Go right ahead.
What will you be doing?
That's a good question for
Yeah,
Ms. Sissom.
Ms. Sissom?
They've got four or five different positions, don't you?
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Mora, what will you be doing for her company?
I would like to do
Come a little closer.
frontline sales rep.
And is this in like Sevierville or Pigeon Forge somewhere? Okay. All right. So how do you do that? What does that look like? Do you go to Dollywood or something and try to talk people into coming to sales pitches, or what will you be doing?
I will actually be on the frontline rep. They will actually be coming to our preview center and tours, and I'll be assigned to one of the families that will be coming in, and then I'll just pretty much give them a tour of our place, show them some models that we have on property, explain our program and how it works, and answer any additional questions that they may have, and just trying to get them a really good deal for whatever they can afford.
So you negotiate the price with them?
I guess.
Yeah.
He's not been trained yet, so he probably doesn't know the answer.
I'm sorry.
Okay. That's fine.
So I really do want to ask Ms. Sissom some timeshare questions, but I don't think it's relevant to what so will you say after we vote, just for a minute, let me ask you a couple questions.
Yes, sir. I would
Okay.
be glad to.
Is there further discussion about Mr. Horn?
Question. If things doesn't work out, just doesn't go well, what are you prepared to do?
Me or him?
You're the
Right.
one that's going on the line for him, is that right?
Well, if he doesn't get approved, I'll just go back home and go back to work tomorrow. I mean, it's sad for him, but I mean,
Have some type of program that would monitor his everyday activities or weekly activities?
we do have an extensive training program, And then I do, as the principal broker, there's that Just Busted magazine. I always keep track of seeing if any of the reps or if there's anybody arrested. I do watch the arrest records. And if there's an arrest, then I'll approach them. But luckily, I've not had that happen before. But I do watch it. And he will not be handling he won't be actually having funds. It's almost set up like a car lot, like how, you have you go in, you have your sales rep, and then you have your takeover manager comes in, and then you go into your financing to do the closing. So he won't be really there.
Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve Mr. Morris' application.
Second.
I have a motion, who's the second, Mr. Wood? Motion by Ms. Frank, seconded by Mr. Wood, that this application be approved and this applicant be allowed to continue on his process to get a timeshare license. Discussion on the motion.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I could address the applicant just briefly.
Sure.
Mr. Mora, I think that you've gotten to this point and you've skated a little bit, okay? And I don't mean like in the
Cool.
in the pool. You skated a little bit, and you might agree with me. I'm not going to ask you whether you would or not, but you kind of gotten by a few times, and you've kind of had some brushes here and there with some problems. All things considered, you've come out relatively unscathed, I would say. But I want you to appreciate and understand the seriousness of the position that you're trying to get into. And just listen to me for a second. Whenever you say, I think you had written, and I had seen it, and it was read as well, that you paid some child support or something under the table. I don't know exactly what you meant by that, but I don't like that phrase. As a licensee, real estate licensee, you're in a position of respect and of trust, and nothing happens under the table, okay? I'm not sure how you're getting around. I hope that you're not driving without a license. I don't know, and I'm not asking you to answer that question, but you have to have a lot of respect for the law and for the profession that you're going into and for the principal broker who is vouching for you to go into this position. And so we are expecting you to follow those rules and for everything to be above board. And we're putting a lot of trust in you and a lot of faith in you as well, if assuming this vote turns out favorably for you. And I just want you to understand that.
Other comments? The motion is to allow this applicant to go forward with his desire to become a timeshare salesman. If you're in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, vote no. All right, that motion passes. Motion passes unanimously. Now, remember what we talked about earlier, that the child support issue is above us, okay? So that's because we said you can go forward, that doesn't necessarily mean you can go forward. Somebody else in the state government's got something to say about that. Get that cleared up. All right, Ms. Sissom, thank you for agreeing to take a few questions.
Thank you.
So, how many different positions could he fill? Could there be somebody out in the street and somebody that greets people and the closing agent? What does a timeshare operation look like?
Well, we have a home marketing department that gets our guests into the door, and then we have a.
Wait, do you have to have a license in that marketing department to get the guests?
They have a acquisition. They have acquisition license.
Okay, so
and that's through marketing, and then I'm over the sales center, the principal broker. Then they get them into the sales center.
I ask, don't go too fast now.
Okay.
I'm trying to learn from you.
Okay.
The acquisition, where is that acquisition agent located? Is he in a kiosk somewhere?
Yes.
And he says, I'll give you something if you'll go tour this property?
Mm-hmm.
And he has to have a license to say that. Okay. Once the person says, I'll take what you're given, and shows up for the tour, is that where Martin's going to show up?
Yes. Then he'll be representing that family and show them what the product we have, and if they buy or not buy.
Okay, so let's say they say, okay, Martin, we're interested. Does he then turn them over to another
To a manager.
And is that a different license than what Martin has?
No. No.
Okay. And so the manager closes them?
Well, they seal the deal, and then the paperwork goes to our quality assurance office. They do the contracts and go into the actual closing of the real estate document.
That's what I want to ask you about, that paperwork. So we get a lot of complaints on timeshare salespeople, but the paperwork is always perfect. It seems like it is. So is it possible that salespeople are saying one thing and then getting their...
They are monitored on that because we have our director of sales. We don't like no puffing. It's like if we catch somebody, not being, maybe not necessarily lying, but not necessarily telling the truth, they're out the door. Our director of sales will not put up with it either, and that makes my job a lot easier when it comes to monitoring everybody. And as soon as we hear something, if there's something negative, then we won't let them buy.
And how are you monitoring them?
You've
said that a couple of times.
Our QA, our quality assurance agents, especially if they're in a closing, we go over everything in detail. And if there's any discrepancy whatsoever, or if the sales rep told them something that was misleading, we stop it right there and straighten it up. And at that point, they can either move forward or not.
Oh, my last question, how's the timeshare business?
Pretty good.
Real good or
Yes.
pretty good?
Yes.
Busy?
We discovered that everybody, even though in hard times, everybody's still vacations. It might be a shorter destination, but and everybody loves Dollywood. And up there in our neck of the woods. And
I
we've
feel
got
like
a lot
I've
of
learned
tourists.
something here. Now, do you give your salespeople, do they have hours, like they have to be there at a certain time?
Yes. Yes.
And you're still able to call them independent contractors, or are they employees?
They got their timeshare license, they're under Blue Green's blanket, and then we cover their E&O insurance.
Okay.
And, as far as, but they can't go out, like a timeshare license can't go out and on the side sell a house. They're just timeshare only.
I feel like I want to come by and see your operation.
Well,
but
you're welcome
No,
to.
but I'm afraid I'll buy something. So
If I'm your rep, you will.
That's why I'm not coming.
Oh.
All right, Ms. Hills.
And did I understand you said so the acquisition people they are to have a timeshare license?
No, they have an acquisition license. It's different than a timeshare license, but and that's the ones who are out there on the streets. We call them the off-premise
Site
contacts, OPCs, which not everybody loves the OPCs, but then we also have a whole marketing. We have a big marketing staff, like where our owners refer people to us, or and then we have. They'll send out marketing to, like, they want to invite them up for 4 days and 3 nights, and then for $79,
I have one more
for a
question.
good price.
So
you
how
get
can
good deals.
someone from outside know what the traffic's gonna be like if I were to come to that area? I mean, if there's a Petticoat Junction festival or something, and that I'll be in traffic from the interstate in. Is there a way to find that out?
It would be nice, but no, learn the back roads.
Okay.
That's what I tell everybody.
Yeah. Since you've been nice enough to stay around, I have one more question. We hear complaints occasionally about points. People thought they were getting points for doing something. What are points?
Points is your cash. When you purchase, you use those points as your currency to stay at the resorts. They pay a set amount. You might pay $10,000 for, let's say, 15,000 points, and those 15,000 points, like if you want to go stay at a 1-bedroom, if you want to do a 1-bedroom for 2 days, that might cost you like 1,000 points to 2,000 points. So you use the points that you purchase as your currency.
Are those points, the exchange rate on those points always 1 for 1 with the dollar?
No. Different resorts have different exchange. Different resorts have different, I don't know what word I'm trying to use, different values to it.
So if it's a nicer resort, that would cost you more than if you were at the,
Like, for
Not so
instance,
nice
somebody might have 1,000,000 points at Wyndham, which will be the same equivalent to 20,000 points at Blue Green. And then like when we do exchanges through other resorts that aren't Blue Green, then yes, they have to be, the equivalent to.
All right, other questions? Thank you for the courtesy of
You're welcome.
hanging around and answering those questions. We appreciate it. Martin?
make your broker proud.
All right.
And your fiance, I would think that's important too. All right.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you
All
for
right,
your
good
time,
luck.
folks. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, we are to agreed citations in the 11 o'clock commission discussion. Mr. Young?
Actually, I will defer that to Ms. Kirby. It's a follow-up discussion that you did at the last meeting.
Yes, so I believe last month I had for you to review the revised agreed citation schedule, which is number 9 on your iPad. I believe that's what you saw last time. I've since added number 7 and number 8, which are the templates. So you have a letter and the actual citation itself. We have one for unlicensed activity and then one for everything else. So those are just for your review and approval, or if you have any changes you want made to that. I don't recall, we didn't take a vote last time, did we? Okay, so you may actually we may need to have some discussion about the actual schedule itself, because you may want to change some of the numbers and things like that on there.
You all may recall last month, the idea is that some complaints are so obvious that the staff should be able to handle them internally and not bring them before commission. As an example, if there's an advertisement that has an agent's name without a company name on it, perhaps the staff can handle that without having to file a formal complaint. And so the purpose of this document is to set up the outline and procedure about how to do that, which topics applied to staff approval. It's a great concept, I think. Malcolm gave us an example month before last, or maybe even again last month, of a package coming in with several dozen complaints. And if there are obvious violations of our advertising rules or statute, the question is, does this commission want staff to try to settle those with an agreed citation without bringing it before us? And I think the consensus last month was, yes, that's a good idea. So what we took home with us last month, and what has been modified with 2 new paragraphs, basically, is the guideline or proposed guidelines. The question, I think the most obvious question is, in this draft, the first offense says a warning letter to be sent to the licensee and to the licensee's principal broker. Second offense, $250 to each party, licensee and principal broker. And the third offense, legal will make a decision whether you want to bring it to us.
Well, it would have to come to you all at that point.
Okay.
On the third.
The third offense, it would go on to the legal report.
Right.
Okay. Do you think that legal report would reference the first 2 offenses?
Yeah, it would be in the disciplinary history, just like any other complaint would.
So, first up, if people like the concept, what do you think about the proposed citations? Warning letter, 250, refer to legal.
I like it. I have a question. So the timeline, so if they have 30 days to respond, do we have like 180 days to process when it comes in? So is that 30 days in that time frame?
Well, the 180 days that we strive to do is just to get it at what we call a clock stopping action. So if they're going to accept the agreed citation, I mean, it would be concluded well before 180 days. But if it would go to into the normal complaint process, like if they decided not to accept the agreed citation and it would go onto the legal report, it would just be the same time frame as any of our other complaints.
Okay.
Mr. Horn.
Yeah, I got a bit of concern. I think you gave us 3 options that we could do, is to change it, leave it like it is, or I can't remember what the third one was, but is there anything wrong with what we're doing now?
Not legally wrong. This is just kind of something that you all had expressed interest in as far as being more efficient with processing complaints, things that are black and white that doesn't necessarily need to come before you all, and then to offer basically a settlement. It's just another form of a settlement, just like our consent orders that we do now. This is just another form of it, so that it kind of takes out that middle step of it having to come and be presented before you all. So no, there's nothing legally wrong with what's happening now. This is just an idea for making things more efficient in some cases.
Are you ready to handle the additional load?
Well, I mean, it really, for me, won't really be different, because it'll either be, the staff will either determine that it falls under this or it doesn't, and if it doesn't, it'll just get referred to me as it does normally now anyway. So it will really be Malcolm and his staff that will be doing more of this. So, I mean, I guess he would have to answer that question.
Well, in answering that, I think what it does is, since I've been here, you've been saying that especially with part of this program being the advertising, that we have not been able to enforce efficiently because of the amount of complaints that we've had, that this is a effort to handle some of those complaints in a more efficient manner that are truly, black or white as far as right or wrong that we can determine and send out an agreed citation.
Ms. Taylor?
I have some sort, I'm really very hesitant about this, because I think sometimes it's really, I know we're all trying to save time and money and everything else, but I think it's very important sometimes for some people to know that they are heard by the body. And for instance, here we have, one of the instances in here is the 50-mile rule. Yes, you can find somebody, but we haven't heard why that's happening and other things like that. So I have I don't have a tendency, I'm going to vote against this.
Other commissioners?
My problem is, it just seems like the fines are so low. If you take, for instance, in my county, Williamson County, our average price home is $450,000. If I sell a $450,000 house, I'm going to make $13,000. So $250 wouldn't mean much, maybe, to me. So, and I know it's different all over the whole state, but that sure seems like, it's just $250, pay it. You don't have to come before anybody, or it's not publicized, or.
And those can certainly be adjusted by you all. Those were just the numbers that I put down. You can change them. The whole idea of the program, though, of the agreed citation program, though, is for it to be something that individuals are willing to pay to settle the matter. The higher it gets, the less likely they're going to be willing to do this, and then it's going to end up where we are now, which is back on the legal report.
So it's like a consent agenda.
Yeah, that's all. That's
Yes.
right. So do you think, to follow up on that, so let's say we make it a $500 fine instead of $250. It's $500 to the broker, if he chooses to, $500 to the licensee. Can they separately do two different things, one agree to it and one not?
Sure, they're separate complaints, so they can do different things, and that happens currently in our current system. I mean, when they're on the legal report, there's two different complaints, and sometimes one will go forward, and sometimes one won't.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I think that the relatively low amount of the penalty for the first offense and the second offense helps to make the whole system more palatable. The fact that, like Commissioner Taylor saying, you don't necessarily come before the commission, your case isn't presented on the legal report, but the intent is more educational. The first offense was a warning letter. which is more than we're really doing right now, I think, on a lot of these advertising violations. There are lots of violations going on, and there's really nothing being taken. And at least now they're going to get a warning, they're going to get a citation. They can agree to it, have a warning letter, fix the problem, and it should never come back. If they get cited again, it's $250. Third time, though, you're going to be coming in front of us, and that could be much more significant. Now, if somebody gets one of these citations and they don't think they've done anything wrong, they've got the right to get on the legal report, and we may see it and say, that's right, you haven't done anything wrong. We dismiss it. But I think this is going to cause much more enforcement of the advertising rules, which I think is something that we want. And it's going to hopefully provide more education, because right now there are people out there just having illegal signs and really nothing is being done to them.
Ms. Taylor.
I think maybe that we've got too many issues in here. If we had less issues in here, like advertising, that's a black and white matter. There's nothing arbitrary about that. It's either right or wrong. I would have a tendency to do that. I don't have a tendency to have as many rules and missteps in here as there are. And another thing about the small first fine, I think that there's so many people that don't want to turn anybody in. They don't care what they've done unless it's very egregious. They'll drive by the sign that's wrong day after day after day, and they'll say, well, that man's sign is wrong, but they won't do anything about it. Now, if we give them a small fine on the first time, and it took probably for 50 people that have seen that, or 100 people that have seen it, maybe one will do it after 3 months. To have to do it twice before they get a fine, I think we're on the wrong track on that. I think we need to put only the black and white things, like the sign is wrong, in here, and I don't think it needs to be a small first fine. I think it needs to make a difference to people.
So, if I can just comment on that, I think everything in here is statute or rule, right? I mean, it is black and white. So let's say somebody comes and take these people this morning, they're 72 miles away, and somebody files a complaint against them. Staff and legal still have the option. I mean, it's not an automatic that they have to follow the schedule. They can say, we'll open up a complaint, and we can say, how about bringing them in so we can talk about it? I understand what you're saying there. It makes a big difference to me. But everything that Ms. Kirby's included in here are pretty black and white by law or by rule. The question about, is this enough? I'm trying to picture myself as a principal broker, and I get a warning letter from the state that says, I got a licensee who's got an illegal sign or bad advertising. For a legitimate principal broker, they don't like getting letters like that, I don't think. And so the question is, should it be a $100 fine on the first one, or $250 or $500? I mean, that's open. But the concept, as Mr. McMullen states, I think will help. My only question is, on these agreed citations, if we follow this, will those go into the DAR report?
Yes.
Okay, and that's part of the education process, so that people can see that if they're violating advertising law, there's going to be a price to pay.
Yes, any disciplinary action on a license gets reported on the DAR, which is the disciplinary action report. And for our new commissioner, that's the department as a whole puts that out every month, and it's the disciplinary actions taken in all the regulatory agencies that are listed on there. So this would be included in that.
My biggest worry on these is the unlicensed activity. The first offense, 500, and second, refer to legal. Unlicensed activity, I would just like to have either pull that one out or make it a whole lot stronger than 500 on the first offense.
And that was one that was asked, the administration had asked me to include in this as part of that. So I certainly understand your concern for that one.
What was the administration's position? Why did they like that?
I don't know really for sure. They didn't really give me a specific reason, but I think maybe it's because a lot of the other programs that have these citation programs, it's included there. So, but again, if the staff is questioning whether it's unlicensed activity or not, and I think that could come up fairly often in this commission, because often it's not as clear as maybe some of the other programs where, you know, if someone's in a salon cutting hair and they don't have a license, obviously they're practicing unlicensed, but in our purposes, sometimes it's not as clear. You don't often have somebody out selling houses for somebody else that's unlicensed. It's usually some more nuanced thing. And so I think if the staff were to come across anything other than something very straightforward, they would probably just refer it to me anyway.
Because the injury to the public is different with a hairdresser and the sale of a home.
Sure. And that was just an example where I think maybe that's part of where it came from, is that a lot of the other programs, it is more black and white as to what's unlicensed activity and what's not. So, and we may have that some, but, and, you know, I do think that a lot of those would probably still come to me, and that the staff, and like the chairman was saying earlier, none of these, just because we have this schedule doesn't mean that the staff has to do this every time a violation of this comes up. If they think, well, we're not really sure if this fits into that, so we're just going to go ahead and refer it to legal, and it'll go in the legal report, and that's fine.
Ms. Hills.
I think probably the unlicensed activity probably would come to you first, and I can see it more in teams with assistants, unlicensed assistants, doing things. So that one, I see why it's been put in, but I just think in our industry it could be a little more complicated, like you said, versus someone standing at a hair.
The other thing are the LLCs and incorporated
Right.
businesses. That's, I mean, we're seeing a lot of that, because honestly, people just don't know that's a law.
Well, I have a problem still with the first offense and only a warning letter. If they came before us, the chances are they're not gonna get a warning letter if they had to come here and it came before us. I think we need to you can put a warning letter in their file, but there also should be something attached to that if that is the case, that is a fine. And I think the second offense, I think it depends on what it is.
So we're wide open to motions. And so if you like the concept but don't like the fines, say you approve the procedure, but you want the first offense to be this, second offense to be this. I mean, there's no preconceived notion on this panel right now.
And it could even be sort of like our scale on other things,
Well,
correct?
Because it's going to be the staff making the determination,
Okay.
it needs to be set. Now, you could also, if you wanted, let's say you wanted certain numbers for the advertising ones, but you wanted different numbers
Okay.
for some of the other categories, you can do that. I
Okay.
had just set
Just
them up
not a
as all the same
range,
right now, but you
right.
can change those. I mean, you can have different ones.
Let me go to Commissioner Horn real quick.
Well, you know, I'm thinking maybe we need to draw on Brother McMillan's expertise. First offense could be very egregious, and all you get is a warning letter. And let me finish if I could here. I think you gave the example that a $450,000 house, you sold it and you made $13,000. I would gladly give up $250 if you give me $13,000. And so that's the problem I'm having with it. And well, I don't know. I guess I kind of like it the way it is rather than what we are dealing with now.
Ms. Taylor?
I'd like to make the motion that we put this off another month and study it further and go through it and really come back with some concrete ideas. I don't think we're there yet.
Second.
All right, there's a motion properly made by Ms. Taylor, seconded by Ms. Franks, that this particular agenda item be deferred until next month's agenda. Mr. McMullen.
Could there be, along with the motion, some recommendation of what's going to happen in the next month, so that next month, if we come back to this, we are ready to act on it? Like, what changes would you like to see made?
Well, I'd like to look at it as to each violation, and then maybe not have the first offense, the fines involved in it, and the warning letter. I think we really need to pick it apart. Some of these things, I think that although they might seem black and white, they're really not black and white.
I'd like to see us, if not this month, certainly next month, move forward on this, at least just for advertising violations. I mean, maybe take everything else out of it and maybe impose some monetary penalty as well for the first violation. But I would, even if maybe just for the advertising, it's sort of, we see how it works. Let's get it in place and let's give it a few months and see how it's working. And then after we see how it's working, we can decide whether we want to get rid of it or do we want to expand it to maybe some of the other types of violations that are listed.
Now that I understand, but I still don't think the first offense should be a warning letter. I think it needs to have more teeth in it.
Well, like I said just a second ago, I would be comfortable with imposing a monetary penalty for the first violation. But I think the sooner, I think this is a good idea in principle. And I know people may differ about that, but I think this is a good idea in principle. And so even if we do it on a more limited basis, just advertising maybe, and impose some more teeth into it, but to get it up and running sooner, I think will let us see how it's operating. I think I'm okay with putting it off a month if that's what the board wants to do, but I would like to see us get it going relatively soon so that we can see how it works.
Can I ask Fontaine, would you be, instead of the warning letter for the first time, would you feel more comfortable if it was like $100 and then it went to $250? Would that be better? I mean, I'm not wanting to take these with a civil penalty and change somebody's tax bracket, okay? I just want to encourage proper activity. And like Austin had talked about before, right now, agents who play by the rules are at a disadvantage. And that should not be the case. We just want everybody to play by the same rules, and we're really selling a concept here. And like Austin said, this is a new thing, and maybe if we just took the advertising piece of it, started there, and let's kind of work this way, and let's gauge this thing in 4 to 6 months. And if it's working, we can do something else. And if it's not,
I'm all for that. I'm just not.
And I would say this too. 2 years ago, right after I came on the commission, we upped most every fine to the maximums, which was $1,000. I almost think it's unfair to people that have been charged $1,000 that now somebody's going to get $100 or $250. I mean, why do we want to lower those amounts instead of keep the amounts to what we've been doing consistently for 2 years?
Well, for advertising, though, I don't think we've had a lot of advertising violations that we've hit. I mean, yeah, I understand on,
That's true.
Stealing people's money. Yeah, we hit them with the maximum,
Yeah.
but advertising, we haven't really had many. So I don't feel like there's really any disparate treatment where somebody's getting a lot better deal than somebody else. I would just like to see us do more advertising enforcement because I feel like we all feel like, man, there are violations rampant out there. And if we had something like this, I would probably feel more comfortable sending in pictures of signs every day that I see if we had something like this where I knew it would happen quickly as opposed to it's going to make the legal report 150 pages long.
Yeah.
Ms. Kirby?
Just a couple of things. One, regarding the amounts that were proposed on here versus what you've consistently done in the past. I mean, it's my opinion that all of those numbers need to come down. Not maybe in every case, but consistently issuing the maximum penalty for a first-time offender for any violation, regardless of what it is. I think that's something that needs to be in consideration too. But also, I wanted to also point out the escrow section of the schedule. If we're talking about potentially just doing part of it initially, if we're going to start doing violations for things found in audits, I don't think that you would want everything that the auditor finds a violation of to have to come to the legal report. So I would maybe encourage, if you're just going to implement part of the agreed citation program, that would be included, just so that if the auditor finds violations, they don't all have to come to the legal report.
Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Floyd.
I'd like to speak against the motion. I think right now all we're doing is talking about violations. We're not doing anything about it. We talk to each other about it. This would at least get it on the table. And I think Mr. Austin is correct that when somebody makes a suggestion of an incorrect sign, I think they'd be more willing to provide that information to the Tennessee Real Estate Commission. We're at least, and if I got a letter from the Tennessee Real Estate Commission, it would get my attention. Even if it's a letter warning, I'd pay attention to that. Now, I guess I'm not like everybody else, but that would get my attention in and of itself.
So for the record, the motion on the floor is to defer for 30 days, and that's what you're speaking against.
I am. I'd like to vote that we accept this proposal like it is.
All right, other discussion on the motion?
Can I make a substitute motion?
Yes, sir.
I move that we adopt the guidelines, but amend them as follows. Take out everything beginning on page 3 and after that has to do with violations other than advertising. So it would just be, I think, pages 1 through the middle of page 3. And that we change the offense schedule so that the first offense is a $250 violation, and the second offense is a $750 per violation.
I'd second that.
Okay, we have a substitute motion properly made by Commissioner McMullen, seconded by Ms. Franks. The motion that passes takes agreed citation guidelines, and at this point only applies to advertising, and increases the schedule from first offense warning letter to $250 and second offense from $250 to $750. That's the motion on the floor. Discussion. Mr. Horn.
Having problems with the warning letter carrying that much of a deficit. In other words, I think there should be some leadway somewhere for a warning letter. And the first time that a person has violated, it may not mean that they was doing it purposely. And I think a warning letter is in order.
But advertising is really, there's two people involved in advertising, the person doing the advertising and their principal broker. So there's already two people who should know what the rules are.
And when a complaint is filed and it comes through us, rarely do we do a warning letter.
I would have to follow up that one of the things we were looking at in the book is, as far as the rules, is you do have a very specific set of guidelines that the staff is going to have to go by in even, attempting to do, to send the agreed citation in lieu of it going to legal. That is very stringent, which gives me confidence that, obviously, I'm like Marcia, they know what they've done before they get the letter.
The other thing, and maybe Malcolm could speak to this, is the education efforts that have already gone on to try to educate the broker community about what the advertising requirements are. I mean, that's been published many times in publications that have gone out. Is that right?
That's correct. Well, the other thing I look at is I think if we have the ability to go out and start discussing with the licensees that we have implemented an agreed citation program and that we have the ability to send out, letters and fines citing advertising violations, that is certainly going to have a different tenor than, well, here are the rules. And that's basically all that we can talk about at this time.
Well, I don't know that that's really going to make all that much difference because it's still reliant on people filing the complaints. I mean, this is just what happens once we get the complaints. So right now they file a complaint, it comes to the legal report, and they get whatever they get based on that. Now, somebody files a complaint, it just doesn't get on the legal report, and they still get whatever discipline they get. So I don't know that it's really going to. Really, I think the benefit here is that it keeps it off the legal report. It can be processed more quickly. It encourages people to settle these issues instead of taking them to hearings. I think those are the main benefits of this program.
And the respondent does not have to agree to any of this. They
Correct.
go
They
for
still
it.
have all the rights that they have right now, which is the formal hearing, having it come to legal report first, then they have the formal hearing option after that. So it doesn't take away anything from them. It really just gives them an opportunity to handle it quicker.
Okay, one more question. If this passes, what is the effective date? How do you guys handle that?
That would have to be something that I would need to talk to the administration about because we need to figure out exactly who's going to be doing this first and make sure they're trained on it. So I don't know for sure, but we could certainly find out.
So if Malcolm has a package of exhibits on his desk right now, would they be subject to this?
Yeah, I think they would be. We would just, yes, we would. I don't know who would be looking at them, but we would, yes, they would be if you voted on it today.
All right, you've heard the motion. It's made by Commissioner McMullen, seconded by Ms. Franks, that we truncate this set of guidelines to just advertising. First offense, $250, second offense, $750, and third referred to legal. Mr. Bloom.
Have to deal with her motion.
No, substitute we handle it
Okay.
first.
Sorry, can I say one more thing?
Yes.
About the stack of complaints? If you were referring to like new complaints that come in, I think we could handle them with this, but if they've already been entered as complaints, I mean, they've already had their deadline to respond and things, so it's probably already moved forward at that point. So.
I just think ones that might not have been processed.
Yes, if they haven't been opened yet, then we could handle them this
Okay,
way.
perfect. All right, ready to vote? Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Kirby. I think it's a great first step. Now, along those lines, you were talking about the auditor. Can we and you suggested we include the auditor in the set of guidelines? Would you like to make the case for that again and see if we can handle that today?
Well, so currently, I think the vote that you just took kind of gets rid of that, but that possibility.
Well, no, we can have another motion. We can add something to that.
Okay. Well, currently there's no violations given as a result of audit findings, because we don't have an agreed citation program. So otherwise, they would just be put. There would need to be a complaint opened, and then they would be put on the legal report, which we haven't had happening. So currently, there's no violations being issued for audit violations.
So when
at
the
all.
auditor finds violations, what's happening?
They get here's what we would suggest you do to clean up your books.
Well, I would, I don't know if I'm yet comfortable with doing an agreed citation for those. I mean, I don't know how significant those problems could be, and I would like to see those get filed as complaints so then we can get a better sense for what the range is that we're talking about. I mean, there could be some really significant problems in there that, I mean, that may be some of the most egregious problems we might have.
And also, if you're told, don't do that anymore, then you've got to monitor that person to see, are they doing it again? So I think I agree with Austin that we need to.
Well, and if complaints that are filed involve issues with the escrow account, things like that, then they will end up on the report. We see that fairly often. But in terms of things that he just finds during his regular audit, those don't really come to me. And I don't know how often he finds stuff. He may not find things very often. I just don't know.
Let me ask you a question. We cut down on auditors going out a lot. And how is that going now? How often do auditors, or how many auditors do we have that go around the state?
Well, so no auditors go out anymore. We have one auditor, and he actually is not just working with the real estate commission, he's working with other programs as well. And those documents get requested to be sent in from the firms, and then the audit's done that way. So we don't actually send people out in the field anymore. And the thing with that is that there's actually there's a statutory requirement that if we send an auditor out, or whoever from the representative from the commission, that they have to allow us to look at the document, look at the books. But there is no statutory requirement for them to provide them for us when we're doing audits this way. So it's really just a voluntary compliance thing. And, of course, pretty much everybody complies because they don't want, they want to be cooperative with the commission. So that's kind of where audits are right now.
I can speak a little bit to it because I got audited, and even though they're not coming to the office, the current audit system is much more intensive than it's ever been. He sent me a list of things. I had to send him for the whole year. Every earnest money check had gone in and out of our account, showing balances. I'd never had to do that before. Okay, so I would tell you, even though they're not going out to the office, they're doing a lot more than they used to. I can tell you that.
Because we used to
Because it took us weeks to go through everything they needed. And then after we went through all that, then he sent back, he randomly selected 20 files, I believe, and I had to go and give contracts showing earnest money. And again, I had to prove it was intensive. And then and the reason I don't know that we want to go any further and put this on the agreed order stuff, because I think if he were to find out that there would be a substantial problem between what was supposed to be in the escrow account and what was not, I got to believe you're hearing about that. I don't think he just writes a letter. I got to believe they turn that in, I would think.
He's never turned anything in to me, but I don't know if that's because he hasn't found anything or what.
But like one thing that came up when Malcolm was at Williamson County this week talking, the question is, when should the earnest money be deposited? Our contracts that most of us use will say it has to be to the broker within a certain number of days, and that's agreed upon number, okay? But the question is, once it hits the broker's hand, does it have to be deposited that second, that day? And then because there had always kind of been a thought process and through real estate brokerages, once you get it, you got to get it put in the bank within 2 or 3 days. And then the question being, if your contract says 5 days, you got it on the 5th day, but you actually turned it in and put it in the bank on the 6th day, then according to the way the audit's doing it, you got dinged for that for a day. Because contract said it had to be in your hand within 5 days, but does it have to be in the, so I don't know that we want to open up that can of worms right now. I think there should just be a directive that if the auditor's finding some gross problems, that needs to be turned over and that complaint needs to be opened up. I would hope common sense would have said that's already happening, but I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Any other comments? I sense that there's no real desire to add audit information to this agreed citation program at this point.
Did we vote?
Yeah.
I'd like to get a report on how this is going in a couple of months, and then we can consider further.
All right, on the agenda, 2017 off-site commission meetings. Mr. Young.
Sir, at the last month's meeting, we presented to you the 2017 dates for the meetings in which you approved. The other thing that we also presented was the required off-site meetings to the east and to the west, as far as Tennessee, that is required by law. And you asked that this be placed back on the August agenda, and we have attached as part of your materials on your iPads the various sites that we had recommended as far as staff to you, but you also have the latitude of selecting alternative sites.
I think for the record, finding the hotel is easier sometimes than finding the location for the meeting. We have some guidelines we have to go by. It can't cost the state anything. It should be equipped so that the meeting can be recorded. And generally speaking, the administration, at least it's my sense, doesn't like us going into Realtor Association buildings to conduct these meetings because of possible perceived conflict between the trade association and an agency that's out to protect the consumer. So, in the past, commissioners from various districts have contacted either local elected officials or had their local association find suitable locations for the meeting, which sometimes seems to be harder to do than finding the hotel. If this commission today wanted to say, okay, we're going to go to Germantown and Chattanooga, that's great, but the hard part is still coming up with where we're going to meet. And is the building available on that particular set of days? So the floor is open for discussion. I just want to give us a little bit of background right now.
I think that needs to be determined first before a hotel. I do like seeing it in different places, not, it doesn't have to be one of the larger towns. And another question I had too was, do we have a contract with Marriott that it has to be a Marriott?
No.
Okay.
Because the one in
Germantown?
Jackson was actually a Hilton property.
Okay.
And even when the city or town or education building will let you use their building, sometimes they're not equipped, so you have to hire out, and then because the state doesn't pay for it, then it would be, will the association host you and pay for it?
So as an example, last year we met in Bartlett, and I'm not mistaken, Gary, didn't you get that set up basically?
Yes. It was the city of Bartlett, City Hall.
It's a nice facility too.
But it's because you knew the mayor.
Yes.
That helps when we're trying to get these buildings lined up. So
I've also contacted the city of Collierville, and they would welcome us.
they have those dates available.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so that might solve that problem real quick.
Neither one of these hotels that'd be a better hotel in both those cases.
Perhaps, yeah.
Well, at the very least, if we identified cities today, and
Yeah, but even if you identify cities, you don't know if you can get that, the date.
I understand, I agree with that.
What I'm wondering is, okay, so there's 3 commissioners from the east and 3 commissioners from the west. That's a great example of, we got somebody that can line that up because he knows the mayor. Probably the staff doesn't know the mayor in Collierville. So I'm wondering, could we have those in the east and west kind of look at that? And, I don't know where some of these towns are even. So, if they could line up something for us, or just say, hey, I can ask this city, I know the mayor or whatever, that seems to me should be step 1.
And I think that's the way it's been going, or the way I've always thought. Yeah, that's how I did it. But the one thing would just be the date, and then what the requirements are for the recording. I had a little at the time, so that would be probably the thing I need for.
Oh.
So did we just ask Gary and Diane to help line that up? Is that what we just did, or?
Well, it seems to me the first meeting, October next year is East Tennessee. We got some time. May next year is West Tennessee. It sounds like we're in a position to select Collierville if this commission wants to, but if those dates are available, we're just not sure about the lodging at this point. Is that?
And where were we last time, Gary?
Bartlett.
Bartlett,
Big
okay.
enough.
I don't even know the difference in those two.
So we've got options here today. We can postpone this again, or we can pick one and worry about the east later.
I'd say go with his, we've got the fall taken care of in Farragut. And then in May, if Gary could line up with his connection, then that gives us a year to find somewhere else in East Tennessee.
I suspect that Chattanooga is probably a good place to go.
Yeah.
We've always had a good,
Yeah.
they've got the old courthouse each time. It's a great place.
And it's also, where can you get the most people to come to the meetings to learn too, and get the education
Well,
hours?
in East Tennessee, we've been pretty lucky because we can move it between 3 different areas of East Tennessee, and that's what we've
I
done.
would like to say, even though I love Pigeon Forge, I can't imagine the traffic there and us getting in places with this larger group for dinner. I just thought that one was a little scary.
Well, actually,
stressful.
my grand idea on this was to actually have the timeshare experience for the commissioners.
Oh,
We could have asked that a
Now,
few minutes
there you
ago, couldn't we?
That's thinking.
All right, Mr. Bloom, would you make a motion?
You would want to go to Collierville? Is that what you're
Yeah.
asking me to do?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be glad to look into that for May, for the commission's meeting.
second?
Okay, a motion by Mr. Bloom, second by Ms. Franks.
And then in October, did you say Farragut?
We're doing that in 2 months, so we
Oh,
won't go
okay.
back there. Let's just
Okay.
take care of West today.
All right.
All right, the motion is to set the meeting location for Collierville, Tennessee, May 2017. Discussion on that motion. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. All right, with the indulgence of commission, I'd ask that we put off East Tennessee for at least another month.
Do you want, since it's gonna be in Collierville, do you want us to be looking at a hotel near there, or what's the deal? Or
Actually,
do
staff
you all choose it all?
staff
Okay.
could do that and come back with a negotiated rate for you.
Collierville has several. I don't know if they'll be able to accommodate however many at that time, but they have several right there.
So I understand, Gary, you've got the connections with Town Hall.
Did in Bartlett, and before Bartlett answered me, I went to Collierville, and they said, we'd welcome you. Well, then Bartlett came forward, so we went to Bartlett. So I'm assuming that's still available in Collierville.
You'll follow up on that?
Yeah, I
That'd
will.
be great.
I will.
All right, let's put off East Tennessee for a month. And with that said, let's come back at 10 after 1. We'll finish up this afternoon. Make sure you initial on the way out. What about it, Austin? You got the place located?
I'm glad.
We decided we'd go to Martin's.
Hey,
So I'm gonna go get my car. Yeah, I'll go get mine too. I'll walk with you.
all right, so we got, Malcolm, are you going to lunch?
It's for the agreed citations.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
John, we need 3 vehicles.
Yeah, there's 10 people
Okay.
We'll meet you at in the front.
at the front, okay. Thank you.
Do I need to get my car?
I'll bring one.
3 cars is enough.
Got back from lunch. We're going to continue on, Mr. Malcolm.
Mr. Chairman, we do have another guest group that had requested to be immediately following lunch today, which is the Silver Jackets that's part of the Corps of Engineers, if you would call on them next.
I don't know. Silver Jackets, I don't know.
You were hoping for the gold.
I was hoping, yeah. Gold, silver, bronze. Who's going to speak? All 3 of you guys? Would you like to come to the table and get in front of a microphone? Or would you like to take a stand and talk into the microphone? Please let us know for the record who you all are.
Speak buttons, or no? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir. My name is Mary Lewis. I am the outreach coordinator and a co-coordinator for our Silver Jackets team with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers here in Nashville. Lacey Thomason is another co-coordinator with the Corps. She is also a project manager. And then Chris Cunningham, he is our coordinator for TEMA. And so we would like to present to you today a little bit of an overview of Silver Jackets and what the program is, and then also present to you an interagency proposal we submitted to our higher headquarters on Tennessee real estate flood preparedness, just to get some feedback, maybe some advice, and how we may be able to move forward if we are selected for this proposal.
Is it Ms. Lewis, is that right? Just from a time perspective, how much time do you think you'll need today?
We've only got about 7 slides, so we can probably 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, perfect.
So I just, again, as I mentioned, want to briefly just give a quick overview of what Silver Jackets is. And so in 2006, after Hurricane Katrina hit, the Corps was looking at trying to establish refocusing programs, policies, facilitate dialogue, and they created what we call the Flood Risk Management Program. And as you can see here to the right, we've got what we call the flood risk management cycle, where we look at response, recovery, mitigation, and then preparation and training. And so again, as I mentioned, the intent of the program was to refocus programs that fell within the flood risk management cycle and look at ways and policies and expertise that the Corps, amongst other agencies, federal, state, and local, could look at ways to reduce risk. And so that's an overall, very brief, overarching how the program got started. I'm going to turn it over to Chris Cunningham to then give a little bit more in-depth involvement of the program itself.
To sum it up in a nutshell, flood risk management is a multifaceted issue that crosses a lot of different agencies. So what the Silver Jackets program focuses on is bringing all the players to the table that have a piece of it so that they can coordinate, collaborate. So some of our major players, I'm with the Emergency Management Agency, and so we usually host the meetings and things like that, and we have connections to all the different state agencies and federal agencies as well. And so it's about bringing all those folks together in preparedness rather than in response to an issue. And so that is kind of the overview of the program. It was chartered in 2014. We have done one pilot project that we've just completed recently, focusing on what to do after a disaster, immediately after a disaster. And so we have a post-disaster guide that's going out through all the county emergency management offices. And it's been pretty well received by the county emergency management agencies. And so for the 2017 opportunity, which is the time frame that this particular project would be taking place, there had been a lot of discussion as to what to do amongst the group. So as I mentioned earlier, the focus really is flood risk management. We will consider all hazards as our groups bring a lot of different perspectives, but the focus really is flood risk management. We're connected through the Association of Floodplain Managers. I myself am a certified floodplain manager, and so presenting this project at the Floodplain Management Conference coming up at the end of this month as well. Interestingly, you mentioned the Silver Jackets. The reason they chose that particular name is traditionally in response, different federal agencies wear different colors. And the Silver Jacket is to represent unity. This is a common issue that crosses into multiple agencies and organizations, and so it was to represent unity of effort in flood risk management. Just a couple of high points of who are involved. This is the minimal involvement sort of required to charter a Silver Jackets program, and so FEMA, the Corps of Engineers, State Hazard Mitigation Officer, who I'm representing, which that's under emergency management usually, and in our state it is, and the Flood Insurance Program, which is under TREC. And we have many more. I think there are about 18 signatories to the charter as well. So a good number of partners, a good number of committed partners. So there's a little snapshot of kind of some logos. And I want to get quickly the project proposal. So as I mentioned, I'm a certified floodplain manager, and it's a complicated issue. And one thing that in discussing this with a lot of our stakeholders, we weren't sure what level of training was available to the real estate community on a complicated topic. I wish I had brought my textbook. I left it. It's giant to take the certified floodplain manager course. Now that level of detail obviously is not needed when you're talking about serving customers in the real estate community, but really basic information that it does change pretty frequently, how to access maps. Everything's currently digitized now, and it's a very simple system, but if you don't know how to do it, you don't know how to do it. And just making sure that all of that, those resources were available. And so it's connecting dots. A lot of the information is already out there, but just making sure that it is assembled and accessible and is being delivered in a way that ensures it is accessible to the real estate community. Did I miss anything?
Well, this was a little bit of, I guess, tell the background story of this. I have a younger brother that was looking at purchasing his first home. And where I work in flood risk management, I'm a project manager that works with multiple cities around the state on developing flood risk management products. Obviously, I'm very familiar with these types of topics and looking at homes in the floodplain. He had found a home that he was really excited about and talked with the realtor, and I ended up looking it up and found it was in the backwater to a creek. And it wasn't on the main stem there, but he was going to have to get flood insurance. His realtor wasn't familiar with the process of what required to get flood insurance. He probably was outside of the mapping, I don't think was actually correct, and he could have gotten a letter of map revision potentially, but having to go through that process. His realtor wasn't familiar, the bank wasn't familiar, and at that point, and I'm sure there are a lot of professionals that are, just the people that we were dealing with at that time were not familiar. And so my idea was to provide some more educational opportunities and maybe some documentation of, what it means when a home is in the floodplain, what are the steps, can you get a letter of map revision, getting a licensed surveyor to survey the first floor and some things like that, but just putting a packet together that could even be for new people in the real estate community. And this is not just necessarily realtors, but we were also looking at, if this could be beneficial for home inspectors or lenders or there's a good array of people that have to deal with the process of buying a home. And if that home is in the floodplain, what does that mean to the buyer, to the seller? And so our hope was to document some of those things so that it would provide an educational opportunity. And we were looking to you guys to see how we could make that the most beneficial. Is it something that you think is beneficial? We have already put this proposal in for us to receive funding to put this information together. We're waiting to hear back whether we are selected, but the proposal is not set in stone on a specific kind of products. We know I'm a licensed engineer and I have to get continuing education hours. I understand realtors have to get a similar thing. Is this something that could be a continuing education or anything like that? We're really interested in your feedback.
Mr. Wood?
I mean, you're about midway through this, and I'm going, gosh, I would love to have this as a class that you can get CE credit. And, this is right up the alley, and you just have to determine how many hours you want to make it a 1 or 2 or 3 hour program. But something like that gives CE credit, and I'll also throw in, bring lunch, you will get lots of agents. Okay, I've been doing this 29 years, and I'm not comfortable telling anybody a whole lot about floodplains, but I think this fits right in with our education.
One of the things, and I think that the house that my brother was looking at, and a thing that I think that we're falling into right now potentially, is that the lady that had the house had built the house, I believe, in the 60s, and so that was before floodplains were mapped. She was grandfathered into the program, and she didn't have to get flood insurance. And she had her house paid off, so she didn't have to get it. Well, she didn't put that on her disclosure because she didn't know. And so it was an elderly lady that was then not trying to misinform my brother, but somebody needed to catch it in the process. And for all the first-time home buyers out there that don't have an older sister that deals with this type of stuff, I want them to be informed as well.
I'm familiar with this. My sellers have had to get surveys, I think about 3 so far this year. They're costly. They're $1,800 or a little more. And we were successful. The house next door to one of them, I'd sold 3 times. It was not in the floodplain. You changed your maps. It's now in the floodplain. So I knew that. So when I went to list this one, I knew that. So the 4th time that house was sold, there was a problem because the maps changed. So as you said, people that don't have a mortgage don't know. They sign the disclosure, and then there's a surprise. Also, FEMA's maps are the ones we end up using. They're not easy at all. I go home a little mad because it's difficult at best to use them. My husband's a geologist, so I make him get on there and figure it out. No, not everybody has that, or I go to the city and put the responsibility on them. One of the concerns for me would be that the responsibility is now on us when it's such a difficult process, and anything we may know already that it wasn't in a floodplain before, now it is. They can't just call the insurance agent or the ones in our area say, well, so it's not an easy task for anybody.
And that was part of our intent. We understand that the realtors don't want this responsibility to completely be on them. We just wanted to provide information, and that's why we tried to pick a title. I guess it's more flood preparedness for real estate, not necessarily real estate agents. But as you guys know, there are a lot of different people involved in the process of buying a home, as well as even the homeowners can use this information. So a lot of the stuff that we would include in here is obviously public information that's out there for a realtor, for a home inspector, for anybody to access and utilize.
I would think the best thing is to be able to point the finger to you all, to our clients, and rather putting anything on us, because this is an ever-changing world about the floodplains and all that. And I would rather you all have some sort of a booklet or brochure that we could hand out to our clients and let them go to you.
And so that would be part of this process. We would be creating basically a document that would go through all of those steps of where to find out floodplain information, getting a license survey or surveying your first floor. So we would step through all that to where it would potentially be something you could hand one of your clients. Also, the Corps of Engineers has a free service that our floodplain management services has, where you can call and they can tell you whether you're in the floodplain or not based on the most up-to-date maps. So there's a lot of resources. We just want to put those resources out there and make sure they're in a place where everybody can read through them and see what the process is. And our real goal is for any home buyer, but especially first-time home buyers who are maybe not as familiar, to make it as an informed decision as possible. Like I said, my brother, the flood insurance that he was going to be required could have put him over that teetering edge of not being able to afford that house. And so that was a big deal for him, and it might not be a big deal for others, but making risk-informed decisions is really what Silver Jackets is all about.
And I also just want to mention, as part of this proposal, it's not just the Corps of Engineers, it's a collaboration of all the federal and state and local agencies and communities across the state that are a part of the team. So our hope is that each one of those agencies that's on our team that is committed to being involved can provide their own information that we can bring together into one central location.
It was very interesting. We were actually in West Tennessee several months ago at an EMA meeting there with TEMA, and they brought up a lot of them don't have zoning and building codes. And so their floodplain managers were saying, how do we get people to understand what it means to be in the floodplain when we have no zoning and building codes? They can kind of do whatever they want to. And at that point, it goes back on to the homeowner or the person developing to make those risk-informed decisions about being in the floodplain. And potentially, if they had more knowledge, maybe they would make better decisions.
Asheville's mapping change?
The Old Hickory Basin is currently being updated. I'm not sure where they are in that process. I went to the
I would
Discovery
have
meeting,
thought
but-
the whole downtown Nashville changed.
The whole damn town?
Yes. And
engineers.
My only concern is I really, as a principal broker, don't want my agents really to know anything about anything except where to go find the information. So the class that Bobby's talking about, if it's going to be a class to me, is to let agents know how to tell their clients or customers where to go find the information. I don't want to get my agents too educated about anything. I just want them to know who to know or where to go. That's my perspective.
Well, they won't act as a expert in it.
Correct.
Yeah, I have a little bit of concern about people that's already in floodplains, and most of them don't have insurance now. I've been called out a couple of times where the neighborhoods are floating away. And there's talking about hundreds of people that, no, I'm sorry, you can't get insurance because you're on a floodplain. But nobody told them when they was moving in that they was on the floodplain. You ask a realtor, I just bought a house about 6 months ago. Am I on a floodplain? Oh, no, 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 no. Don't even ask that kind of question, you know. I mean, we can sell you some insurance if you just want to spend your money. You know, it made me feel like an idiot for asking him. But if I come home one day and my house meet me at the gate, it makes me wonder, did I waste my time, waste his time, or waste whose time? And so many times, I know a place in our city where the whole little village just float away. And I guess people just live with it. As soon as the water go down, they move everything back in place. And this has happened about 2 or 3 times. So I'm just wondering, what is the answer? How can they be sure that they get the right answer from you or anybody else?
That would be part of this would be putting out where to find the most up-to-date information as far as floodplains. And I think something that people maybe don't understand, we call it 100-year floodplain, and then there's a 1% chance every year of that inundation occurring. And you know, you can't, people are in the 5-year floodplain. So your odds of flooding go up, and there's a lot of statistics over a 30-year mortgage. If you're in the 100-year floodplain, this is the likelihood that you'll flood and those types of things. There's a lot of information. It can be smart to even get flood insurance if you're outside the 100-year, but you're in an area very susceptible to flooding. I know Mount Juliet has a lot of problems with flooding from sinkholes from backwater. So that there's a lot of things, and you can't cover everything, but just having information out there for people to go through and not necessarily putting it on any specific professional, but we would like to have good information that they could give to potential home buyers.
Being from Mount Juliet, you just scared me. I've not heard of any of that either. I mean, about the sinkholes and stuff in Mount Juliet. So.
In May 2010, after the May 2010 flood, the Corps of Engineers went out to a lot of different communities along with several other state and federal agencies and spoke to them about their issues, and that was one of Mount Juliet's issues is around Priest, that they have some sinkholes that water backs up out of them. So they're not actually on a creek, but they still flood. But which you can flood from poor stormwater drainage and things as well. So
you can still, as you said, using your brother as an example. So a surveyor can, someone can have a survey that they had before, and clearly says not in a flood zone. They hand it off to the next buyer. Here's the survey, and it says not in. So bad information does get delivered. Some of the maps, piece of property we have, I mean, it goes way up the hill. I don't know who ever thought elevation had anything to do with the map, but we would not be building there. But on that section of our property, it is up a hill, where it is. So it's a bad map, bad flood map, evidently. I looked at a piece of property foreclosed a couple weeks ago, and the bank had a new appraisal, and the appraiser put in there that not in a flood zone. Bank said it wasn't in a flood zone. I said, oh, I feel quite sure it's in a flood zone. I made a phone call to the surveyor pulled it, and it was. So bad information, as hard as you try to get information, bad information does go out from authority figures. I don't know who to solve it.
Have you got any feedback from us today? So it was helpful?
Yes, sir.
We would like a
We're
brochure.
not known for being helpful typically, so I just want to check. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Thomason, Mr. Cunningham, thanks for coming down. Good luck on the project, and feel free to call on our staff or us individually if you'd like to talk.
Thank you
We
for
appreciate
coming.
it. I also noticed we have two litigators in the building that apparently are here to talk about some particular case or another. Ms. Ryan or Mr. Gregory, who's first?
Well, there's another attorney here, Mr. Gregory's case, so I think it would be
Well, you're not necessarily known for being polite. That's the kind of.
Thank you.
Mr. Gregory.
Thanks. Dennis Gregory for the agency. This is Alex Fisher. She represents the respondents in this matter. This actually is, the reason we're here is to obtain really just approval of what's already been a voted on matter from some time ago, I believe back in maybe February or maybe even earlier of this year. Principal and affiliate. Principal was essentially cited for failure to supervise, and the affiliate for a number of, essentially a number of violations related to effective representation or just the disclosure, right. And so today, the consent order that was originally voted on, which contained, and I'll just start out with what the board had approved for the affiliate broker, was the suspension of the real estate license for 180 days, $6,000 civil penalty, mandatory attendance at one regularly scheduled meeting before the commission within 180 days of the approval, assuming that this is approved, and then a downgrading of the license to an affiliate status. The principal broker, $6,000 civil penalty, and again, an attendance at one regularly scheduled meeting within 180 days, and then also for the principal to complete a 30-hour office broker management course within 180 days. And those were the terms that this commission voted on when this was prepared or presented as part of the legal report back, again, I think it was in maybe January or February. If this agreed order, which will then become a final order, is approved, of course, this will eliminate the need for the formal hearing that was or is currently originally set for next month. I believe it's September the 8th when it was set for. New date, well, not a new date, but to be an open date if somebody else would want to put another case on, assuming one of the other litigators have something else to put on.
You
May get to go home early, that's what he's saying.
So what are you asking us today?
That's the thing. I don't believe there needs to be a vote on anything since there's already been, the same terms that were approved in the consent order are now part of this agreed order. Really all just, to be honest, just need a signature from the acting chairperson or chairperson. In this case, it would be you today.
Let me ask Mr. McMullen if he has anything. Sure.
So the original consent order, did it have a deadline for accepting those terms, and that deadline has passed, and so that's why you're back in front of us, or?
No, essentially, since this is a case that would have to be approved by the board, we just can't have one of the administrative law judges approve the order. That's why we're back before you, really just to bless off on the terms of what was once a consent order, but now is an agreed order.
And that's because the charges were already filed.
Right.
The APD. So because the charges were filed, that's why we have to have it in agreed order format instead of just having them execute the consent order that was proposed because the charges were filed.
If we gave them something that was styled as a consent order, they probably would, say, what is this? And then we'd have, they'd say, well, it shouldn't be this.
So you'd like an agreed order signed?
Yes.
Who are you? And what are you doing here?
My name is Alex Fisher. I'm an attorney. I represent the two individuals named in the styling of these two cases.
Mr. Gregory represented the situation correctly? Okay, I'm not signing anything until you tell me it's okay.
Thank you. And I'm already signed off on both these documents as well as my clients. So we're here before you to make sure the board signs off on it as well.
Sure.
Do we need a motion from the board to approve it, or chairman just sign it?
I think you can probably just sign it, but if you would want, either way is fine.
Whatever council says, I'm easy.
You can just sign it.
All right. Does that take care of it? Do you have the order today?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to write back, or can I read it first? Can I read it? Well, attorneys have me sign things.
I tab the signature portion of that. Since it's two individuals, it's two individual agreements.
So you've. On that, or is this a different?
No, it needs to be a separate.
Okay.
Or he'll have to go back and redo that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, Ms. Ryan, what are you here for? Well, whatever comes most natural to you.
Okay. Well, let
let me start and explain, just so you understand, and this will answer Mr. McMullen's questions as well. The way things are set up is that a consent order goes out to a respondent first. If we were in real court, a consent order and agreed order would technically it goes out, they have 30 days to respond or 30 days to comply, and then it goes into litigation. Once it's in litigation, then we call an agreed order. So that's what we have to do. We have to get an agreed order. That agreed order, if it were before an ALJ alone, would be one thing. If it's before you all, a case that, gee, Merry Christmas, it'll actually set for tomorrow. But I have an agreement that was signed by the respondent that encompasses the same terms that were offered to her in the consent order, with the exception that she's paying on a payment plan, which is acceptable, I believe, and she's paid the first installment of that payment. The agreed order also provides that if she violates any provision of the agreed order, then you have the opportunity to do an automatic revocation should you choose to do so. The final order encompasses that agreed order into it, and so that you know what all it says, this cause was set to be heard before the Tennessee Real Estate Commission in Nashville, Tennessee on August 11th, 2016. Respondent has presented a signed agreed order wherein she will pay a civil penalty of $2,000 plus 200 court costs and will pay this amount in monthly payments. The terms of the agreement have been accepted by the Commission, whereby it is hereby ordered and judged that the aforementioned agreed order attached hereto and incorporated herein by reference shall become the final order of the Commission in this cause. That is what I'm asking you to sign.
Well, you'd have to have the commission vote on this one, right?
No, do not have to commission vote on this one, unless you're somehow not going to vote on the terms of the payment plan, but we've always had the ability to negotiate payment plans.
So because after the fact, she agreed to accept the terms that we previously offered, you can go ahead and agree to.
Since the terms that were already previously accepted by the Commission, I just put those terms in the form of an agreed order as opposed to consent order. And she has thus signed it, but because it is in a hearing status, I have to have a final order. That's where you come in.
I got it, but it just seems like to me sometimes we'll offer terms to a respondent, and they'll choose not to accept those terms.
And that happens. And when that happens, we have a hearing. But in this particular case, the terms were accepted after the time period, and we're therefore not having a hearing. But yes, I can and often have come back before you with different terms, and in that case, you all would have to vote on it. But since the terms are exactly the same as what was presented before, what I really just need is to find the final order that puts it together.
All right,
Plus
Commissioners.
court costs, right?
Yes, plus court costs.
Hey, by the way, Robin, we had a question at lunch about, in a typical hearing, what the hearing costs are. Do you have a sense of what that?
Yes, initially, prior to the day of hearing costs are $200. At the day of hearing, it depends on how long the hearing goes. I have had with you all hearing costs of almost $2,000. Not with everybody that's here now, but.
The order that you're submitting provide for the amount of the monthly payments, or how
Yes,
many there will be? Okay.
It does. It provides a monthly payment plan if you'd like to know about it.
I don't need to know the details, but just that
Yeah.
they are in there.
Oh, we always outline that as well.
And then what's the revocation procedure? I mean, is it
It's an
automatic if
but
there's
it is automatic, but it's automatic based on the decision of the Commission.
so it would have to come back in front of us?
So if you really wanted to revoke it, I would bring it back,
Okay.
just to be safe.
All right, Ms. Kirby.
Would there be an automatic suspension, though?
No, it's automatic.
It's just revocation? Okay.
So at this point, I'm happy to sign that document, assuming my attorney to my left authorizes me to do that.
I understand. Always good to get an attorney to give you permission.
You know, an attorney that you like.
What does that mean? Does that mean you don't like me?
No, I wasn't even referring to you.
You all know that I only have one more case.
Probably talking about me.
Yeah,
I only have one more case with you. I don't have any other cases.
Till when?
Till never.
Why?
Are you retiring?
No, nobody gives them to me anymore. They don't like me. No, I don't think you have that many. My name doesn't come up in rotation. I really know a lot about it. So, no hearing tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yay. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ms. Ryan.
I'll see you all in December.
Thank you, Robin.
So the odds of us having a hearing in September have gone downhill pretty good.
I believe there's one other one that's filed. Isn't it yours, Robin? Oh, okay. No, it's Shalina's. There's one that is set for next month.
We're trying to double book these days because
You're settling.
we're settling a lot, and also because sometimes it might be an unrepresented person and it could go quicker. Trying to make you work harder.
Do we have one in October?
Yeah.
Yes.
You do, in Farragut.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, mine is in November. No, mine isn't. I don't know. I'll see you in the fall.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan. All right, now if we get Ms. Womack, it's good you're here too. This is paralegal Rihanna Womack, who joins when we get to the legal report, and I think does a lot of the work. Maybe not. Doesn't she do a lot of the research and on these legal cases?
Actually, this time our intern helped me a lot.
Is she here?
Student at Belmont. He was helping us out this summer.
Well, you don't have to sit in the back. You could come up here with us if you want to. Okay. All right. All right, Malcolm, we're going to get back onto the informal
Okay,
applicant process.
You're still in commission discussions.
Yes.
And you left off at lunch break with the next topic, which is informal applicant process. And I yield to Valerie on that report as well.
So that is, let's see which number that is on your iPad. That is. Oh, it's number 11. And this is the draft of the rules for the informal applicant process. I haven't changed anything from what the current process is. It's just now in writing and spelled out in the rules. So if you have any questions about any of the draft or have any suggestions or want anything changed, just let me know. I'd be happy to oblige to that. But it's the bottom part, that number 6, that's the added part of the rule. The rest of it's the same.
You suspect we'll have to go through a rulemaking hearing on this?
I'm hoping not. I think we're going to try to put these through as just proposed, since it's not really changing anything that's currently happening, but it's always possible that it'll get kicked back and we'll have to do a hearing.
Ideal world, would there be a motion here to accept your proposed language so that this process can continue, or do you want us to come back next month?
My hope is that you would vote on this language, and then next month I would come back with all the other stuff. So you've seen that before. It's like the regulatory flexibility addendum and the governor's questions and things like that is what I would draft in the next month to bring back to go with this.
Move to approve.
Second. A motion by Ms. Frank, second by Mr. Wood, that this proposed rule, language in the proposed rule, 1260-01, be approved. Is there discussion? Let's vote on that motion. If you're in favor, vote aye. If you're opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Anything else on that topic?
That's all.
Take care of it. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the next item that you had under commission discussions is principal broker to join in complaints with licensees. This is at the request of the chair to place this on the agenda.
This is because we have so many new commissioners. I just thought, especially after our long formal hearing last month, I'd like to get the sense of commission about this notion that when a complaint is filed against an affiliate, the staff, based on previous direction of this commission, is instructed that a complaint also be filed against the principal broker for failure to supervise. And you may recall as we go through this that many times those complaints are dismissed against the principal broker if the complaint against the affiliate is dismissed. But I thought it'd be a good time to get the sense of this commission to see if you still like that direction and want to continue to ask the staff to file against the principal broker at the same time an affiliate complaint is filed. I want to think about this for a month because I hadn't talked to anybody about it, but that's the intent of this line item on the agenda.
I think I think what we're doing now is probably the best way of doing it, because we can always drop it or dismiss it. But I worry a little bit about, it just, and I'm a principal broker, but I think it's good that a principal broker is involved in the situation, because whether or not they're found guilty of failure to supervise or not, they really need to be involved in it because of their agent that they're supposed to be supervising. If I have an agent that has to come before the real estate commission, me as the principal broker, I want to be here whether there's charges filed against me or not. I would be in the audience finding out what has this person done to be sure. So I don't see any problems with what the system is now.
Okay, other commissioners?
I totally agree with that. Totally agree with that.
It adjusted a few years ago, well, probably a long time ago, 10 years or something, like a fishing net for failure to supervise. So your charge was just, and we saw that a lot. So when it would say broker, so you just knew the broker was going to get $1,000 with about anything that happened. That concerned me, but would not the broker have to come if the affiliate came before us? They don't have to appear. Otherwise.
They want to, like Ms. Frank said. but
Right.
It's not a requirement. The complaints against an individual or more.
And I think this Board of Commissioners tries really, really hard to really be fair about this. It's kind of good that the affiliates need to know, or the broker needs to know, that they're responsible to this principal broker. And to me, they don't want to get their principal broker in trouble, of all people, I think. So I see it as a little deterrent for problems. If I think it's good that they come, because just like last month, we could tell for sure that principal broker knew nothing about what had gone on. And I hate that she had to come. In fact, I apologize to her for that. But she really needed to be here, too.
Mr. Wood, you have an opinion?
I'm just trying to, you put this on here, were you feeling something different, or?
No, I just think that I hear from brokers who don't know why they're included in a complaint. And the reason they are is because staff over the years has been instructed by this commission to do that. And so my only goal is to see if the sense of the commission has changed, and you would like to tell staff no longer is it necessary to file a complaint against the principal broker. And if there's that feeling on what is fairly new commission, then we ought to make that known to staff. If everybody's okay, or a majority is okay with how it's handled now, we'll just let it go. I just thought it was time we ought to get the sense of the commission.
And being a principal broker, I mean, I would prefer for the principal broker not to be involved for that. But I also, too, because of the way this system is, it makes me question when I take on a new agent. Is this somebody that's going to get me in trouble? And if so, I'm going to send them somewhere else. But so I don't feel strong enough to go against what we're doing right now.
Is there a member of commission who'd like to suggest we give staff different direction? Last call. All right, the next item.
And the other item that you also requested to revisit at this meeting is team discussions.
So I asked for this to be put on the agenda, and I might ask for this to be put on the agenda every month for a while to see because I know we're hearing from a lot of people, and if there's new information or discussion topics you want to hit this month, that's fine. If not, it was just put on there in case there was. So if everybody's okay, at the moment, we'll just move through this, but let's put it on next month's agenda too. It's a
Yes, sir.
fluid situation. All right, Executive Director's report.
Okay, and if you'll pull up on your iPad, I will be following some of that. I did want to give you an update as far as the staffing update. On one of the positions that we had open, we reclassified that position as what is called an AARB 3, which is, it was the creation of an additional manager in our staff, which we created the position of processing manager, which is processing the licenses. We did have somebody internally interview for that, who is Melissa Fox. I have recommended Melissa for that position, which we will unfreeze Melissa's position at the point that we receive notification, and that her current position will be open to be filled. So I just kind of wanted to give you an update on that. I will tell you that once that the replacement position is filled, then we will be at capacity as far as filling all the staff positions that have been vacated either from removals or retirement at this time. So I wanted to give you kind of where we were as far as staffing on that. The next thing I wanted to bring up under my report is update on attendance at the Vancouver Arello meeting. I will tell you, up until about 2.5 weeks ago, it was not looking like this was going to be a positive thing for any of us to be attending the Arello meeting in Vancouver. However, one thing did change, and that is when I made the appeal to the higher ups that there was a commissioner college for new commissioners that was included in the curriculum of that fall meeting, and they actually then at that point approved the attendance of, as far as myself as executive director and the attorney Mallory Kirby, and then asked for if there were new people that had never attended the Arello meetings. And in looking at the peaking order of the people that had been appointed as far as new commissioners, the first two that had not attended Arello meetings were Fontaine Taylor and Bobby Wood. And so therefore, we reached out to see if they had any interest in attending that meeting in the fall. So I wanted to give you an update on that, which follows up with my next part, and that is that there was some limited discussion at the last meeting of putting together some type of schedule of future attendance of commissioners at future Arello meetings, where this would not be lengthy discussions in the future, where we put together some kind of schedule based on people's tenure. And the example that I'd give you, the next two new ones after Fontaine and Bobby that hadn't attended meetings would be Johnny Horn and Rick Douglas. So they would be up for the spring meeting, and then we would start over with the most senior members of the commission.
One comment.
Please do.
Imagine that one.
Is it just one short comment? Is that what you said?
Not short, but I will say this. One thing that I would like to say is I'm on the programs committee, and the Commissioner College is only offered in the fall. So I worry a little bit about Johnny and Rick not getting to go to Commissioner College in the spring. My 2 cents.
Can't you change that?
I can't change that, but the spring meetings are more about the meetings.
Right.
So let's just, for a minute, from a commissioner's perspective, is there anything that you object to as far as this rotation process of who gets to go? I would assume, for instance, if I said, I'm not going in the fall of 2017, everybody would move up a slot.
That's
Is
correct.
that how that works? So a person shouldn't think that because Marcia's name is in spring of 18, that might be, she might be in the fall of 2017 by the time we get around to that. Any other comments? All right, thank you for putting that together. I think that's good. And thanks for the Rello report. What about the rest of your report?
Are those two people going? Bobby and
Yes.
Fontaine
Yes.
are going? Oh, good.
And also, Marcia is going as but she is paying her way to attend. So I wanted to let y'all know that as well.
One second, Malcolm. Commissioner.
So, since the new commissioner college is only offered in the fall, do we want to move Commissioners Horn and Douglas to the fall of 17 instead of the spring of 17?
That's Hawaii also.
Right.
And move, I guess, Commissioners Grease and Bloom to the spring of 17, flip-flop those two.
I don't know.
Pretty
that
certain they're
anyone
not going
has-
to approve Hawaii.
Yeah.
So y'all can go, but I don't know if the state will pay for it.
Yeah, the good part about when we priced out Vancouver ended up being cheaper than if the commissioners ended up going to New York or Los Angeles or someplace like that.
Maybe we should just leave it as is then.
Is it still you stay an extra day to take the college? I mean, it's at the time, but you stay extra day. Take it.
Okay, next item.
Let me ask you this, since I am supposed to go to the college, is there all I know is I have a ticket to get there and a ticket to come home. I know nothing about meetings or anything like that. Will that be sent to us or what?
And you can go online also. Malcolm, do you give them the passwords to get in for Arello?
I definitely will.
And look through that, because it's amazing how much stuff is available to us. But they already have, because I looked at it yesterday, they already have the meetings, the presenters, and those kinds of things.
Okay, Malcolm, next item.
Okay, at this point, what I'm going to do is refer to my executive director's report. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this since I previously sent it out, and I know that's going to thrill you since you want to get to Mallory's report. I do want to zoom in on a couple of things. The first thing I do want to zoom in on is under PSI. I believe this is on here. But yes, at the bottom of page 1, I wanted to let you know that I did participate in the PSI National Exam Development about 2 weeks ago, and it's about a year-and-a-half process before they come up with an updated version for the national exam. Tied into that is within the next 60 days, PSI will want to come to Nashville to start the update for 2018 for the state portion. And one of the things that I need from this brain trust of commissioners is potential names of individuals that could assist in developing the question item bank for future questions of that. I looked over the list that was developed, I guess it was probably 7 years ago, and many of those people are either not in the industry today or have retired. So we probably need to have a new, fresh list of individuals that would be willing to participate in that area. I don't need names today, but I definitely need your thoughts on that to put together some kind of group of people.
But probably educators.
I would definitely say that that would be very helpful. The next part of my report that I really want to focus in on is about 5 pages over, and there is a section that is called July Financials. And what this is this gives you a very good snapshot of year end of what we're looking at financially, which is and this does not include your reserves, but the TREC surplus after all of the cost backs and the state portion that is taken out of TREC comes to about $383,824 as far as your bottom line, what you're looking at as far as fiscal year end for this past year.
Which clearly must be available to commission to spend however it wants to.
Right.
We have
Yeah.
no discretion at all on that money to speak of, none.
None.
Correct.
It's basically, here's the bottom line.
What happens with that surplus?
Probably goes back in the general fund.
Swept as needed.
The,
They do it every year.
Yes. Sorry for the
yeah,
interruption.
no, it's a good question, but that's exactly what happens. The good news, and I will tell you this, Fontaine, when I had this explained by Mr. Huddleston this past week, the good part is with the reserve that we have, because this is a question that I have, is what happens in the years that let's say we don't have the robust economy with the number of licensees coming in, and let's say that you actually had a deficit year, that you would actually go in and borrow against your reserve account. So I'm thinking your surplus probably goes towards that reserve account to build the reserve in the event that takes place in future years. I will also point out, when you look at the cost backs, if you look at especially call center, which is a very hefty amount of money for the year, that is a new item that's a cost back that you have not seen historically, because that's a new program that was just put into place in the last year. And potentially there could be other cost backs in the near future just because of the shared services with the rest of the Department of Commerce and Insurance.
Like a centralized complaint service.
Exactly. It's our shared services.
So I'm wondering how many departments are in that call center? How many people are sharing that cost?
It's all the regulatory agencies.
So how many is that, 16 or 18 or?
Was it 9, I believe, 12? It's either 9 or 12.
Well, we have, I think, 24 regulatory boards, so.
I think there's like 9 of us that are in the call center today.
Yeah, I'm
I
not
think
sure.
we're each given one ninth.
No, it's dependent on volume, and unfortunately, TREC has the most volume. So if you don't have any other questions, those were the highlights that I wanted to give you in my report today.
You'd mentioned, or at least bullet pointed, a timeshare registry.
That's that's the next bullet point beyond my report I wanted to bring up, and I'm going to defer to Mallory on that, because after you preliminarily approved it, it did go to legal. Mallory and I both spent some time on getting educated on the benefits of the Arello timeshare registry from other jurisdictions that had it, and I'd like to turn that over to Mallory just to kind of conclude it.
Actually, why don't you refresh my memory about what this is about?
So the Arello Timeshare Registry is something that Arello created for timeshare developers and regulators, obviously, to kind of make timeshare registration a little bit more efficient and easier for the providers. So there's no cost to the regulators. It's paid for by the developers that use it. They have a fee that they pay. I think they pay Arello to use it. So it wouldn't be required for developers to use it. It would just be an option. And what I have learned from speaking to some other regulators that use it is it's generally utilized by the larger companies that are filing registrations with multiple states and multiple jurisdictions. And so what they can basically do is upload all of their standard documents into the registry so that when they go to do registrations in different states, it's much easier. They can just then take the forms, like our state-specific forms that we upload for them, and they can fill those out and send them to us via the registry, and all of their standard forms that they would send in addition to our state-specific forms, would already be uploaded in that system. So it kind of, I mean, I think there are several benefits to it. One is the obvious, we won't have to be sending stacks of paper back and forth anymore. Generally, when we get a timeshare registry application, it's huge. Because they have a lot of documents they have to provide for us, and a lot of times these companies are providing all the same documents to all the states, and so this just kind of cuts down on that. It cuts down on our staff having to, scan and create files for all of those. They're already up there, uploaded into the registry. And from what I also understand, the registry provides an internal communication, so basically the regulators and the developers would communicate solely through the registry, if they choose to utilize the registry. Like I said, they don't have to utilize the registry, but so there's like an internal email system in the registry, so everything is contained in that. And if a developer uploaded a filing for review, whether it be a courtesy filing or something they're required to do, we would then get an email saying such and such timeshare development has uploaded or has submitted this filing. So we know to go in and look for it, and we can just click it, open it, and then if we just approve it, we can click approve, and it'll automatically send a letter that's generated that says your filing has been approved and things like that. So I think it would be a useful tool for us. I did talk to Arello about one particular provision in the agreement that we were a little uncomfortable with, and they have proposed some amended language to kind of get rid of our concern about that. And I'll just point out that that is if you're looking at the actual agreement itself, in paragraph 5, it states that in full consideration of the license granted to the agency hereunder, the agency agrees that the ATR shall be the primary repository for agency information as defined below relating to any offering reviewed or approved by the agency utilizing the ATR, and the exclusive mechanism by which the agency shall accept future filings once a registration has been acted upon by the agency via the ATR. We were a little concerned with that exclusive language. We can't bind anyone to have to use the ATR. So they have agreed to allow us to amend that to preferred mechanism. I imagine that any developer that files initially with the ATR will want to continue to use it. So I doubt it will really come up very often, but we just have to make sure we aren't binding our licensees to this if they don't choose to use it again.
Okay, so would you like a motion today, or is this just for information?
Motion would be great, but if you'd like to take it home and think about it and read over the stuff some more, we can do it next time. It's really up to y'all, and if you have any questions about it, I can try to answer them.
How many timeshare applications do we get a year?
Malcolm sees those. Do you have a?
Actually, it's more updates and revisions. Now, I will tell you within, I believe it's like a year and a half, your timeshare agreements, the original agreements were put into place about 19 years ago, and they're 20-year agreements. So you have all of these companies that are going to be coming up for renewal, but any kind of revisions that they file, these come in through we get those, which is once again the huge stacks that we receive. And I process at least probably 3 to 4 requests a week as far as amendments and things of that nature. So really and truly having the registry and the access with it being online instead of sifting through all of the paperwork and being part of the network of the Arello of getting the information would be very, very helpful for staff as far as being able to process even the amendments, not only just the applications.
Is there a cost involved?
No.
Not to the agent, not to TREC.
It's to the developers.
So,
Make a motion, we do this.
thank you, Commissioner
Second.
Wood. A motion by Commissioner Wood, second by Ms. Franks, that the timeshare registry or participation in the timeshare registration by the state of Tennessee Real Estate Commission be approved. Discussion. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously.
And I have one last question for Valerie. The signature to the agreement, does that need to be by chairman or by executive director? It just says by.
I'm not 100% sure. I will check on that. If we need to bring it back next month for you to sign, I can do that, but I have a feeling we can sign it internally, probably.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Taylor, since we have Ms. Kirby going, did you have a question about that case that went to Chancery Court? You wanted to ask her?
Well, any case that goes to the court system, how do we know the outcome? Is it reported back to us what the findings were of the court?
Yes. So that's one of the things we did last month when we had one that we'd gotten a decision from the administrative law judge, and we brought it back to you guys to decide if you wanted to hear it yourselves, because it was one that had just been heard by the ALJ alone. So, but yes, and when an outcome happens, we'll report it to you. It just takes a while sometimes. So, for instance, the case that's pending that's on appeal right now, that's still waiting for a date. It hasn't moved.
Usually when they're on appeal like that and heard by a judge, are they heard within a year or 6 months? Or is there a time frame at all, or just?
It's really hard to say. I mean, the judge kind of gets to decide that, so I don't know. And the Attorney General is handling that case for us right now. So once they get a date of a trial set or a hearing set, I know that they'll let us know, but we just haven't heard. I know the last thing we heard was that there were briefs filed on their side, and our Assistant Attorney General that's representing this case was in the process of filing one for this side. So that's where we are with that one right now.
Okay, Mallory, do you have anything else besides the legal report?
Yes, one thing.
Okay.
So we had a respondent who had executed a consent order, made the payment for the consent order, and had the stipulation that they had to attend the meeting within 180 days. This individual has contacted us and said that he was hospitalized in April, diagnosed with stage 5 end-stage renal failure, and was asking for an extension prior to suspending the license. That's what generally happens if they violate a condition of the order, is that their license is automatically suspended. So I wanted to bring that back before the commission to see if you were interested in offering some kind of extension. He has offered to provide the medical records as proof of that situation, which I just received this on Friday, and we've been traveling for the last 2 days, so I haven't been able to reach out back to him about this. So if I can always ask for that and get him to provide those if we want that.
Would someone like to make a motion subject to receipt of those?
How much additional time does he want?
He has not specified a time period.
Is his original 180 days run out yet?
His original 180 days was up on August the 2nd, which is how he realized that he had not fulfilled his obligation. He contacted us pretty much as soon as he got his suspension letter.
Oh, he's already been given the letter.
So would the suspension have to be withdrawn as part of an extension of time for him to complete the
It would,
attendance?
and I'm not sure if the staff has changed his license status to suspended or not. I think it probably has. Do you know if it has or not? It has. Okay. So yes, the suspension would have to be lifted if you wanted to allow him to have more time to attend the meeting.
He may not be able to tell you how much time.
Right, and that was something he said, and Rihanna talked to him.
He even stated he wouldn't be able to come to the next meeting.
How about if we substitute, instead of coming to the meeting, a class? And then that way he could either do it locally or he could do a correspondence course.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like to make that as a motion. If we can we change that? And then, but would that, I don't know what we need to do about his license right now.
I think you should require, though, the letter from the doctor, because
Sure, just for the
anybody
file.
could say
Mhm.
that, not
Absolutely.
that he has, but.
Yeah, and of course, that's why I think this would be contingent on me receiving those records, which since I just got the request, that's why I don't have them yet. But I would definitely request those from him.
What was the offense, so we would know what kind of class?
So he had 2 violations.
Change of affiliation and.
So he was operating with a firm before he actually switched firms with TREC. That was one of the violations, and the other one was advertising. Those kind of went together because he was advertising as part of that firm before he'd actually switched firms.
Commissioner Wood, it's up to you, buddy.
How about, so it was a meeting, so let's say 8 hours of education, and I don't know what that's gonna cover. I'm not hung up exactly on what it is. How about 8 hours of education that he's gotta take within 90 days?
So does your motion also include revoking the suspension?
Yes, yes.
But that's only if she gets the letter from the doctor, right?
And I think that's understood.
And we need a time frame for the class too. It can't be.
I said within 90 days.
Oh, 90 days, excuse me.
I figure that gives him time,
Yeah.
depending on his feeling, if he can go to class or do a correspondence course.
Okay, so Mr. Wood's motion.
If somebody's got a better idea on what the 90-day, or the class should be about, I just don't know what to put it on.
Is this a bit above his required continuing?
Yeah, and he should not get, and that class should not go toward his continuing education. Can we keep up with that, or is that a problem?
Sure. No, that's usually what we put in most
Okay.
of them, so that's fine.
Okay, so I'm going to just see if I can state the motion you said.
Okay.
Okay, I think the motion is that contingent upon staff receiving proof of medical issues, this licensee's suspended license will no longer be suspended, with the understanding that within 90 days of that suspension being lifted, the licensee will complete 8 hours of education that's over and above what's required to keep his license.
Yes.
Or
Or he could still do the meeting if he wanted to.
Or attend a meeting within 90 days. Yeah, and so that it's clear, in case he meets none of those conditions, his license will be suspended again at the end of 90 days.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Wood that I've articulately stated, and Ms. Franks has seconded. Is there discussion on the motion?
I like these group projects when we work together.
It was good. All right, let's vote. Those in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Ms. Kirby.
Just one point of clarification. Would you like us to lift the suspension after we receive the medical records or before?
After.
After.
At the time.
At the time, yeah.
Now, you can read those medical records and know what they say, right? Just checking. I mean, it's your decision. All right, let's take a 10-minute break.
Fantastic. Where it's just disappeared.
Disappeared
What disappeared?
in my paperwork. That little thing that this. And I had started writing it.
I'm not filling mine
I
out.
wonder if she picked it up.
Otherwise, we'll just stay.
Oh, give it back to you today? This one with your name on it? Yeah. That stays here.
Oh, it does, okay.
Yeah, and then you take that one back home.
Did you pick up mine?
do that. No,
Can't
you
find
keep
it
that one.
anywhere.
Okay, good deal. Thank you.
And we're gonna text you next month.
I started filling it out. I've looked through everything.
Austin's. It wasn't like these. I only have Austin's and Diane's.
What a bummer. A transplant. That's what he needs. That guy.
Are you kidding me?
Come on.
No, I wouldn't have thought to, you know, it's an extension cord and you plug in. Thank you, yes.
Back from Memphis last night, her husband's died. And I had
It's getting better, because I'm doing more exercise now. But I was hurting so bad when I exercised. No, I'll catch up with it. Well, you didn't have no choice.
When you started back?
Yeah.
You walking?
do a few
Yeah,
things.
and
around
normally
the house.
it's not. We only get a certain amount of government rates because it wasn't booked when
Got a
they all
closet
booked,
shelf.
they all booked.
Closet shelf there.
So we won't get
I moved in 6 months ago.
going forward, you will.
It's what killed the first resident.
Oh, you'll get this totally reimbursed plus the mileage. But generally, it is, just so you are
Oh, she
aware,
ain't said nothing. She
that is what almost
told me
every
to come
single.
look.
Just sometimes the parking.
You know what that is.
$5.
I don't have to tell you.
But
I don't mean for you to do it. I just want you to know.
Oh, yeah,
you hand it to me and then.
Yeah, I hear that at all.
Can you set up
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah.
So, you gotta get second medicine on your own. I
Oh,
can't
yeah.
help with that.
No, you got a few minutes, you know. If I say, come look at this, you gotta do it
Yeah,
now.
I'll
I mean,
send
you
you
should have been
directions
on
on
it
how
5 minutes ago.
process. And then from, as soon as I delegate this, all your expense reporting is done, you just give me receipts. I don't need receipts for any of your food.
Some of these people that pay
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to move into the legal report. Just a little bit of background for you. As you might have surmised earlier today, from earlier discussion, people file complaints against licensees all the time. And when those complaints are filed, it's the responsibility of the staff and eventually council to present those complaints to commission in an anonymous fashion. So we have no idea who filed the complaint. We have no idea who the respondent is. We have no idea what part of the state. Generally speaking, we don't know if it's a he or a she. So these guys take the complaints, research them, create a narrative. You'll get to hear several of those today. And council will make a recommendation that we should either dismiss it or offer that respondent some sort of agreed consent. Is that not the right term? Is it agreed consent?
Sorry.
What, so, a consent order?
Yes,
That's what I
consent
want. Thank you, counsel. Okay, I just want you.
Since we just spent half the afternoon talking about it.
I know. So, we don't hear it. Let's just say the commission decides to offer them, if they'll pay $1,000 and come to one of these meetings or take a 6-hour course, we can make this complaint go away. The respondent can accept that offer, or they can say, as we had last month, no way, I want to have a formal hearing, which is what we had scheduled for tomorrow with the judge, attorneys, and generally a fairly long day. So today we're just in the first phase of this where a complaint has been filed, staff has researched it, Ms. Kirby is about to read a narrative into us with a recommendation, and then commission will make a decision on whether we want to accept her recommendation or modify it in some form or fashion. So, with that said, I'm happy to say that Commissioner McMullen is going to handle this portion, or at least a portion of this portion. So, let's go with item number 1, but you have to read something into the record
Oh,
first.
yes. Any consent order authorized by the commission should be signed by respondent and returned within 30 days. If said consent order is not signed and returned within the allotted time, the matter may proceed to a formal hearing. 2016006921. So this matter is the 50-mile issue that we heard earlier today. So unless you want me to read everything in, we can skip to the decision.
I think it's fine to skip to the decision unless somebody wants to have it read. Okay. So
I
we
did not
had
make a
the-
recommendation.
Yeah, what is your recommendation?
Well, my recommendation for this one, this is the affiliate broker, and my recommendation initially was to dismiss this complaint because it's my opinion that the way the rule is written, it puts the responsibility on the principal broker to be in compliance with that rule.
A motion?
This was the person that was here this morning, right?
Yes.
Okay. I like,
And this complaint is only with respect to the affiliate broker. The principal broker is next, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Move to dismiss.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Franks and seconded by Commissioner Hills to dismiss. Any discussion? Let's vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
I
The ayes
abstain.
have it,
I abstain.
and Commissioner Bloom abstains.
2016010811, and this is the principal broker. My initial recommendation was a $250 violation, consent order for violation of Rule 1260-02-.01, which is the 50-mile rule. But that is certainly up to the commission.
Thank you, Ms. Kirby. Is there discussion or a motion?
I make a motion that we find the broker 200.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Taylor to accept council's recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Franks. Is there discussion? All right, let's vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
Abstain.
The motion carries with an abstention from Commissioner Bloom. Otherwise, 8 yes and 0 no.
And I'll just remind the commission to, if that respondent chooses not to accept that consent order and it goes to a hearing, that will have to be heard by the administrative law judge sitting alone, since the anonymity is now gone from that complaint.
Thank you, Ms. Kirby. Would you inform us about case number 3?
2016003612. This complaint was presented last month. The decision from the commission was $1,000 for failure to respond. So unless the commission opposes, I'll just skip to the new information. Respondent 2 states there's.
Can I interrupt?
Sorry. Yes.
So, at least on my tablet, it looks like it says recommendation for respondent 2 was $100 for violation, failure to respond. Just want to make sure it's 1,000, not 100.
Correct. The commission chose to change the amount from
Okay.
my recommendation of 100 to 1,000.
Thank you. My fault.
Yes. Respondent 2 states Respondent 2 did not receive the complaint because Respondent 2 left the firm on February 10th, 2016 and submitted a TREC 1 form to place Respondent 2's license in inactive status on that day. TREC records show that the request was processed on February 25th. Respondent 2 states that Respondent 2 did not receive the email attempt because the email address is an MLS-generated email address that was deactivated while Respondent 2's license was inactive. So the recommendation is to dismiss.
So, was her license or his license active at the time he failed to, or she failed to respond?
Well, the TREC form to make it inactive had been submitted, but it wasn't processed yet. So she had left that firm when it was received when it was attempted to be delivered at the firm. Actually, I think it was delivered to the firm, but they just, since she had already left, they didn't tell her that it was there or send it to her.
And this looks like to me, if we can recall, back in, Malcolm came the 1st of February, Malcolm, or the last?
February 1st.
February 1st. And so there was a backlog of, if you'll remember, people sending in forms and them not being processed. So I'm wondering, was there some sort of backlog here in this instance? Do we have any information or?
I mean, there had to have been, because the form was dated February 10th, and it wasn't put into the system until the 25th, so.
I move to dismiss.
That was not uncommon for that time.
All right, we have a motion to dismiss by Commissioner Franks. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded to dismiss this complaint. Any discussion? If not, let's vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. That motion carries unanimously. Mallory, could you inform us about case number 4, please?
2016010861. Complainant states that respondent's HVAC unit does not cool or heat complainant's apartment, and the landlord does not have open communications with regard to repairs. Complainant states that the rental agreement states the apartments are furnished with central heat and air, but that the apartment actually has a window unit and baseboard heater. Complainant states that the HVAC unit is too small for the unit and does not cool in the summer. Complainant states that the baseboard heater only heats the wall that it sits on. Complainant states there are scorch marks on the wall of the apartment from the unit itself, and complainant has reported that it burned the window drapes. Complainant states complainant uses stove and oven to heat the house. Complainant has created multiple requests with respondent but has not received any resolution. Complainant was advised that the unit turns on and works. Complainant states landlord does not let complainant know when a technician is coming to do repairs or to enter the apartment, and the complainant heard the storm door shut, waking complainant up to find a technician in the apartment. Respondent states that complainant has made multiple requests to have the unit upgraded past what the property was advised with and above what advertised with and above what complainant's lease states. Complainant's lease states that the property is not central heat and air, but has window unit AC and also baseboard heat. Respondent states that when properties were renovated, code enforcement was consulted and codes were passed. All units in the 30-unit complex have a window air unit and baseboard heater. Respondent states that complainant is not being truthful when stating that respondent advertised for central heat and air. Respondent states that complainant contacted code enforcement in regards to heat. Respondent received notice from the code enforcement officer, and respondent consulted with the codes enforcement to find a resolution. Code inspector asked respondent to caulk the windows and do everything respondent could to insulate the property. Respondent did so, and per code enforcement resolved the issue. Respondent states that complainant has made multiple mentions to respondent's office that since complainant's rent is being paid on time, complainant should be entitled to amenities other than that other residents do not have. Respondent provided a copy of the lease agreement as well as advertising for the property, all of which refer to a window AC. The lease does not state the specific heating source. Per the county housing inspection and tracking system, no complaint of a codes violation has been filed on this property since 1999. An MLS listing printed on March 22nd of 2016 states the window has an AC unit and baseboard heat. Respondent did not address the issue of the technicians entering complainant's unit without permission. However, there is no documentation to support this allegation, and the recommendation is to dismiss.
Move to dismiss.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Bloom and a second by Commissioner Taylor to dismiss this complaint. Is there any discussion? All right, let's vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. That motion carries unanimously and the complaint is dismissed. Ms. Kirby, could you present case number 5, please?
2016010881. Complainant purchased a home in November of 2009 that was confirmed to not be in a flood zone. Complainant relisted the home with the same realtor with the closing date of November 5th, 2015, but buyer's loan was declined due to flood insurance, which made his debt to income ratio out of order. Complainant states the home has now been devalued. Complainant states complainant would never purchase a home in a flood zone and now cannot sell the home due to the flood zone. Respondent states, according to FEMA, in November of 2009, when complainant purchased the home, it was not in a flood zone. Complainant asked respondent to list the home on 11/4/14. Respondent pulled tax records and saw the property was now shown to be in a flood zone. Respondent shared information with complainant, and complainant felt there was a mistake. Complainant called a surveyor and ordered an elevation certificate in April of 2015. The certificate confirmed the property was now in a flood zone. In September of 2015, respondent showed the home to a potential buyer, and the house went under contract on September 15th, 2015. Respondent states it was disclosed to the buyers that the home was now in a flood zone. The quote for homeowners insurance, including flood insurance, caused the buyer's debt to income ratio to be too high to qualify for the loan. The contract was terminated on October 6th, and the earnest money was forfeited to the complainant. Respondent states that the home was not in a flood zone until more than 4 years after complainant purchased the home. Respondent states that it is an unfortunate circumstance for complainant, but it is not respondent's fault or the fault of respondent's company. Respondent provided a FEMA document dated 7/17/07 showing the property not to be in a flood zone and requiring no flood insurance. Respondent provided another FEMA document stating the same, dated 6/29/10. Respondent provided a FEMA document dated 11/26/13, which states the property is considered in a flood zone and flood insurance is required. The recommendation is to dismiss.
Move to dismiss.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Franks and seconded by Commissioner Taylor to dismiss. Any discussion?
No, but this is kind of what we were talking about
I was
this
gonna say,
morning
where
and the
are
problems
the
that
silver
happened.
jackets when you need them?
Yeah. Silver bullets.
Silver
wasn't it?
jackets.
Oh, silver jackets.
Not bullets.
All right, Lone Ranger. All right, any further discussion? If not, let's vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion is approved unanimously, and this case is dismissed. Ms. Kirby, could you present case number 6, please?
2016010901. TREC opened a complaint against respondent.
Move
principal
to
broker.
dismiss.
Second.
We have a motion by Chairman Grease and seconded by Commissioner Hills to dismiss. This is because it is the affiliate broker or the principal broker for the previous case, which was dismissed. As we discussed earlier, we typically open up a complaint against the principal broker for failure to supervise when a complaint is filed against an affiliate broker. And since the complaint against the affiliate broker has been dismissed. It appears at least several commissioners think that the complaint against the principal should also be dismissed. All right, any discussion? If not, let's vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion is approved unanimously, and case number 6 is dismissed. Ms. Kirby, could you present case number 7, please?
2016-01-1131. Complainant alleges that respondent improperly provided answers on a disclosure statement, did not disclose flood zone, did not provide information on a potential foreclosure, was untruthful about information in a counteroffer, and did not inform seller about buyer's offer to release the contract. Complainant states that the seller of the house marked yes to the following items when asked, "Are you, seller, aware of any defects?" on the disclosure statement: sewer, electrical system, central air conditioning, exterior walls. Complainant states that respondent stated the seller wanted to mark no to the aforementioned questions. Complainant further states that the seller did not know that the property was in a flood zone, but that it was respondent's responsibility to know this, and respondent's lack of knowledge caused a delay on the closing date. Complainant states that the ad for the house did not say anything about short sale or foreclosure. Complainant states that respondent claimed the respondent disclosed the foreclosure on a counteroffer, but the counteroffer only said closing until 12/10, no exceptions. Complainant further states that respondent disclosed information about the foreclosure to complainant's mutual agent. However, complainant denies ever receiving any notice about foreclosure. Complainant states that complainant did not receive information about the foreclosure before signing the purchase contract. Complainant states that the seller gave less than 3 weeks for a VA loan closing and that the lender needed 3 more days to complete the loan. Complainant states that because respondent didn't disclose the foreclosure, the bank didn't agree to the extension. Complainant states respondent received a cash offer one day before the foreclosure, but the seller was still under contract with complainant. Complainant states that respondent put complainant under pressure to sign a release. Complainant requested that the seller pay $500 for the release, but respondent did not relay this offer to the seller. Complainant states that the seller directly contacted complainant and agreed to sign the release. Complainant states if complainant had known the house was in foreclosure, they would have never made an offer on the house. Respondent states that respondent's records show that the answers to the disclosure statement were marked no, and respondent is not sure what complainant is trying to allege. Respondent further states that respondent did not complete the disclosure statement. By law, a disclosure statement is not a representation by any real estate licensee, but is filled out by the seller. Respondent states respondent was unaware the house was in a flood zone, and seller was unaware of the flood zone because the seller was never notified of the FEMA flood zone classification, nor was the seller ever notified of the need to carry flood insurance. Respondent states that the seller purchased the house in 2006, and the revised map indicating that the house was in a flood zone was revised on January 5th, 2007. Respondent further states that complainant's own contract specifically stated in paragraph number 10A that if flood zones were of a concern to complainant, complainant should address flood zones in the special stipulations paragraph of the contract, which complainant did not do. Respondent further states that the seller was behind on his mortgage payment and had already received notice of foreclosure from the bank. Respondent states that respondent strongly stressed to complainant's agent prior to the contract being signed that the seller had a situation that was different from most and had to close on or before 12/10/15. Respondent further states that respondent did not go into detail about the foreclosure with complainant's agent because respondent does not believe the financial condition of a party qualifies as an adverse condition of the property. Respondent states respondent believes that divulging the financial condition of a client would be improper and would likely violate respondent's duty of loyalty to respondent's client. Respondent states that respondent believe that foreclosure notices are typically public knowledge through public legal notices in local newspapers. Respondent states that after the contract was entered, it is without question that both complainant's agent and the lender were aware of the pending foreclosure. Office of Legal Counsel reviewed the documentation provided by respondent. It appears that according to the purchase and sale agreement, paragraph number 10A, line 309, the responsibility to address concerns about survey work and flood certifications belongs to the complainant buyer. The signed counteroffer states that the property must close on or before 12/10/15 with no exception. Email documentation provided by respondent indicates that the buyer's agent and the lender were aware of the pending foreclosure, and then all three were working to get the property closed by the 10th. Email also shows that respondent attempted to get the bank to postpone the foreclosure, including making personal appearances at the bank, attempting to involve senior officers at the bank, and contacting their congressman for help. Unfortunately, no one got the results that they wanted, so the recommendation is to dismiss.
Motion to accept council's recommendation.
Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Hills, seconded by Commissioner Wood, to dismiss this complaint. Discussion? Let's vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion is approved unanimously, and that complaint is dismissed. Ms. Kirby, could you present case number 8, please?
2016-011151. Complainants allege that complainants have...
Motion to dismiss.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hills, seconded by Commissioner Taylor to dismiss. Is there any discussion? If not, let's, go ahead.
So is this the same situation?
Oh, it's not?
No.
Sorry. I withdraw.
Does someone want to
I
have the
withdraw.
case read?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, and can I ask this question? I mean, because as I read these in preparation,
too.
are there, and I make my notes, and is it okay, do we have to have it read the whole time?
You don't have to have it read if people feel prepared to vote without having it read.
We'll
But
stay
if
with your
someone-
motion?
The previous respondent was the principal broker. That's why this one's not the principal broker.
I think Chairman Grease had asked that it be read. Would you like
Okay,
to have it read?
that's fine. Let it read.
Okay. Ms. Kirby, you could present this one, please.
Complainants allege that complainants have lost the opportunity to see a home and the opportunity to present an offer before a home was actually in pending status because of respondents' actions. Complainants state that on 12/11/15, complainants called respondent, the listing agent, about wanting to take a tour of a home listed as active on the MLS. Complainants state that respondent stated that the seller had just accepted an offer but to keep an eye on the property. Complainant states that complainant continued to monitor the status of the house until 12/14/15, on which date it was still listed as active in the MLS. Complainant states that complainant's agent contacted respondent's firm and was told that it was not in pending status yet as the parties were still in negotiations. Complainant states complainant called respondent's office within minutes of receiving their agent's email to schedule a showing of the house since there was no final agreement in place, but respondent refused to show the house. Complainant states that complainant told complainant's agent to let respondent know that complainants would be filing a complaint with TREC. Complainants further state that approximately 10 minutes after this conversation, the status of the house had been changed to pending, continued to show inspection. Respondent submitted a response by and through an attorney. Respondent states that on 12/11/15, respondent received a call from an unidentified woman, and respondent informed the caller that a contract had been accepted on the house. Respondent states that respondent advised the caller that respondent would know within a few days whether the purchase and sale of the house would proceed to closing, and proposed that complainants contact respondent the following week to see whether the parties were moving forward with the purchase and sale. Respondent states that on Monday, 12/14/15, respondent's assistant received a call from an agent representing complainants who informed respondent that complainants wanted to see the house. Respondent states that respondent's assistant, who does not work on Fridays, was not aware that an offer had been accepted on Friday evening, 12/11/15. Respondent states that complainant's agent called respondent directly and indicated that he wanted to show the house to complainants. Respondent states that respondent notified the agent that the contract on the property had been accepted on Friday evening after respondent's office had closed, and that was why the status was not yet changed in the MLS. Respondent states that the rules and regulations of the local MLS provide the sale should be reported to the MLS by the listing broker within 72 hours after they have occurred. Respondent states that the MLS status of the house was changed to pending within 72 hours of the contract being accepted by the parties. One of the sellers signed the offer electronically on 12/10, followed by the second seller on 12/11 at 4 p.m. A letter from respondent's assistant states that she informed complainant's agent over the phone that she thought there was an offer being worked out on the property, but would confirm with respondent when respondent got to the office and have respondent call complainant's agent. The assistant states complainant's agent called respondent directly on respondent's cell before she could talk to respondent. The rules and regulations of the MLS states sales shall be reported to the MLS by listing broker within 72 hours after they have occurred. The recommendation is to dismiss.
Move to dismiss.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Franks, seconded by Commissioner Hills to dismiss. Discussion?
This is an MLS and an ethics problem here, and that really should not have been filed with TREC.
Vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion is approved unanimously, and that complaint is dismissed. Ms. Kirby, could you present complaint number 9, please?
2016011171.
Move to dismiss.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Hills, seconded by Commissioner Taylor to dismiss. This is a complaint against the principal broker for the previous case, which we voted to dismiss. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion is approved unanimously, and that complaint is dismissed. Ms. Kirby, case number 10, please.
2016012051. Complainant is certified and licensed Tennessee real estate appraiser. Complainant alleges that respondent engaged in improper and unprofessional conduct. Complainant states that respondent attempted to pressure and coerce respondent for a specific value while completing an appraisal on a real estate listing. Complainant further states that respondent suggested that complainant consider an adjustment of the appraisal based on the roof and HVAC system, which were paid out of seller's pocket. Complainant states that respondent urged complainant to increase the value of the appraisal based on respondent's personal bias and financial interest. Complainant further alleges that respondent sought retaliation against complainant for failing to meet respondent's demand for a specific value by filing a complaint against respondent with the Tennessee Real Estate Appraisal Commission. Complainant states that respondent's complaint did not allege or cite any improper actions on complainant's part. Complainant states that the complaint filed with the Tennessee Real Estate Appraiser Commission was dismissed. Complainant alleges that respondent's actions are not compatible with professional standards by which realtors should conduct real estate business. Respondent states that respondent provided complainant with a list of property upgrades and sale comps at the time of the appraisal, as it is industry practice, and respondent did not speak to complainant again until after the appraisal had been issued. Respondent states that respondent spoke to complainant after the appraisal was issued and informed complainant that the appraisal had been shared with respondent and that complainant's appraisal was significantly below an appraisal conducted just 3 months prior. Respondent states the purpose of respondent's call was to ascertain the reason for the great disparity between the two appraisals. Respondent further states that the complaint filed against complainant to the Tennessee Real Estate Appraiser Commission was not retaliatory, but rather it was in an effort to bring to attention what respondent believed to be an egregious appraisal which had a substantially adverse effect on respondent's client. Respondent states that a subsequent appraisal valued respondent's client's property to be $22,000 more than complainant's appraisal. Regarding the issue of retaliation, respondent notes that respondent's complaint against complainant was submitted in March of 2015 at the time that the appraisal and its consequences were occurring, whereas complainant did not submit the complainant issue until against respondent until December of 2015. Respondent states that complainant received a letter of caution regarding respondent's complaint against complainant and that the complaint was not merely dismissed as complainant suggested. The recommendation is to dismiss.
Motion to dismiss.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hills, seconded by Commissioner Franks to dismiss. Discussion? Let's vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion is approved unanimously and the complaint is dismissed.
Sir.
Yes.
About that line that tells you about it with a name in it.
Oh, right below.
11,
Okay.
in case number 11.
Oh, yes, okay,
Ms. Kirby, when you present case number 11, could you
of course, yes.
use discretion as appropriate with respect to the name?
2016012071.
Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Hill, seconded by Commissioner Wood to dismiss. This is a principal broker complaint for failure to supervise. Dismissed. Any discussion? If not, let's vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion is approved unanimously and that complaint is dismissed. Ms. Kirby, can you present case number 12, please?
2016012121. Complainant owns one single-family home and duplex. Complainant hired respondent to manage these properties because complainant does not live in Tennessee. Complainant alleges that respondent overcharges or invents repairs, maintenance, either going ridiculously over estimates, creative billing, or just illegal charges. Complainant states that respondent never asks approval for any of the charges, which is in violation of their contract. Complainant further states that respondent never provides receipts of proof of work despite complainant's requests. Complainant states that documentation of the following unauthorized charges can be provided: grounds maintenance with no further description and no imaginable basis, 10% management fee charged to tenant security deposit, an estimated $1,500 repair to which the final charge was $4,000 with no explanation or receipts. Complainant further alleges that respondent cannot be reached when respondent can be reached. Respondent will lie and say to get anything to get complainant off the phone and then do nothing about complainant's complaints. Respondent states that the contract between complainant and respondent have been officially terminated, but that respondent collected rent for December of 2015 illegally when it should have been collected by new management under the contract with the complainant. Complainant further alleges that respondent is refusing to hand over security deposits in the repair fund totaling $2,000. Complainant also states that respondent's office number is an answering service. Respondent, through legal counsel, refutes and denies complainant's charges. Respondent states that respondent managed several properties on behalf of complainant for approximately 2 years and was unaware of complainant's allegations until the recent termination of the property management contract regarding one of complainant's properties. Respondent further states that complainant had access to all the bills but never disputed a single bill until now. Respondent states that every charge ever incurred included an exact invoice that was provided to complainant. The property management agreement states that the agent shall contract for or undertake the making of all necessary repairs and the performance of all necessary work for the benefit of the property, including all required alterations to properly carry out this agreement. However, no expenses shall be incurred for matters in excess of $500 for any single item without the express consent of the owner, except for where required for safety purposes in protecting the property of the tenant. First, all of the invoices provided by respondent are generated by respondent in that they are entered into respondent's computer system and are not the original invoices from the vendors. There are a few invoices for repairs over $500 that complainant states complainant did not give consent for, and respondent did not refute this claim or any of the specific claims alleged in the complaint. There are also several invoices for repairs that give no further description as to what the repairs are. There are 2 charges to complainant for plumbing services, one for $258.50 and one for $82.50. However, the invoices both say a 0 charge. On September 18, 2014, respondent provided complainant with an estimate for repairs totaling $1,123.20 and stated that respondent will let complainant know if there are any material changes. Legal counsel calculated the expenses listed on the owner statements during what appears to be the 3-month period in which major repairs were taking place with no tenant in the property, and the total comes to approximately $2,300. Complainant's email to respondent dated January 16, 2015 requests an explanation of the charges that did not have a description of the work done, since the total bill for the repairs was significantly more than the quote. Complainant sends another email on February 1st, again requesting a response since none had been received, with respondent stating that the staff member dealing with the inquiry was out sick. Complainant states complainant has never gotten a response to this inquiry. Respondent was asked to provide the leases for the tenants in complainant's property and did not do so. Thus, it's difficult for legal counsel to determine whether or not the 10% management fee taken out of the $250 payment collected from the tenant in February of 2015 was the security deposit, as complainant alleges. Legal counsel also cannot verify complainant's claim that respondent collected December rent after the contract was over, as there is no indication as to when the management agreement was terminated and for which properties, since the respondent was still managing one of complainant's properties at the time the complaint was filed. Respondent was asked to provide bank account statements for the escrow account used to collect and distribute rents and security deposits, as well as for accounts used to make repairs if different. Respondent provided some of the requested statements. Legal counsel called the phone number listed as respondent's firm phone number during office hours, which provides a menu of choices and states that someone will call you back. It appears that this phone number does not get answered directly but receives messages. Complainant contacted legal counsel on Friday, August 6th and reported that respondent did not forward any documents or contact complainant's new property manager, and complainant has not received any final funds due for rent or portfolio minimum. Complainant states that respondent stated via email last month that respondent would get the funds out as soon as complainant supplied the new manager's information, but had not done so even though this information had been provided. Complainant did not include any supporting document regarding this follow-up communication. So the recommendation is a consent order for $1,000 for violation of TCA Section 6213-4031, failure to exercise reasonable skill and care. Counsel will defer to the commission as to whether respondent's phone setup constitutes a violation of 1260-02-.04, which states in pertinent part, nor shall any broker conduct the major part of his real estate business by or through an answering service. However, reasonable use of the telephone service by a broker is permitted. Counsel also recommends requesting that an audit be done on respondent's firm, and if any additional violations are found in the course of that audit, a subsequent complaint could be opened.
Thank you, Ms. Kirby. Is there a motion? Or is there discussion? Can you?
I'm thinking about the telephone thing. It seems like that's the only way they're conducting businesses through the answering service.
But I would say this, we have a phone system in our office. We have a development company, we have a construction company, and a real estate company, and actually an engineering company in our office, and that all goes to one central. And when you call, it asks, it will direct it to Franklin Realtors, or it will direct it to the other companies. So there is a chance that could happen actually on my phone if for some reason it didn't get answered. And not that that's great, because I would really like to have somebody answer my phone, a person, but it's what works in our office.
And I'd recommend that the consent order for $1,000 and the resting an audit.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Taylor and seconded by Commissioner Hills for a $1,000 consent order along with an audit as requested in the recommendation. Any additional discussion?
Yes, is there provision for us to fine for a violation of Rule 1260-0204? That's about the phones?
So any violation of any rule, you can authorize a civil penalty for.
Okay, I'd like to do $1,000 for that. Because your phone system, Marcia, is for 4 or 5 companies under one roof. I assume this individual has one company.
When I called, it said it was for the real estate company, and then there was also I can't remember if it was mortgage. I think it was mortgage company. So I don't know if they're owned by the same people, or there were 2 different names on the message. But the message just said, leave a message, we'll call you back. And it went directly to that. I don't think it even rang.
So you had
and,
more than one
picked
company
up.
there?
There were 2.
And my position was that since we're not sure, I hate to rule on something I'm not sure
Yeah,
about.
I withdraw that.
Okay, the question in front of us now is Commissioner Taylor's motion, which is $1,000 for violation of TCA 6213-4031 and the instruction to conduct an audit. And that's been seconded. Is there any additional discussion? If not, let's vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion is adopted unanimously, and there will be a consent order for $1,000 and an audit. Ms. Kirby, could you present complaint number 13, please?
2016012211. Complainant alleges that respondent misrepresented the condition of a rental property. Complainant states that respondent assured complainant that damages to the rental property were still being fixed when complainant visited the rental property. Complainant states that the rental property was deplorable due to the previous tenants. Complainant claims that the rental property was supposed to have received a professional cleaning, including having the carpet shampooed, but there was dog hair in the carpets and baseboards when complainants moved in. Complainant states that within the first week of living in the rental property, complainant had issues with the front storm door not shutting and the guest bathtub was clogged. Complainant states the homeowner's repairman, upon coming to the property to fix these things, told complainant that the house had never been professionally cleaned, that the homeowner tried to do it herself with a Swiffer. Complainant also alleges that the following problems of the rental property: the pilot light would not stay lit in the water heater, the garbage disposal would not work properly, the oven doors would not close, and the previous tenants had used it anyway, melting the surrounding cabinets. The HVAC would not properly regulate the temperature. The ducts were full of dirt and dog hair because the previous tenants never used filters. Complainant states that the toilet seats had to be replaced at complainant's own expense due to buildup of mold and feces. Complainant states that the toilet bowls also had mold and feces built up, but claims the respondent told the complainant that the buildup was rust. Complainant further states that complainant discovered a mold problem in the master bathroom, where mold is spread from the toilet under the laminate and shower and under the caulking around the base of the walls in the bathroom. Complainant states that the only action respondent has taken to reimburse complainant for the repairs was a promise of a $250 credit. Respondent submitted a response stating the complainant signed a lease on 11/10/15, which stated that the complainant inspected the property and the complainant had agreed the property was clean, fit, and in habitable condition. Respondent states that complainant took possession of the property on 12/1/15. Respondent further states that respondent received a call from complainant on 12/5/15 in which the complainant states that complainant was not happy with the cleanliness of the rental property. Respondent states that the owner of the rental property turned the property over and informed respondent that the home had been professionally cleaned. Respondent further states that respondent assessed the property prior to move-in and it was in move-in ready condition. Respondent also states that respondent spoke with the owner of the rental property and the owner agreed to allow the respondent to hire a cleaning crew to clean the rental property again. Respondent states that respondent called complainant to inform complainant of the cleaning crew, but complainant stated complainant had already been cleaning the property and the cleaning company was no longer needed. Respondent further states that complainant placed many calls over the next few months requesting repairs to the rental property, and complainant complainant made the repairs within, so this would be respondent made the repairs within days of the initial request. Respondent states that complainant was not told things would be done to the home by respondent's firm, and that if complainant was told these things by complainant's agent, complainant would have to contact complainant's agent. Respondent states that respondent's firm was not asked to do anything to the rental property as part of the lease agreement. Respondent states that complainant has been released from the lease obligation as of 1/31/16, and a new tenant has moved into the home on 2/1/16 who's extremely happy with the home. Office of Legal Counsel reviewed the documents submitted by respondent that included a copy of the lease agreement, the assessment completed by respondent, and photos of the rental property that are date and time stamped and taken before complainant moved in. It appears complainant did sign the lease agreement that states tenant acknowledges that tenant has inspected the leased property prior to the binding agreement date and acknowledges that it is in clean, fit, and habitable condition. Tenant's taking possession of the leased property is evidence that the leased property is in clean, fit, and habitable condition. So the recommendation is to dismiss.
Move to dismiss.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Frank, seconded by Commissioner Taylor to dismiss. Discussion? Let's vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Dismissed. Ms. Kirby, could you present case number 14, please?
20160122212. Respondent is affiliated with respondent in complaint number 20160122211 above. Respondent states that
Motion to dismiss.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hill, seconded by Commissioner Franks to dismiss based on the dismissal of the previous complaint. Any discussion? Let's vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. That motion carries unanimously and the complaint is dismissed. Ms. Kirby, could you present case number 15, please?
20160122281. Complainant spoke to respondent on 11/24/15 regarding the rental of a home owned by respondent. After sending in an application, respondent told complainant's wife on 12/9 that they had the house and would send the lease. Complainant states complainant received the lease on Friday 12/11 and read over the lease that weekend. Complainant further states that over the subsequent week, complainant called and left multiple messages on respondent's voicemail asking for clarification on where to send the lease and money, and for clarification on a section of the lease that had a discrepancy. Complainant states that no response was received as of 12/17/15, so complainant sent the lease agreement and check by certified mail to the office address listed on respondent's emails. Complainant further states the complainant received an email from respondent on 12/22/15 stating that respondent already rented the house and was sending complainant's money back. Respondent states that respondent spoke with complainants on 11/24/15 and emailed complainant with a copy of the rental application. Respondent states that during the process of marketing the rental property and due to the lack of commitment by any prospects, respondent lowered the rent in hopes of attracting a tenant and to expedite the process of finding a tenant. Respondent further states that respondent continued showing the rental property and sent out numerous applications to other interested parties in order to secure a tenant as soon as possible. Respondent states that respondent received an email from complainant on 12/1/15 in which the complainant stated that complainant was still interested, but complainant had not completed the application yet. Respondent states that respondent sent an email to complainant with a copy of the lease agreement on 12/11/15. Respondent states that on 12/14/15, respondent received an acceptable signed lease agreement and check from a different tenant, which respondent deemed acceptable and subsequently accepted the lease agreement. Respondent states that on 12/16/15, respondent received another lease agreement from a second potential tenant and informed the potential tenant that the home had been rented. Respondent further states that on 12/21/15, respondent received a signed lease agreement from complainant, but sent complainant an email informing complainant that respondent had already rented the home. It does not seem as if complainant is alleging that there was ever a lease signed by both parties, therefore respondent has no obligation to complainant. Also, respondent was not acting as an agent in this transaction since respondent is renting respondent's personal property, so the recommendation is to dismiss.
Move to dismiss.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Franks, seconded by Commissioner Wood to dismiss. Discussion? Let's vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion is approved unanimously and the complaint is dismissed. Ms. Kirby, could you present the next complaint? Is it number
16 and 17 go
16 and 17 are together? Okay, thank you.
20160122691 and 20160122692. Complainant, a local association of realtors, filed a complaint against respondents regarding a finding of a violation of the Realtor Code of Ethics stemming from the improper listing of 2 lots. Complainant found that the 2 lots owned by the complainant were listed for several weeks, with respondent 1 listed as the listing agent in the MLS without complainant's knowledge, and that complainant's name was signed on the listing documents and property disclosure statements without complainant's permission. Complainant states that by placing the illegitimate listings on the MLS, respondents misrepresented pertinent facts relating to the properties and was dishonest and truthful in respondents' real estate communications and did not present a true picture in respondents' marketing and other representations. The original complaint filed by the consumer states that complainant was going to auction off his 2 lots, but found out from the auction company that they were listed with respondent's firm, with respondent 1 as agent. The consumer states that the consumer called the firm and left a message. The consumer states that respondent 1 called back and was very upset, stating respondent 2 had signed the paperwork and that respondent 2 told respondent 1 the consumer said it was okay. Consumer stated consumer knew respondent 2 but did not know respondent 2 was a real estate agent. Consumer states that consumer did not know the lots were listed until the auction company told him. Respondent 1 states respondent 1 partnered with respondent 2 to list respondent 2's personal properties and for respondent 2 to get the other customers' listings, and respondent 2 would receive referral fees only. Respondent 1 states that respondent 1 states that respondent 1 was with respondent 2 while respondent 2 was on the phone with the owner involved in this complaint and heard respondent 2 tell the owner that respondent 2 was working with respondent 1 and that they would do their best to get his property sold. Respondent 1 states that the owner told respondent 2 that he only wanted to net $50,000 and anything over that respondents could keep, but respondent 2 told him they could not do it that way, and then they agreed on a price and a 10% commission. Respondent 1 states that respondents went back to the office and respondent 1 did the paperwork for several listings, including respondent 2's personal listings and the owner's listing. Respondent 1 states that respondent 2 picked up the paperwork and later returned with them signed. Respondent 1 states that respondent 1 did not know the owner had not signed the papers. Respondent 1 states that the owner called respondent 1 a couple of weeks later, and respondent 1 reminded the owner that he had talked to respondents about listing the property, at which time the owner stated he did not recall this. Respondent 1 states that respondent 1 asked the owner if he had received copies of the documents which respondent 2 was supposed to deliver to him. He stated that he had not, so respondent 1 asked the owner to come to the office so respondent 1 could give him copies. Respondent 1 states that when the owner got there, he stated he had lost a sale because of respondents, and respondent 1 asked what he meant by that. Respondent 1 states that the owner stated he was going to auction the property but could not because of the listing. Respondent 1 states respondent 1 apologized for the confusion and withdrew the listings while the owner was still in the office. Respondent 1 states respondent 1 called the auction company, who said the owner was never told the properties would be auctioned because the reserve he wanted was too high. Respondent states respondent 1 had the owner and the auctioneer talk on the phone while the owner was at respondent's office, and the auctioneer confirmed that they would not auction the properties. Respondent states that the owner agreed to relist the properties with respondent 1. Respondent 1 states that when respondent 1 met with the owner the next morning regarding relisting the properties, the owner became agitated after respondent 1 asked him to consider allowing respondents more than 30 days to sell the lots. Respondent 1 states that the owner of the lots threw a chair at respondent 2, who was also present, and screamed at respondents that he was not signing anything and that the respondents had 30 days to sell the property or respondents would have to buy it themselves. Respondent 1 states that respondent 1 contacted respondent's broker, who set up a meeting with the owner. Respondent 1 states that the owner revealed to the principal broker that he was on medication for a heart condition that made him forgetful, that the meeting ended well, and respondents were shocked that the owner filed complaints against him based on how well things ended with the principal broker. Respondent 2 states that respondent 2 has known the owner of the lot since respondent 2 was 17 years old, and the respondent and the owner have been friends for 24 years. Respondent states that the owner informed respondent 2 that he still had the lots that he had acquired 2 years prior. Respondent 2 told the owner of the lots that respondent 2 would look at getting the lots listed. Respondent 2 states that respondent 2 decided to refer all respondent 2's real estate business to respondent 1 so that respondent 2 could focus more on respondent 2's other businesses. Respondent 2 states that respondent 2 called the owner of the lots while respondent 1 was present and asked him if he still wanted to sell the lots. Respondent 2 states that the owner stated that respondent 2 should do whatever it takes to get the lots sold. Respondent 2 states that respondent 2 told the owner that he would have to come in and sign once he was back in town, and respondent 2 concedes that respondent 2 made a mistake by having the lots listed on the MLS prior to acquiring the owner's signature. Respondent states that respondent signed the agreements based on the owner's statement of do whatever it takes to get the lots sold. Respondent 2 states that respondent 1 was not aware that the owner had not signed the listing agreement and other documents. Respondent 2 states that the owner knew that respondent 2 was an agent and that respondent 2 was using respondent 1 for respondent 2's referrals. Respondent 2 states that respondent 2 takes full responsibility for signing the listing documents and property disclosure statements, but did so as a courtesy based on their 24-year friendship in an attempt to get them on the market faster for him. Respondent 2 states that text messages from the owner to respondent Respondent 2 states that the owner acknowledges Respondent 2 was trying to help and then he was dropping the issue. Respondent 2 states the owner invited Respondent 2 to go duck hunting out of state a week after this all took place. Respondents submitted an email from the auction company to the principal broker stating that complainant came to an auction they were having on May 23rd and asked to talk to the auctioneers about the 2 lots he wanted to sell. Email states that they told him they would be happy to talk with him about it, but when they looked up the properties on the MLS the next week, they saw they were listed by a realtor. A few days later, Respondent 1 called the auction company with complainant present, apologized for the misunderstanding, and said Respondent 1 was taking them off the MLS. The email also states that complainant wanted a substantial reserve on the lot, so they advised complainant that auction would not be the best method for selling the properties, and that is the last contact the auction company had with complainant. Text messages were provided showing that complainant had set up a meeting with Respondent 1 to list the properties with Respondent 1 after they had been taken off the MLS. A text message from complainant to Respondent 2 says, "I think you were trying to help." For the recommendation is as to Respondent 1 to dismiss, and as for Respondent 2, $500 consent order for violation of TCA Section 6213 312B20 improper, fraudulent, and dishonest dealing for signing the documents for the owner.
Motion or discussion?
Ms. Kirby, so I'm really confused about this. The complainant is an association of realtors.
So a local association of realtors had a complaint filed by the owner of the properties, and then that association filed it with us.
The owner of the properties did not file a complaint.
The owner filed the complaint with the local association, not with us. The local association then passed it on to us.
And then occasionally in here it talks about consumer. Is that the owner of the property?
Yes, that's the same.
And then there's like a complainant. Is that also the owner of the property? It's not called subcomplainant, but it's as if is what happened has the ethics panel with the Association of Realtors just turned over their file as a complaint?
Yes. So they did, and they had, I believe they said they did find that there was a violation. So then they just turned it over to us to file a complaint here.
So your recommendation is to dismiss one against Respondent 1?
Yes.
Why is that?
That is because according to Respondent 1, Respondent 2, and the principal broker, who is the next complaint, they all say that Respondent had no way of knowing that it wasn't the owner that signed the document.
Then you recommended a $500 civil penalty for Respondent 2.
Which is the one who signed the owner's name.
So is there any question that he did sign the owner's name?
No, he says that he did. He just thought he was doing it for a friend because he was supposed to get the lot sold.
So we almost took a license away last month for something similar.
Right.
Fraud.
I think it's a little bit different here because this individual, from what it sounds like, is he thought he was doing it for his friend. His friend told him to get the lot sold, and then he told him, you're going to have to come in and do this when you get back in town. I think the guy was out of town at the time that they talked. So I think it's a little bit different situation. I mean, it's definitely still a violation. I just don't think it is as the same intent as the other situation we had.
My concern a little bit
If you sign
was
something for somebody else without their permission, it's still fraud.
Commissioner Wood?
Bank fraud.
Commissioner Wood?
my concern just a little bit was the seller. Was he understanding what he was doing? I mean, because it almost sounded depending on what you believe, if you thought that they had committed fraud and signed something on your behalf, you wouldn't invite them to go and do something with you the following week or something.
Exactly, and I think that's why the respondent included those things as well, because it sounded like after this was over, they were still friends.
Yeah. So I don't know that there was. I think it's different than the situation we had previously.
Mr. Horn? Did you have something you want to say? Mr. Bloom?
Ms. Kirby, did the Ethics Committee rule on this at the local board?
They said let's see. Yeah, it said regarding a finding of violations of the Realtor Code of Ethics. So they didn't specifically say what violations they found, but I think they did find violations.
So they heard it.
Yes, that's what it
Okay.
sounds
But
like.
it
Commissioner-
sounds like they're thinking maybe there was some criminal intent or something here if they turned it over to TREC. Don't usually have boards, after ethics complaints, turn things over.
Commissioner Taylor?
I'm just saying, it's hard when, it's hard when you have a respondent one, you get confused. That's why I was sitting here taking all of this time on doing it. But I think, and I did go back and look at it, I think respondent 2 should have the fine. And I think that they did do dishonest stealing. So I go with their, with the recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Taylor to accept the recommendation of council. Is there a second?
Second.
Is $500 enough, Commissioner Taylor?
It's so mismatched, and it's such a strange little scenario. And it could be or it couldn't be. That's the whole thing, is like, so I think since I'm uncertain, I'd stick with the $500.
Okay.
We have a motion by Commissioner Taylor to accept council's recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Wood. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to offer an amendment that the $500 be increased to $1,000.
We have a substitute motion by Chairman Grease to increase the fine to $1,000. Is there a second?
Second?
Seconded by Commissioner Franks. Discussion on the substitute motion. All right, let's vote. If this motion passes, then it will take the place of the motion that was previously made by Commissioner Taylor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
Abstain.
We have 7 ayes, 1 no, and an abstention by Commissioner Horn. The motion is adopted on that basis with the dismissal of the complaint against respondent number 1 and a consent order for $1,000 against respondent number 2. Ms. Kirby, could you present complaint number 18, please?
2016012711. TREC opened a complaint against respondent for failure to supervise respondents in complaints 2016-12691 and 2016-012692 above. Hereinafter, Affiliate 1 and Affiliate 2, respectively.
Move to dismiss.
We have a motion by Commissioner Franks to dismiss. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Horn. Discussion?
I'm going to discuss on this one because it is clear in this other one that the respondent was aware that the man had severe memory issues. So, and he knew this was going on. So I think you don't deal with somebody, a broker should let his agents know, you do not deal with a person that has severe memory issues without. I think he needs a fine.
Well, the principal broker didn't find that out until after it had already occurred. When they had met, the principal broker met with the owner of the property after it had happened.
Further discussion? Hearing none. Is everybody ready to vote? All right, the motion is to dismiss. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no.
No.
That motion passes 8 ayes, 1 no, and the complaint is dismissed. Ms. Kirby, could you present complaint number 19, please?
2016012731. Complainant alleges respondent made substantial and willful misrepresentations, made a promise of character likely to influence, persuade, or induce any person to enter into any contract or agreement when respondent could not or did not intend to keep the promise, pursued a flagrant course of misrepresentation, and conducted improper, fraudulent, or dishonest dealing. Complainant and respondent agreed that complainant would purchase a house originally bought by respondent for the purpose of renovating and reselling. Complainant states that the original agreed-upon purchase price was $225,000. Complainant states that respondent stated that all renovation work would be completed by closing, which was set for 5/29/15. Complainant states that respondent postponed closing to 6/17/15 because the renovation work was far from complete. Complainant further states that respondent informed complainant that respondent had gone over budget and that respondent was no longer willing to accept the contractually agreed upon price of $225,000. Complainant states that complainant and respondent negotiated a new purchase price of $236,500 and respondent again postponed the closing date to 6/22/15. Complainant states that As 6/22/15 approached, the renovation work was still incomplete, and respondent postponed closing to 6/26/15, then again to 6/30/15, and the property ultimately closed on 7/2/16. Complainant claims that significant personal inconvenience and expense. That should be of 15. Complainant claims that significant personal inconvenience and expense was incurred based upon respondent's original representation of closing on 5/29/15, including finding housing for the month of June 2015, finding storage facility, payment to extend the rate lock on the complainant's mortgage loan, and hiring movers to move from temporary housing to the property at issue. Complainant further states the complainant states the inspector who had attempted to inspect the property while much of the work was incomplete was hired for another inspection on 6/19/15, which returned a punch list of incomplete tasks respondent agreed to correct by closing. Complainant states that the third inspection was conducted after the 7/2/15 closing, which revealed that approximately 60% of the punch list remained incomplete or unchanged. Complainant further states that respondent has failed to complete the demolition, removal, and yard remediation where an above-ground pool and surrounding deck used to be. Complainant alleges that the following defects in workmanship after taking possession of the house. Clothes dryer outlet was linked to the wrong line, a leak was discovered, and pipes were falling apart in the crawl space. A drain pipe was improperly installed in the back of the house, causing water to drain under the foundation. An old water heater that was supposed to be removed from the crawl space was not removed, which will cost $1,000 to remove. Respondent states that the house was not actively being marketed for sale on the MLS or any other venue at the time complainant contracted to purchase the house. Respondent states that the house was in middle stages of a major renovation. Respondent states that complainant's agent drafted the terms of the purchase and sale agreement, and that all statements regarding closing dates were estimates and not guarantees. Respondent states that complainant and complainant's agent were participants in multiple walkthroughs over the course of the purchase that included several that occurred within a week before the ultimate closing on 7/2/15. Respondent states that complainant and complainant's agent were introduced to the entire construction team, were fully aware of all the delays in real time. Respondent further states that complainant and complainant's agent were in direct contact with the construction team and had a complete access to the construction team as well as complete access to the house. Respondent states that the home was made available to the inspector at all times. Respondent states that complainant and complainant's agent advocated for closing on 7/2/15 because that was the last day of the complainant's rate lock. Respondent further states that on a final walkthrough on 7/2/15, complainant reached an agreement with respondent that gave complainant a monetary allowance that would cover the final punch list items that would not be completed by the time of closing and was compensated in the amount of $3,500. Respondent states the complainant had the option of canceling complainant's purchase agreement and receiving a full earnest money refund, but did not do so. Respondent states that complainant's agent authored the repair-replace amendment in which all parties signed and agreed no additional repairs needed. Regarding their demolition, removal, and yard remediation where an above-ground pool and surrounding deck used to be, respondent states respondent wrote additional checks to a contractor to cover the expense of adding additional topsoil as a courtesy, but there was no contractual obligation to do so. Respondent states that respondent does not take responsibility for logistical inconveniences such as moving and storage, and the complainant was aware that the house was being rehabilitated and was not in move-in ready when the property went under contract. Respondent states that respondent allowed complainant to move into the house prior to the closing date to help accommodate complainant's relocation as an act of good faith at no charge. Respondent states that several factors contributed to the price increase, which included the increased scope of work and respondent's modifications to the original plan that would increase the value of the property, some which came at the suggestion of complainant. Respondent states complainant had the option of walking away with complainant's earnest funds as the purchase agreement had expired after the first closing date of 5/29/15 was not met, but complainant opted to negotiate a new price of $236,500. Respondent maintains that complainant and complainant's agent were content on the day of closing in regard to the terms of the closing, which included a $3,500 allowance for work that was not completed, as well as the fully executed repair-replace amendment where all parties agreed that no additional repairs were required. Upon inspection of the documents, it appears the complainant did execute the repair-replace amendment certifying that no additional repairs were required, which was signed by the parties on July 7th, after the closing. It appears that respondent wrote 2 checks to complainant for a total of $3,500. Respondent stated in a follow-up there was no written agreement regarding the payment of $3,500 to complainant for repairs. There is an amendment to the purchase and sale agreement regarding the new price signed by both parties. There does not appear to be a personal interest disclosure signed by the parties acknowledging respondent's interest in the seller, which is an LLC. Consent order for $500 in violation of TCA section 6213-4037A. No, acting on behalf of a business entity in which the license has a personal interest without prior disclosure and timely written consent of all parties to the transaction, and $500 in violation of Rule 1260-02-.09. All terms and conditions of the real estate transaction must be included in the contract of purchase, plus 4 hours of continuing education and contracts to be completed within 180 days above the minimum required for license renewal.
Is there a motion?
Move for approval.
We have a motion by Commissioner Bloom, seconded by Commissioner Taylor to accept council's recommendation. Discussion?
Did you not want to give this licensee the option to come to a meeting instead of education?
That would be fine if you wanted to add that.
But that's 4 hours of education versus 2 days here. You
might get more out of that coming here.
On the personal interest, now, why was he in trouble for the personal interest that he didn't disclose, you're thinking?
So he was an owner of the LLC that was selling the house, that owned the house, that was renovating the house and selling it. He was also the agent.
Okay. Did the complainant say they didn't know that he was?
No, it wasn't no, that was not alleged, but they're required to have it in writing that the parties are disclosing
I'm
that.
reading it. I'm acting like Austin McMillan. I'm reading the rules. As I read the personal interest, let me see. It says he has to disclose it, but I'm not reading where it says it has to be in writing.
So the statute says it has to be in writing. There's 2 rules that we have also that don't say the writing part, but the statute itself has the writing requirement, the 7A, 437A.
Okay, because I'm
Timely
reading
written
the
consent of all parties.
1260-0211, and it says that after acquiring person either directly or the broker shall make a full disclosure of his true position to prospective purchasers.
Right. Yeah, so the rule doesn't say that, but the statute does.
Statute would govern.
Disclosed if you don't do it in writing.
Prove it if you didn't put it in writing.
But they didn't allege that they didn't know.
Up on that, it's not a part of the complaint then, right?
Right. I mean, I always, when I'm reviewing, I focus on the things alleged by the complainant, but if something else jumps out at me, then.
So we have a motion to accept council's recommendation. Is there further discussion or a substitute motion?
Chairman Grease wanted to add something.
I just thought I'd float that out there. I was afraid the council is trying to get people away from coming to these meetings, instead take education, and I was just challenging why she didn't include that. But she said we have the latitude to add it back in.
Add it back in.
All right. Or.
Did you say add it back in? All right, so we have a substitute motion.
It's just an amendment to the motion.
Yeah, it's his own substitute of his own motion. So the motion is to accept council's recommendation, but to also, as an alternative to the continuing education, the option to attend a 2-day meeting of the Real Estate Commission within 180 days. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Chairman Grease.
Can I just add one little thing? If the commission thinks that the public wasn't harmed by there not being a personal interest disclosure in writing, then that's certainly up to you all to decide that there was not a potential harm to the public there, and you don't have to authorize a civil penalty for something just because it's technically a violation.
You were right in that. I think it should definitely be a part of
not
in
written.
writing. You always disclose that in writing as part of a contract. That's my feeling.
And it's merely discussion.
Absolutely.
I just kind of think we're making an assumption.
If he got told, it's like if you're buying a house and they said you don't have a septic tank, and you go to closing and you have a septic tank. That's the same thing. He got told, but it wasn't in writing. That's the same thing to me.
All right, any further discussion? Let's vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
No.
The motion passes, 7 ayes and 2 noes, to accept council's recommendation, but to also include the option of attending a 2-day meeting of TREC within 180 days rather than attending the 4 hours of continuing education. Ms. Kirby, could you present case number 20, please?
2016012831. TREC opened a complaint against respondent for potential unlicensed firm activity and advertising violations. The website has a group name, but the name of the firm with which respondent is affiliated is not on the website except for the copyright in small print at the bottom of the page. There's a tab for view properties, but legal counsel has no documentation to show that there were properties listed, and the website has since been taken down. The site also lists all of the real estate services provided by the group, as well as a list of closed transactions and a testimonial specifically naming the group as having provided the service. Respondent denies that respondent has been engaged in unlicensed real estate activity. Respondent states that respondent had plans to start a real estate team in early 2015, but respondent's potential partner decided to transfer to another firm on 4/2/15. Respondent states that respondent instructed a website developer not to proceed with building the website for the team and to deactivate the website. Respondent states it appears that the website developer did not completely remove the partially built website and that respondent was unaware that the partially built website was not completely removed. Respondent states that respondent has since had the website deactivated, so the site should not be searchable or accessible from the web. The team name is comprised of the names of respondent and the agent that left the firm in April of 2015. Thus, it is legal counsel's opinion that subsequent to April 2015, it is not likely that the website was actually being utilized for advertising real estate services and properties, if ever. So the recommendation is to dismiss.
Motion?
Wait a minute, which one are we on?
Recommendation to
20.
dismiss?
Yeah, recommendation consent order for $250 for violation is what this says.
Well, you must be looking at the draft that was sent last week.
I got it yesterday.
Final one, I think, that was on the iPad says dismiss.
What changed your mind?
Well, just because we didn't really have any proof that there were actually properties sold, and the likelihood of somebody advertising a team where the person that is part of their team is they're no longer even work with is probably a good indication that they didn't actually have a team with this person that functioned in any way.
TREC was the one who opened this complaint.
Right. This derived from another complaint that was filed a while back. That in researching that complaint, this was found. So that's why it was opened.
This person in real estate now?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah, I mean, they have an active license.
So there's a website. Is it advertising real estate services?
It is advertising real estate services, yes. Well, it
But
no
it-
longer does, but it was.
It had a group name or a team name, but not the company name.
Correct.
I mean, that's clear.
Yes.
Those set of circumstances are clear.
Yes. But what's not clear is that this website was actually ever used for anything.
How would you know if it's out there on the web?
Right, we don't. I mean, just like we don't know if it was, we don't know if it wasn't, so.
So we set up today a policy where you guys could look at black and white issues and make a decision based on black and white issues. Isn't this black and white as far as what was there?
Well, as far as what was actually on the website, yes, but I think maybe there's another consideration there of whether this website was actually used for advertising anything. If the thing that was being advertised didn't really exist, then like this particular team. But I mean, it's certainly, like, obviously I went back and forth on it because, as you can see, so I defer to you all on this one.
The reason I'm taking a while is because I have paid somebody to develop a website before, and they were supposed to have it offline, basically while they're developing it, but they do go in every now and then, at least they did in my case, to make sure that it works together right. And I would imagine this person wouldn't even really know whether it was online or offline.
Well, there's, I mean, easy way to check that. I mean, if I was the person, I'd want to know, is it up or not?
But I'm saying while they're developing it, sometimes you just don't exactly. Me and computers don't get along anyway, so, you know.
We have a motion.
I have one more question. And this was April 2015. So what's the gap here of a year and a half?
Well, the April 2015 date is when the affiliate broker that was part of the team left the firm, and so it's that date just is to say it's probably unlikely that they were advertising as a team after that person left the firm.
It wasn't when we opened the complaint?
No, we opened the
Okay.
complaint in March of 2016, so almost a year later.
Are you sure it's down today?
Yes, I checked on it before I put it on here. Because I wanted to see if there were any, properties listed on it or anything, but I couldn't even find the website.
Don't have a motion at this
I
time.
move to dismiss.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Franks to dismiss. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Taylor. Discussion. Let's vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion is approved unanimously, and that complaint is dismissed. Ms. Kirby, case number 21, please.
2016012851.
Move to dismiss.
Motion by Commissioner Franks to dismiss, seconded by Commissioner Taylor. This is a failure to supervise complaint on a complaint that was already dismissed. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. That motion is approved unanimously. Complaint is dismissed. Ms. Kirby, could you present complaint number 22, please?
20160134041. This complaint was opened against respondent for failure to supervise respondent in a complaint that was presented at the July meeting. That complaint was dismissed, so the recommendation is to dismiss.
Move to dismiss.
We have a motion by Commissioner Franks, seconded by Commissioner Hills to dismiss. Discussion. Let's vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. That motion is approved unanimously, and the complaint is dismissed. At this time, let's take a 5-minute break.
I like that.
All right, we're ready to get started. Ms. Kirby, number 23, please.
Two 20160140441. Complainant states that respondent was hired as complainant's agent. Complainant states that respondent did a wonderful job finding the right home for them. Complainant states that upon taking possession of the house, the entire floor was buckled. Complainant further states that neither complainant's insurance nor warranty company covered the floors. Complainant states that the floors have structural damage to the joists and everything is rotten. Complainant states that the house lacks any type of drainage system, and as a result, there is more than 2 feet of standing water under the house. Complainant states that there are no ducts connected to the heating vents. Complainant states that at 9 a.m. on 10/28/15, a fire had to be put out in the attic that caused extensive damage to the house due to improper electrical wiring. Complainant further states that the leaking roof is not covered by the insurance company or warranty company. Complainant notes that the following issues with plumbing. The toilet needs a new float. The toilet is connected to a hot water heater. The toilet has a 2-inch pipe. It needs 3-inch pipe. The hot water heater needs to be replaced. Complainant states that the plumbing problems are not covered by the insurance company or warranty company. Complainant states that the heat went out during the first snow. Respondent states the complainant has not alleged any violations of the Broker Act by complainant.
Ms. Kirby,
Yes.
so would you just read that sentence and then stop?
Respondent states that the complainant has not alleged any violations of the Broker Act.
Do you agree with that?
Do I agree with that?
Is your decision based on the fact that
I do agree with that. Yes, that is also the last sentence of my
Move to
analysis there.
dismiss.
motion by Mr. Bloom, seconded by Ms. Franks, that this complaint be dismissed per council's recommendation? Number 24.
20160163321. TREC opened a complaint against respondent for improper dealing based on a news article which states respondent pled guilty to several counts of indecent exposure and reckless endangerment. The article states witnesses said respondent was performing indecent acts while driving. One witness stated respondent was performing the indecent act out of the window while driving over 90 miles per hour. Another witness stated respondent made suggestive and obscene gestures to a car with 4 children inside. The court documents state that respondent pled guilty, not no low contendere, to 52 counts of reckless endangerment, attempt to commit aggravated assault, and indecent exposure. Respondent was sentenced to 11 months and 29 days and has to register as a sex offender. Respondent states that respondent has always had a foundation of honesty and integrity. Respondent states that respondent is a former local politician and that false accusations began to rise about respondent during the campaign and after respondent served in office. Respondent states respondent had moved to another town and left politics when the false charges were filed. Respondent states that no videos or photographs or anything else existed to prove the charges. Respondent states that the accusations made did not prove a date and time that the incident took place, only that it happened over a year's time period, which cannot be defended against if one does not know the specifics. Respondent states that respondent used cell phone activity to show respondent's whereabouts during the alleged indecent exposure, which aided to respondent's defense, and that respondent was not present during the dates and times the alleged incident exposure was to have occurred. Respondent states that respondent had personal witnesses such as respondent's spouse, real estate clientele, records, word records, cell phone records, bank statements, and other criteria that would have aided in respondent's defense. Yes.
Chairman, I cannot hear for whoever's talking back there.
Let's hold the conversations out in the hall if it's going to happen. Thank you, Mr. Bloom. All right, Ms. Kirby.
Respondent states that respondent agreed to plea bargain so as not to drain respondent's family's financial resources and to end the publicity and grief to respondent's family. Respondent states that respondent accepted a no contest plea which had all charges as misdemeanors to end the case. Respondent states that since the close of the hearing, respondent has satisfied all attorney's fees and court costs and fines. The recommendation is to defer to the commission.
What kind of gutless decision is that?
Out of our realm. We have nothing to do with indecent exposure.
Is there a character or morals clause in the statute that we can use?
Well, the complaint was opened. When these kinds of things have come up in the past, the commission has looked at it as a potential violation of improper, fraudulent, or dishonest dealing because that rule actually states that it can be, let me just read it to you so I make sure I say it correctly.
While you're looking, let's ask this question. Is what they're saying true?
Well, this person pled guilty. So, it's up to you all to decide whether you believe what they say, where they didn't do any of it, but they just did it to not have to, incur the cost of defending it, or whether they actually did it.
But to Ms. Taylor's motion, do we have any jurisdiction in this particular case?
Well, so your statute that you use in order to determine whether somebody should get a license based on their character, which is the one about, honesty, trustworthiness, integrity, competence to transact business. I would zone in on maybe the integrity part. That is just, for getting a license. So, but I think that if it was that, those things all still stand true when you have the license, and that would be the.
Where does it say that?
That you have to uphold those things. Mm-hmm. It doesn't specifically say that in the statute, but I think that if you have to have those things to get a license, you should probably have those things to keep a license.
Is he a felon or anything now?
They were all pled to misdemeanors.
Misdemeanors, so I don't think we have anything to do.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Taylor to dismiss, seconded by Mr. Horn, I believe. Is that correct, Mr. Horn?
I'm just wondering about the 90 miles an hour.
I don't think we can take care of that either.
Sorry, couldn't help myself.
When we first opened this complaint, we just had the news article, which at that point we didn't know they were pled down to misdemeanors. So that information came later.
So do you want to second guess your first recommendation?
My first recommendation was to defer to you.
Yeah, but now that you've talked this through, do you want to recommend we dismiss it or anything, or do you want to just let us vote on the motion?
I'm just going to let you vote.
All right, any more discussion on the motion? The motion is to dismiss, offered by Ms. Taylor, seconded by Mr. Horn. Mr. Horn.
I need a little bit of clarification on, evidently they said he was involved in politics.
I don't be bringing that up.
No, but
It's
a
a
lot of ti-
compensating factor.
A lot of times people will exaggerate things if they really trying to get somebody. But on the other hand, against him, it said he pleaded guilty, did you say?
Did, mm-hmm. He says he pleaded no contest, but that's not what's on the court documents. And I'm not sure, I mean, I think it would be a hard decision to make to plead guilty to something you didn't do when the consequence is that you have to register as a sex offender, but.
All right, other discussion. Let's vote. Those in favor of Ms. Taylor's motion, vote aye. Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously.
And one abstain.
I'm sorry, and one abstention. Number 24.
Two 2016016391, 2016016392, and 2016016393.
Did we do 24, or is that what we?
Oh, I think that was 24. Yeah, we just did 24.
Okay, thank you.
So this is 25, 26, and 27. Complainant alleges that respondents have acted improperly by willful misrepresentation, pursuing a continued and flagrant course of misrepresentation, or making false promises to affiliate brokers, or failing to exercise adequate supervision, failure to protect the interests of the client, misleading the complainant as to market value in order to obtain a listing, and failure to treat all parties honestly. Complainant signed an exclusive right to sell listing agreement on 10/14/15 with respondent's firm. Complainant states that the $650,000 asking price recommended by the firm was well below other homes in the community. Complainant states that it was agreed that the house would be shown to all prospective buyers who requested more than 3,000 square feet. Complainant says that since 10/14/15, the home has only been shown 2 times, and that it was not shown to prospective buyers requesting more than 3,000 square feet. Complainant states that a text message was sent to complainant stating that the property was only worth $350,000 and not $650,000 as listed by the firm. Complainant alleges that respondents refused to take or return phone calls or otherwise communicate with them regarding the sale of the listed property. Complainant states that respondent indicated that any communication had to be with the firm's owner. Complainant states that an outdated photo of the house was placed on the firm's website despite repeated requests in November and December of 2015 to place a photo showing that the house had been newly painted a different color. Complainant states that to date, the incorrect photo is still shown on the firm's website. Complainant states complainant requested that the listing agreement be terminated due to respondent's unprofessional conduct, failure to follow through with promises, and failure to aggressively advertise, show, and sell the property, but respondent would not do so. Respondent 1 responded on behalf of all 3 respondents. Respondent 1 denies any willful...
Herbie?
Yes.
Is that allowed for someone to respond on behalf of others?
Yes, we usually generally accept that.
Okay.
Especially when it's the principal broker that's responding on behalf of their affiliated brokers. Respondent 1 responded on behalf of all 3 respondents. Respondent 1 denies any willful misrepresentation, and states respondents have fulfilled all the listing obligations outlined in the listing agreement. Respondent 1 states that Respondent 1's firm has not shown many homes since late fall due to the seasonality of the development's marketing cycle.
Ms. Kirby, I'm going to
Yes.
interrupt now. So I've got the gist of this complaint.
Mm-hmm.
What did Office of Legal Counsel find out? That's what I want to know. Could you just skip to that?
To the analysis?
With the permission of commission.
Sure.
Go down to what you guys found out. I know it's
Okay.
he said, she said, set up now.
The last paragraph.
Sure. So Office of Legal Counsel reviewed the documents provided by both complainant and respondent. In an email dated 12/14/15, it appears that Respondent 2 informed complainant that showings of the house would slow down due to the holiday season. In the same email, Respondent 2 informs complainant of a planned event in February where the house is expected to be shown on many tours. There's no indication of that any of the respondents offered any free services to the client on behalf of the firm, and email correspondence indicates that Respondent 2 was helping complainant get quotes for repairs, etc. The developer, father of Respondent 3, or so it appears from what I can tell, sent text messages to complainant in January stating the developer might be interested at $350,000, but that it is not an offer. It appears from the text message that complainant and developer had been communicating directly without respondents. It appears that complainant took this text message statement saying that the developer might be interested in $350,000 to mean that it was only worth $350,000, and that respondent shouldn't have told them it was only worth $350,000. Respondent provided that the other listings from the development that were listed at $800,000 and up, it appears complainant was distressed because the house was going to go into foreclosure proceedings. This also appears to be the downfall of the relationship between Respondent 2 and complainant. There's an email from Respondent 2 to complainant stating that Respondent 2 will get a photographer and take new pictures of the house, which apparently was not done. However, it is legal counsel's opinion this does not rise to the level of violation of the Broker Act. The recommendation is to dismiss.
Move to dismiss.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Frank, second by Commissioner Wood, that this complaint be dismissed per council's recommendation. Is there discussion? All right, let's vote. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. 28.
201601091. Complainant alleges timeshare fraud on the part of respondent. Complainant states that complainant was contacted by respondent in September with an offer to purchase a timeshare complainant owns in Mexico. Complainant states complainant was sent a purchase agreement outlining the details of the transaction. Complainant states that complainant was contacted by an escrow company in December and told that there was a 10% legal representation fee that needed to be paid to the Mexican Secretary of Tourism to release the timeshare. Complainant states the complainant was presented a notarized document stating that the buyer would reimburse complainant for the cost of legal representation fee. Complainant states that the escrow company and the Secretary of Tourism told complainant that the legal representation fee had to be paid with the current owner of the timeshare.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt again.
Yes.
Okay, now go down to the next two sentences, please. The next two paragraphs, last two paragraphs.
Last two paragraphs.
Sure. Service on respondent was attempted but unsuccessful. No response was received due to the fact that no such business existed at the address. Respondent is not a real company, nor is the escrow company. This appears to be a nationwide timeshare resale scam. Unfortunately, because we did not know who these people are or where to find them, there is no practical action the commission can take. The recommendation is to close and refer to the Attorney General and the District Attorney General.
Just to accept your recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Frank, seconded by Ms. Taylor, that council's recommendation be adopted. Discussion. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. 29.
Respondent, 20160121141. Respondent is the builder of the house complainant purchased. Complainant alleges respondent violated terms of the sales contract by not providing stated items. Complainant alleges that respondent failed to install tiles in the wet area inside the master bathroom as per the contract. Complainant states that according to the contract, respondent was to install ceramic tiles in the master bathroom wet areas, but respondent actually installed fiber bathtubs. Complainant states that respondent said the ceramic tiles in the contract were a misprint and respondent would offer $380 for the misprint. Complainant further alleges that respondent failed to install the correct type of brick and the respondent did not respond when this was brought up.
Okay, once again, I'm going to interrupt. Go to the last paragraph, please.
Respondent provided an email sent on 10/15/14 in which complainant tells the agent to go ahead and order the brick, the specific type of brick. It also appears that complainant signed an initial buyer's acceptance affidavit dated 12/19/14 indicating that the complainant examined the carpet, tile, vinyl, and hardwood and find them acceptable. Furthermore, and most importantly, complainant's allegations do not include any allegations of the violations of the Broker Act. Recommendation is to dismiss.
Motion by Ms. Hill, second by Ms. Franks, that council's recommendation be adopted and this complaint be dismissed. Discussion. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. 30.
201602161.
Move to dismiss.
We have a motion by Ms. Franks, second by Ms. Hills, that the complaint against the firm or the principal broker? It's against the firm, right?
Yes. Correct.
Be dismissed for the same reasons that the previous complaint was dismissed. Discussion. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. 31.
Does
And by the way, we only have, yeah, don't you all want to know how many we have left? Oh, are you? You know? Okay. Just check.
It's outside by the door.
This is it. This is the last one. Unless you've added some more. Have you added some more?
Don't you want to know? No. No, I haven't.
Okay.
201601591. Complainant, through representation, although not legal representation, alleges that respondent is dishonest and lacks accountability regarding complainant's property that is managed by respondent. Complainant
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
What does it mean, the representation but not legal representation?
That was part of the mystery of this complaint. This person filed a complaint acting as this person's representative, but myself and the respondent couldn't really pinpoint who this person was, what their relationship to this person was. I think the respondent found out eventually that this person is a paralegal in New Mexico.
Okay, I want to move to dismiss.
Second.
So the basis of so we have a motion to dismiss offered by Mr. Wood and seconded by the balance of the commission as far as I can tell. But just for the record, your basis for dismissal is?
Well, that wasn't really my basis for dismissal because we can accept complaints from anybody, but my basis for dismissal was that the things alleged were the respondent's version of what happened were confirmed by the documentation that was provided in the terms in the management agreement.
Okay, perfect. You've heard the motion. Is there discussion? Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Does that conclude your legal report, Ms. Kirby?
It does.
Thank you. Do you have anything else to come before commission?
My only other thing is you have the consent order, I believe, on your iPads that shows what outstanding consent orders we have, and that's it, unless you have any questions about that.
Thank you. Mr. Young, anything else?
No, sir.
All right. Let's just go around the horn here real quick. I'll start with Ms. Hills. Any comments or any closing comments before we dismiss? We're always glad to see him. Mr. Wood?
I want to welcome Rick to the meeting, and hope you'll come back. But I also would like to say this. I mean, we're always, or to me personally, I'm real quick to complain and don't always do a good job of going back and giving accolades when it should. But I had as a broker, I turned in an agent. I say as a new agent who just were getting their license the first time. We mailed it from my office last Monday. Her license became active yesterday. So I'm counting that's 8 days. I subtract at least 2 days for mailing, 2 days for the weekend. I mean, I'm thinking your office got that out in 2 to 3 days, and that was not happening before you got here in February. So you're doing an excellent job, and your staff, so thank you very much.
Ms. Franks?
Yes, I'd like to welcome Rick Douglas. We're glad you're here. And I would like to say to our chairman, thank you for all your years of service. And we
political service.
We really think you do a really good job, and we appreciate you and Austin.
You're the best, Ms. Franks. You're not the only principal broker up there. We've had that discussion before. But thank you for those comments. Mr. Bloom?
I'm very happy to be here, and I'm glad that I could be here, and I'm glad that Rick has joined us. And I know he'll be a great addition to what we do here, and I hope that everyone's safe as they return home.
Sir, Reverend Horn?
Well, I think that everybody done a good job, but it's good to have you back, my brother, and good to have you, Ray. But it reminds me of the control tower that took a break and had the cleaning lady to answer the radios while he was gone. One guy wanted permission to take off, other one wanted permission to land on the same runway, and she gave it to him. And the guy said, "Hey, you told me that." She said, "Y'all be careful now, you hear?"
Okay.
Do you know what Coors beer is? You know what Coors beer is. It's a silver bullet, right? Does your church frown on those? Just checking. I just want to make sure I understand your sense of humor before I go much further.
Yeah, but they don't know what it is.
I'll bet they do. All right, Ms. Taylor, comments?
Yes, my comment is I'm somewhat worried. You have put me sitting between two Baptist preachers.
Oh,
is there a reason for this?
We know your history.
God's in charge. God's in charge.
All right, thank you. And Rick, any observations you'd like to share? If you do pull that microphone forward.
I just want to say again that I am humbled and privileged to be a part of this commission. You guys have shown me a real example of professionalism, and I know I've got a lot to learn, but I appreciate your patience and your willingness to help me. So, looking forward to working with you.
You got it. And to the members of the audience, my only comment is I hope you take back to your offices the fact, I hope that you sense that you've observed people who really care about this industry and are trying to do it for the right reason. And I hope you learned something today, and especially hope you're safe on the way home, especially if you're going to East Tennessee. Okay? You guys sign out and be careful. Thanks for coming.
Rick.